This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
Wrong! If you're getting any compensation, it's not charity!
Russ Wakeland. You put me on a boat with frickin' dragons attacking me and whatnot? Now we're talking. And Rafe, Hollywood Granger.
Now that's Jimmy Django right there.
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listeners.
Drago, we made you out of steel.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at you with the speed of a buzzing 19th century hydro-powered sawmill bearing down on an unsuspecting block of pine. Today's edition is brought to you by John, who wants to wish his lovely and charming wife a happy Valentine's Day. Now, on the off chance that her actual gift doesn't arrive in time.
Nice.
I'm not sure a shout-out will do it, John, but good luck. I'm Geekly McNerdin, your host. Today, as always, our panelists are Ramblin' Russ Wakeland and Rowdy Rafe Granger. Let's begin. Issue number 1. The concept of trademarks has been around for thousands of years. Over 5,000 years ago, men produced paintings in caves that experts say identified the owner of that cave. 3,500 years ago, in the Middle East, manufacturers of goods would mark those goods with stone seals to prove who made them. Today, the concept of trademarks can extend to names of products such as Nerf, objects such as the golden arches of McDonald's, and even musical tones such as the 3 tones of NBC. Even a color can be trademarked, such as Owens Corning's pink insulation. Ooh. Question: if you could trademark one thing about your life, what would it be? Grasping Granger.
HD.
Whinging Wakeland.
My dashing personality.
Wrong! If you were to be completely honest, in the silence of your hearts, you would have already had gaming strategies named after yourselves. Everyone would be pulling a Wakeland and trying not to make a Granger. Honesty's the best policy, boys, and only a passing acquaintance of you for you both here at Rapid Fire. Issue number 2. Some of the earliest examples of model buildings were constructed out of clay during the Han Dynasty in China. These models were of residential towers, and examples still exist today. In modern times, model buildings are most often built by architects for a variety of purposes and out of a variety of materials. Most recently, model railroading enthusiasts have taken adding elaborate buildings to their model railroad layouts, and in wargaming, more and more gamers are including both pre-made and homemade buildings into their games for more realism and wider tactical options. Question: if you could choose any building to include in your latest game table, what would the best building be? Rustication Russ.
The Empire State Building.
Doric Order Rafe.
A really scary Gothic church.
Oh, come on now, guys. Seriously.
But that was brilliant.
Deep down inside, wouldn't we all like to see our own homes on the battlefield? Space Marines traipsing through the living room, warjacks beating down the wall that we've been supposed to paint for months, bullets shattering the windows we haven't cleaned. Or is that just me? Issue number 3. Long before the ancient Greeks used comedy to skewer local politicians and current events, stories have been used to further social and political agendas. Often the use of a narrative makes it easier to convey complex theories or philosophies that would otherwise either confuse the public or make them not pay attention. Lately, there's been a growing trend in both writing and films to use sci-fi and fantasy narratives this way. The most shocking example in Rapid Fire's mind is the apparently more and more pervasive use of zombie fiction in the political arena. Question: what is the strangest cause one might espouse through zombie fiction? Walking Dead Wakeland?
Breast cancer awareness.
Grimy Ghoulish Granger?
To not eat meat and be a vegetarian.
Oh, my... No way.
You got it.
Wow, Rafe.
Did you notice I've been answering correctly the whole time?
No, I didn't notice that. Ross is wrong, both worth considering, but of course vegetarian zombies would have to be the answer. They could come back, make the moral and ethical choice not to eat brains. It'd be great.
They never really die anyway.
Sort of a letdown. Issue number 4. The term brainwashing comes originally from the Chinese jinao, or wash brain, referring to attempts to alter the thought processes of unrepentant pre-revolutionary feudal citizens into right-thinking members of the new order. After the Korean War, it was proven that the effects of mind control or brainwashing was fleeting, given subsequent deprogramming or a lack of follow-up treatment. Since that time, the techniques have appeared in various religious and pseudo-religious cults, in several mainstream novels and movies, and rather heavily in one particular general gaming podcast. Question: what is the one thing no one could make you do against your will? Rust Rafe?
Rust Rafe?
Regulator Russ.
Which one is that now?
This one's rather personal, and you guys didn't even anser.
I got confused.
But you know what?
Me too.
I'm just gonna give Russ a wrong, and I'm gonna give Rafe a hella wrong. There's nothing either of you could do wouldn't do for a Diet Coke and a pat on the head, respectively.
That's probably
That's
true.
it for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
The D6 Generation Podcast. All of the mysteries of gamer culture revealed. The D6 Generation. Born to game.
Howdy ho!
I got nothing.
And welcome to episode
Howdy-ho.
49 of the
Where's
D6
it? Oh,
Generation.
there it is. 49 is a scary number.
It is scary.
We're getting up there, man.
I'm going to make no comment on it at all.
Wow, okay.
Well, I'm Russ Wakeland.
I'm Craig Gallant.
And I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger.
Today's show, what are we talking about today's show, Craig?
Today's show will be about a lengthy and dry discourse on the law, Russ.
No way.
Followed by really cool segment on how to paint miniatures and make buildings.
Score.
I'm psyched.
Now we're going to talk about, what are we talking about with regard to the law, Rafe?
Well, we're going to talk about federal trademarks and this dreaded cease and desist letter.
Yes, the big hot topic on the internet.
Hey,
this
it's like
couple weeks.
It's like two tidal waves.
And so we're going to talk about that a bit, as well as I believe Total Fangirl has an interview with someone who's modified Settlers of Catan to be playable by blind people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's cool.
That'll
That's
be an interesting
very
little interview too. So, but first of all, before all that, we got to thank our sponsors. Who should we thank first, Rafe?
We should thank Dan from Myriad Games, who supports the D6 Generation on behalf of all friendly professional gaming stores everywhere.
Yes, I picked up my Forces of War Machine Signar book today from Dan.
Ah, yes.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
Ah, it's awesome.
Wow. Shelled
Is it
out
really
for the
good?
hardcover, too, huh?
I did. Well, I'm only going to get the Signar one, and I wanted to have
Yeah,
it.
sure. That's
Now,
what
does
they
it
all
have
say.
all the Signar forces, the cavalry, everything?
And new stuff too.
And the new stuff. That's what I meant.
Yeah,
Okay.
everything they've ever done plus new stuff.
So will there be a new faction deck?
No.
No, because you're
The
buying the
faction
cards.
deck you just bought goes with this book.
Right. Plus,
Okay.
the ones that aren't in the faction deck, the new ones will come in with when you buy them all, just like the old school ways.
Gotcha.
We also want to thank Battle Foam.
Romeo, who is waiting for us right now in Rhode Island.
Right. He's at TempleCon already with bags and bags and foams to sell.
And a mascot.
Yes, I want to see the mascot.
I want to
can't
see the
wait.
mascot, too.
Does he have a name for the mascot? Do we know?
He does, but it's General something.
General
It's General
Foam.
FOMO. I'm
General
telling
Foamy.
So by the time you hear the show, we will already have gone and come back from TempleCon.
That's
you.
right.
That's right.
But as we're recording, it's the day before. It's like the night before Christmas here.
Yeah.
We're very
Yeah,
excited.
Oh, yeah, Christmas. It's going to be just like Christmas tomorrow.
So
It'll be great. We got nothing to do.
we all have so much. It feels like it's forever away because we all have so much running around to do before
Oh,
we
it's
actually
crazy.
get there.
Oh, I really
So
do.
It'll really be fun tomorrow night, but
Yeah.
the preamble to that is going to be fun.
Yeah.
But Battle Foam protects your army so you don't have to.
You do. It
And over to
does.
battlefoam.com, and Romeo will be selling cases like crazy. And he's got those brand new War Machine ones, which I cannot wait to see in
Yeah.
person. I think I
Yeah.
might have
Me
to get
too.
one.
Very nice.
Hey,
Also-
does he have the specific kind? For Signar and Khador?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know if they've even been released yet.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he's got there. Now, also, we have to thank our friends at Lone Wolf Development. Makers of fine software such as Hero Lab.
Army
for-
Builder.
Army Builder, which is Army Builder registered trademark.
Yeah.
More on that later. As well as
Card Vault.
Card Vault, right, for making your cards, for your collectible card games and
You
others.
betcha.
Great stuff. And also paintedfigs.com.
PaintedFigs.com.
So I was thinking about Painted Figs just today because I can't find my painted battlefield mechanics for Khador.
Uh-oh.
What'd you do with them?
And I don't know. I mean, I've looked. I think I subbed them in some other game, like 40K or something, and I can't find them. So I'm sitting there going, I don't want to paint them again. Then the light goes off. Ding!
Dang.
I'm going to order them just through.
Yet
you go.
another
Get
use
them
for
set up.
paintedfigs.com.
Lose a painted model. Don't feel
Need
like
a
painting
unit
it
and
again.
you don't want to paint a bunch of grunts? Did you paint a bunch of grunts and you don't want to paint them a second time because you lost them?
Right.
Go to paintedfigs.com.
So useful in so many ways. And finally, who should we also thank? Rafe.
Ooh, we should thank John Pryor of Doghouse Systems. Remember, if you use the D6G code, you get free U.S. shipping. And I'm enjoying my Doghouse right now. I podcast through my Doghouse
There
Systems.
you go. And we should say that Doghouse Systems made their name by building machines specifically for MMOs.
That's right.
They did.
So if you're all excited about the new Star Trek Online, or you just saw the new post of the previews coming up at E3 for the new 40K MMO,
Yep.
or perhaps you're excited about the upcoming Knights of the Old
Wars
Republic
MMO.
Star Wars one, Dog has to be a good thing to look at. So
And
check 'em out.
and the way they did that was to lower the price and just give you just what you need for an
Right.
MMO.
So you're going to get perfect 60 frames per second screens, but they're going to
Yep.
be optimized for these things. Awesome.
And of course, if you want a full decked out rig to run anything, well, they have that too.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's how they made their name.
Now, in
There you
addition
go.
to all of our great sponsors who help make the show possible each and every week,
Each
or
and
two,
every 2 weeks.
we also want to thank our shout-out auction winners.
Shout-outs!
How does that work, Craig?
Homies! You go to eBay and you search for the D6 generation, or you go to auctions.the-D6... I'm making this up, man. I'm flying blind. Help me out.
Auctions.
Auctions.
Oh, no, sorry. You go to eBay.
You go to-
No, it's
ebay.the-d6generation.com. Okay, and that will bring you straight to our auctions.
That's right.
And that basically what that is that's shout outs at the beginning of every major recurring segment of the show that we can guarantee is going to be in every show. And you get to be a little part of the show.
Now, also,
And
yes, go ahead,
if
Ray.
you want to be fully rep for TempleCon, you want to come down, you want to represent us. Although I think it'd be pretty tight with shipping. But let's just say you're in, I don't know, Scotland, and you want to wear our gear. You can go to shop.the-d6generation.com.
Yes, and you can get one of our great D6G buttons, the new TACCOM 2010.
TACCOM 2010.
Also,
I think we should be calling it TACCOM 2010.
The tour shirt's up.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
is it? Oh,
yes, it
I
is.
can't wait to see it.
That's up there as well, so you can grab that. And if you see us at TempleCon or any other convention with a bit of D6G bling, we will hook you up with a little limited edition,
special
hard to
something,
find card thingy doodle. Also, we want to thank the folks who donate to our show. Mm-hmm. There's a little donate button. How does the donate button work, Rafe?
Go to the web, click on the donate button. Done.
It's that easy.
It is that easy.
And we had a nice donation this past couple weeks from FP Kish.
Kish is what it says
So we
right
want to
there.
thank him for that as well. So thank you for that. And he was trying to get a shout out, but couldn't get in there. So he's like, I'm just going to donate, which is really kind of
And
him
he
to do,
really
so.
wanted to thank his wife.
Yes, thank you. For what do we want to thank his wife for, Ray?
He wanted to thank his wife for putting up with him and his gaming friend, Winchell Chung. Man, that guy's got to be a monk who can kick your
Nice.
ass.
So there you go.
That's
So
what that,
let's say you missed the shout outs. Send in a donation. We'll hook you up.
we tried our best.
We'll see what we can do.
It's all good.
Right. No donating a penny, though. That ain't going to cut it.
Yeah,
it's gotta be
Oh, way to go.
Right.
Wow, Russ the skin flint over here.
I'm just going to say right now, that was a
Wow.
very generous donation, so we're happy to give him a little shout out, a little love. Now, what else we got going on? We also like to thank our listeners through contests.
Yes, we do.
So, what are we going to run for our next contest, Craig? We should have
Well,
something.
it sounds like we're getting lots of grumbles from our fans that although we all love the Drago girl,
Say it ain't so. Not Drago.
a lot of people would like a chance to get their own voice heard in there. So here's the next contest. We want you to send us a very pithy, brief quote. We're thinking
Brief.
something along the lines of, Drago, they made you out of steel. Okay,
Right.
that long.
Right.
Use that as a goal. Send it to us. You can send it as a sound clip MP3 to contest@the-d6generation.com. That will actually make it easier for us to put it all together.
It would be.
You can do that right on your iPhone, too, by the way.
You totally can.
Yeah,
if you'd
the
like.
audio quality would be a little weak, but
No way. The sound quality is kick butt. You
Okay,
know
so
it.
anyway, Apple versus IBM.
I'm not even picking on Apple. I'm just saying you could
How
use
did
it.
IBM get in
You
that?
could do your cell phone too,
Hey, Russ,
but
when's
yeah,
that
Mr.
due?
I'm like
1986.
30. I was
Oh,
going
wait,
to
they
say I'm
don't
like
have a
30
phone.
years late to the party here.
Right. Apple versus IBM, the evil. Oh, wait, that's Microsoft now.
But anyway, so you send it to us, and what are they going to win, Rafe?
Well, they're going to win. It's not even released yet.
Yeah, and when we send it to you, if we send it on time, it still will have not been released. You'll get it
That's
about a
right.
week early, hopefully, if
Right.
everything works out.
The glorious book from Fantasy Flight Games that you all would have heard about in last episode, number 48 by Ross Watson,
And-
Ascension.
Yep.
Right.
And there may be some other thing with it. I'm not sure, Craig. What's that about?
That would be the Radical's Handbook, which just came out also.
Nice.
Now, the key here is, ladies and gentlemen, that we were planning on doing this last week, but the PR department at Fantasy Flight would not let Ross release that game for another week. just so you guys won't get it too early.
That's how early this is.
Yeah.
Now, if you do decide to be really, really witty and go a little bit longer, what we might do is your entries here might be used in either the front of the show, or we might just insert them somewhere as little bumpers.
Right.
Fun
Once you
bunker
send it to
audios.
us, it belongs to us.
So if you want to make a fun bumper for the show too, with music and everything, and make a little fun little thing we can insert in the show in place of some of the normal bumpers we use, whatever, that's totally cool. Whatever has inspired you or makes you feel cool about the D6 generation, what you enjoy the show
now
about.
The key to the bumpers is they're 30 seconds.
Right. Or less.
Or less.
For a bumper.
Or less.
Right.
Probably a lot less than 30 seconds.
The entire thing with musical intro, outro, fade in and fade out and everything is 30 seconds.
So you can do that too, either way. But if you're shooting for getting in the front of the show, do that. And what we'll do is of the favorite ones we use that we decide to keep, we'll randomize one. Someone will be the grand winner.
Exactly.
Right.
This is your only chance to get this book.
Even if you don't win, you get a good chance of being having part of what you create in the show somewhere.
Yep, absolutely.
So that is
and
how
we
that's
will
all
mention you by name when we do all the choices and when we make our final selections and choose all those clips too. So you'll get your mention.
And speaking of a bumper, I want to give a shout out to Steve for all our new bumpers.
heck
Those
yeah.
things rock, huh?
Steve got himself a little extra something for Christmas, and he's been churning out music to beat the band.
Nice.
Literally. Beat the band.
Russ, when are we going to hear the new Hollywood Minute one?
It hasn't been submitted with voiceover work. He sent it to you for some voiceover work, and we haven't had that, or something. I don't know what's going on with it.
Okay. I'm thinking, you know what? We'll preview that at episode 50.
All right. And it's time now for...
Achievements in Gaming.
Our achievement jumped in there early. There it is.
I think that achievement just stepped on my line.
It totally did. I'll give you an achievement for avoiding stepping on.
There you go.
All right, so what have we been playing lately?
You go.
Craig.
What?
He did it again.
What's that?
He forgot the shout-out announcement.
Oh, I did.
Oh, he did.
So, Rafe, who's the shout-out from this week?
Shout-outs are brought to you by Brian. Can you feel that trembling in your soul, that nervous dread
it's
as
not
my
brought-
fully
it's not
painted
brought to you by
and
Brian.
assembled, thanks to the D6G, Roman legions descend upon your lifeless, gray, monotone Han and or Egyptians. Prepare to meet your doom. Oh, and go Hokies from Keith.
Yeah. So it's actually, the shout out is actually from Keith.
Right. We kind of stepped on that.
yes,
So,
good
so
point.
Craig, why don't you read it again in full dramatic shout-out style?
I don't want to overshadow Rafe. Rafe did a great job reading
All
it,
right.
but no. But I'll do it. But I don't want it to seem like I don't think Rafe did a great job. But Rafe, you did. It's not from Brian. That's the only thing.
All right.
Yeah, it's a good point. Excellent
So,
point.
Okay.
All right.
So ready? Here's your shout out. Give me an echo, would you?
Here it goes. Ready?
From the
Echo.
gods.
Brian, can you feel that trembling in your soul? That nervous dread as my fully painted and assembled, thanks to the D6G, Roman legions descend upon your lifeless, gray, monotone Han and or Egyptians. Prepare to meet your doom. Oh, and go Hokies! Keith.
Woo!
I like that. That
so
was
I don't know
way
why,
better.
Craig, Rafe, I didn't hear it really, that echo from your diaphragm like I heard from Craig. So he just
I
had
know.
that stronger
echoey
pronunciation
diaphragm.
there.
He has all that theater training, you know.
Keith, totally go Hokies, my friend.
It's very difficult to get that echo effect. It really hurts the throat.
Well, you do have your masters in it, you know.
That's true.
So,
Echo.
and we do love the shout-outs that are Smack Talk. So those always get a
love
little
it.
extra love.
That's
so
right.
feel free to get those in there. So now, games, I'll just start off, I guess.
Yeah. Gee.
Oh, yeah.
Why would that be?
But that's new.
Twist my arm. I've been getting almost too much gaming in lately. I know it's hard to believe, but
So our friend Alex had a birthday party.
yes, he did. And as he's wont to do, he had one of those big birthday party gaming all-day bash thingamadoodles, thanks to his lovely wife.
Russ and Nicole could make it. Nobody else could. Well, not
did.
nobody else. And there's a whole bunch
Actually,
of people there.
it was
but-
quite a crowd, but our normal... This was interesting, because it was not our normal gaming circle.
Right.
And I have a little anecdote.
Anecdote?
That's the one.
Ah,
I have...
glad I could help.
Not yet. I've not been poisoned, so I'm okay.
It did say you played Pandemic.
Well, that's right. So here's what's cool about playing in a new gaming circle.
Yeah.
This is kind of neat because these are totally guys that I know. Some of them, I know Alex pretty well. I know some of the other ones kind of well, but most of the guys that I play with very, very rarely, like once
Yeah.
every other year or something. And we're sitting around playing some of these great games like, Small World and Bang and Russian Crush and we're getting into it, and it's great because in our gaming circle, if you try to convince someone of something like, oh, you better not attack Craig, people kind of like, oh, here he goes again, blah, blah, and you get like 15-minute whole diatribe from every
Is this
people.
about how you can use your Jedi mind tricks on a whole new crowd?
No, it's even better than that.
Yeah.
So here's how it worked. I'm like, so we're playing Small World. I'm like, so you might want to invade over here. One of them just looks up and goes, metagame. The whole table goes, metagame. They go back and ignored me. It was awesome. Nobody gets offended. They're just like, metagame. Let's keep moving. Like, you've been identified and flagged as someone trying to manipulate the game outside the confine of the rules.
Wow.
But it was awesome. And it was great because then whenever someone would do it to me, I'd just like, metagame. It's actually pretty cool. And no one got upset. So it's kind of cool little social convention over there with that gaming group. Kind of funny.
So yeah, translation, his Jedi mind powers worked at full force.
No, I
it didn't
totally
work at
shut
all.
down. Totally shut down because of the metagame comment.
So basically, he just went to a party with a bunch of Toydarians.
Right. They were all totally like immune to it. I got butt kicked in most of the games.
We are Toydarians. Your Jedi mind tricks don't work on us.
In fact, even in Russian Crush, my wife passed me in the last corner and pulled out the win.
Nice.
So played Bang. Haven't played that in a while.
What's two dynamite mean?
Well, I've never seen this happen before. We had two dynamites at once
Going
around
at the same
table,
time?
and they get this. They both went around twice without detonating. It was the funniest thing ever. But like, it was hilarious.
Cool.
So, Small World was great fun. In fact, Small World was one of the most played games. That got a lot of play time.
Oh, no kidding.
That doesn't surprise me.
Played Dice Town for the first time.
Now, that was in that Dice Tower year in review thing a lot. What was it like?
It was pretty cool. It's like it's a dice game, and you have a little cup, and it's kind of cowboy themed. And you flip the dice over, and the dice have poker symbols on them.
Yeah.
And it's kind of worker placement because you're trying to build a good poker hand, but then the poker hand is placed on different parts, or you're winning different places in town that give you different abilities.
Oh, yeah.
It's a pretty neat little game. It was really very fun, very fast. Excuse me, very loud. You're slamming your cups on the table, but it was very cool. I enjoyed it a lot. It was a fun little game.
Cool.
Also played Ren Fair again.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Well, although there are certain people that just don't enjoy Ren Fair that much.
I would imagine.
So, because there's things in Ren Fair like you have to dance, like you have to go to the bathroom, or you have to pretend you're a chicken, or whatever. And if you have people at the table who aren't willing to do that, then it just gets sort of...
Yeah, well, then the whole point is moot.
Right. Most of the people were willing to do it, but one player wasn't, so it was just, you kind of a little flat.
Did anybody warn that person ahead of time?
I may have talked him into playing kind of annoyingly.
Yeah, okay.
Just to see if he
somebody
danced
we
like a
know?
chicken. Yeah, but he wouldn't dance like a chicken.
Oh.
One game he did play, though, we all kind of liked was Dungeon Lords.
Oh, yeah.
What was that like?
That's the one you've been waiting for, right?
I have, and I mentioned on the Dice Tower that it was one of the games I'd hoped to play in 2009. And this is the game where you are building your own dungeon, and then the heroes come to invade it. So you're all overlords. And it was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed it. Very, it's not complicated, but it's kind of long and can be confusing a little bit. But I had a really good time. I'd love to play it again. I really enjoyed it a lot.
Cool.
In fact,
I heard on Board Game Geek it wasn't getting that good reviews.
Its numbers are pretty high. It's in the high 7s or low 8s, which is pretty much typical for everything. That doesn't stink. But I kind of like it more than Rune Wars. Kind of.
Yeah?
If I had for a keeper game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But more about Rune Wars later. And also, of course, this has become obligatory now at all these different events. Rock Band was played and had a good time with.
Okay.
And I'd say
the Beatles edition?
No, this is the classic Rock Band 2 on a PS3. And I only say that because I never played on a PS3 before. It was kind of same as.
Did you hear about on the Major Nelson's podcast there that the indies might be coming out soon?
Yeah, they've set up some kind of network thing, and you can now do your own songs if you're an independent label, which is kind of neat, or a major label, whatever.
So, like Craig, if you're a band and you own your own music, you can submit it and have it be on Rock Band.
I got it.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I'm not that much out of it, Rafe. Okay, I can follow the conversation.
Don't you even use like a radio that has like a vacuum tube in it? Still,
no, I use smoke signals.
He still thinks the other company with Apple's IBM.
Is IBM.
Right. So, and last but not least, I didn't really play Pandemic, but again, the two most commonly played games are Pandemic and Small World.
Two great games.
And all the ladies, there's quite a few ladies there, and the ladies played Pandemic twice back to back, including Nicole and some of the other women, so they had a fun time with that.
That's because ladies are, nurses. It's in them.
Send email to Hollywood at thd6generation.com. Now, in other news, I've been playing a lot of War Machine Mark II.
Yes, you have.
What are you thinking?
I am thoroughly enjoying it.
Me too.
And not only am I thoroughly enjoying it, I guess it's got the new hotness thing going because like everybody last week was playing it.
Yep.
They had like lines at the door waiting to play this game.
Well, not quite that.
But I'm having a blast with it, and it's funny because people are watching, going, "Wow!" And they look at the cards, and because there's less text, I don't know. People just seem to like it, so I'm really happy with Mark II, and I can't wait to play more games. So
I've got some Mark II stories.
Go ahead.
So I've been having a fun time too with it. Number one, I've been kind of reading the rules since this is sort of my mini game and trying to be a little bit better. And it's been kind of fun. People have been asking me until Blake showed up. They were asking me what the rules were, and I felt pretty confident. So it was pretty fun.
You know what I have to say? We discovered speaking of the rules is that rule book is so good. Whenever something was a rules question came up, every single word, every variation of the word you could think of was in the index.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
got to be the best index I've ever seen.
Oh man, no matter what you thought about, it was in there. Had the right
was
page
in there.
reference. It was awesome.
Now, my experience was odd because I knew that was going to be the big game on Tuesday.
Right.
And so I went in going, you know what? Open mind. I'm going to watch it. And if I get hooked, I've already got the Signar model, so it'll be.
Right.
I'm less hooked with Mark II than I
Interesting.
was
How
with
come?
Mark 1. I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even keep my focus. I was wandering around the store.
Couldn't keep his focus.
Oh, there you go.
Hey.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay.
2 drums and a cymbal fall off a building. Ba-dum-bum.
Yeah, nice. All right.
But I don't.
What's really been exciting with it is,
I
like I
see.
played a couple new
My
players.
opinion doesn't matter.
What's that?
What's that?
I'm sorry. You guys
What's
talking
who?
to each other.
With what?
I said I was playing a couple new players, and they later emailed me, and they were like, "Oh, I've been thinking about War Machine all day long and all night." They've been like thinking of the combo. So
everybody's
even the newbies are getting excited.
Andy's into Mr. I won't do miniature games. It's like his 5th or 6th.
He's already bought a whole
game now.
pirate army.
I know.
Dropped
It's
like $200
huge. And he, how did he do against you?
Well, he did very well. He actually destroyed me with a really cool counter move that I was not expecting. So he did a very good job. And Andy also destroyed me in grind as well. So he really
He's got
understands
the PP
privateer
thing
mechanics.
down.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
His brain just works that way, which is good.
The best part is that the little side story I have is I think Will asked me a question about a rule or something, and Blake happened to walk by, and I felt like I had my own little servitor skull because I opened my mouth and Blake like spit the rule out. I was like, "No, when you're knocked down, your defense."
Really? That's so random.
I know. So we were calling him Blakeopedia throughout the rest of the night.
So here's the thing. I'm going to give you a couple of achievements because I haven't given any out yet. But I'm also going to start giving negative achievements for any time you mix gaming metaphors. So Blake can't be your servitor skull because you're talking about War Machine and referencing 40K. You got to have a in-universe reference.
This smells like Russ just coming up with a new rule.
I just did. Boom, new rule. There it is.
Poke him in the eye for me, Craig.
No, you got to stay in your universe. You know what I'm saying?
I can't
That's all.
reach him.
I think that's fair.
I think I heard something in kickboxing.
All right. So that's Mark II. So we're having fun with that. What else are you playing, Rafe?
Well, I got a chance to play the Gates of Loyang over the using Dan's Netflix model, where you can, if you're the right level member, you can rent the game out, which I did. And
not rent, right? Take home.
I learned we had fun, and I'm really debating if I want to buy it. I learned that it was the precursor that the developer, the designer, actually designed the game before Agricola. So even though it was published last, he designed it first. It kind of shows you guys. Yeah, it's a prequel.
Would this
You
be
guys
seeds
would
then?
really hate it. I mean, Craig would just.
I feel my eyeball swelling right now.
Dude, you would run. If you saw the game, you would run out of the store like you just saw a Chaos Demon spawn. I mean, seriously.
And a negative achievement for mixing metaphors. So,
And,
should be like you saw a wheelbarrow full of manure.
You would just be like, I don't get it. Very solitaire until the end game. But the gaming crew, we liked it, and we're going to play it a second time to see if we play it third and fourth and fifth. It was pretty neat.
Wait a second. So back up the planter. I think I got confused there. Were you talking about the precursor to Agricola, or is this Gates of Loyang?
I'm talking about
Those are
Gates
both
of
the same.
Loyang, according to the designer notes.
He designed Gates of Loyang first.
But it was published second.
Yeah. Published third.
Third. So it is like a
Published
prequel.
third.
It's like episode
It is.
0.5 or something. All right.
So it was interesting from a game historical person point of view where Agricola is, number one, and I know you guys hate it, but it's like number one and everything, and I was like, you could kind of see the elements of Agricola in the Gates of Loyang, so it was kind of neat playing it from that.
Okay.
That
Interesting.
All right. So this is the game I thought up that was not as good, so I created Agricola instead, and I published
Until I
this.
made my name, and now I'm going to go. You guys are all going to buy
Yes.
it anyway.
I
That's
guess
kind of how
authors
it
do
is.
that all the time with their early work.
Yeah,
Like, okay,
it's
now
absolutely.
And
dump
Russ,
out
it has
whatever.
tons of card mechanics, so you'd hate that too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's talk about something more exciting.
Like Rune Wars.
Rune Wars. What do we think of Rune Wars?
It's an
Greg, you go
interesting
first.
game.
Craig?
What do I think of Rune Wars? I had a blast. You can tell it's by the same company that makes Descent, because it was that kind of game where there's enough of your brain left that you're making jokes, but at the same time there's so much stuff going on.
Well, you can also tell it's by the guys who make Descent because it's set in the Descent universe.
It is, and all the models are the small little mini epic-sized versions of the Descent monsters, and then the actual heroes are there in the same scale of that they are in the other games. But it's
achievement for that.
Yeah.
So you think you're not sure about it yet?
I would say that I'm going to go with what Dave said. I enjoyed it. I had a good time. My brain hurt to the point where I couldn't eat. I was trying to eat my dinner and learn the game at the same time, and I couldn't do it. There was I couldn't turn my head away for a couple seconds to chew food because there's too much going on. But once you get the hang
good,
of it,
it's engaging. That's
yeah. But I was really hungry. But anyway,
eat before you play, little.
The mechanics are beautifully elegant, I thought.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought that they're very once you grasp them, they're yours. It's easy. It's not like
love
somebody's
the combat mechanics.
Yeah,
They're
it's not like somebody's going to throw something at you that you're not going to get. It's again very much like Descent. There's a couple basics, and then that's carried through the whole game to do a bunch of different things, but they all are very similar in how they're resolved, and I like that a lot. But there's so many different things that I felt like the randomness was. I felt this is what Dave said. I felt like the game was playing me, and I spent the whole game trying to adjust and adapt to the random stuff that was going on the whole time. Both my cards and as I was going, what was going on with my cards versus Andy and what was going on with his cards and his randomness versus Dave, who was on the other side of me, and he had a bunch of random stuff too. And I was sitting on the winning move. In the last turn of the game, I thought everything was going great, and then I got bad card after bad card after bad card, which will sound vaguely familiar when we get to the next comment here, and the next point in games achievements in gaming. And Dave at the same time got a bam, 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 and got all the right cards, and I was gonna win by default. You need 6 runes to win. And I was sitting on 5, and the game was almost over, and I was going to be like, "Yay!" And then and the next closest guy had 3, so I thought I was sitting pretty. And Dave in one turn was like, "Bam, bam, bam, bam," and just happened to take the right thing, and just happened to do the right thing over here. The card just happened to work out the right way, and he won the game. Now it wasn't so. I didn't feel frustrated and angry. I was like, "Oh man, that was crazy!" But that's because the whole game is so random like that I don't know. I think if you're gonna be this is not gonna be your strategy game, your big epic fantasy strategy game. I don't think.
I want to go next, Russ.
Yep.
Go.
All right, I agree exactly with what Craig said. So we played it at Breakfast Gaming Club 2, and Craig, I was that person. I was 3 away.
Yep.
And I won because I got the right mix of cards at turn 3.
Right.
And for some reason, I was able to dial into this game. I mean, I had remembered everything. I didn't forget you can't cross the rivers and you can't move twice. And I know we're going to review the game later, but I'm just saying, for whatever reason, I was really dialed in. I won. But what we talked about at Breakfast Gaming Club was the winning or the playing of the game worth the investment of the time? In other words, when we play Agricola, when we play Le Havre, when we play Invasion or other games, we always or Dominion, we always feel like, okay, well, that took 90 minutes, and even if we lost, we felt like it was worth that investment. And this felt a little too fickle for that.
Yeah. Okay.
But it is a great game. It's different. It uses different mechanics. I like the heroes can quest. So I don't know.
Here's my thing. I think I've played it twice now, and I also won in my second game. Although there may be some foul play in the end of that one.
Yeah. Somebody's too used to being the evil overlord.
But I think I need to play it more before because I agree. I feel like there's a good amount of luck that can happen in the middle of the game with the cards. But I'm not entirely sure that there's not also a lot of strategy that can be used to prevent that once you sort of know the cards well and know where to be. Because no matter how lucky you get, there's only one runestone per land. If you don't have enough land to put them all in, you can't win. So there's definitely a conquest mechanic to the game that's got to happen. You got to have some heroes or you're going to get owned. If someone can shut you out from cities, you might be in trouble. So there's definitely something going on there. But I also agree that when I won or when someone won one game, the rest of the table said, "Well, there's no interaction in this game." And I was thinking, well, there was no interaction because that's why that guy won, because you didn't stop him. Someone else will win if you ignore them, kind of thing. But I think though, what they're trying to fix in this game, which is sort of interesting, is they're trying to fix the idea that in some really long all-day strategy games that are fun to play, if you fall behind far enough, there's just no way to get ahead.
That's a good point.
And so you're sitting there going, I got another 4 hours and I can't possibly win. I think in Rune Wars, they're trying to say, okay, maybe this isn't the super deep map strategy game, like Twilight Imperium or maybe even StarCraft or some other ones. But what it is this fun sort of Descent game where, in Descent it's Overlord versus Heroes, but you're really playing for the fun.
Yeah.
It's that sort of thing, and you're just going to have a fun afternoon of it. And there's some strategy, but there's some luck too, and you're never really out of the game because if you hang in there and look for this opportunity, you might just get it.
Yeah, I can see that.
So that might be where they're going with it. But the components are phenomenal, and we're definitely going to review it. Remember, we don't review games we don't like, so it's not that we don't like Rune Wars. It's just
it's hard to quantify.
I was looking at it to possibly replace StarCraft as the big conquest super brain burner strategy game, and that's not really what it is. It's a different kind of game, not bad, just totally different. And I think I got to play it a few more times to get my head on where it is.
Right.
So that's all.
Well, it's like a cross between StarCraft and Small World, kind of.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
And you're absolutely right. I mean, there is strategy. I don't want to make it sound like there's no strategy because Dave would not have won if his pieces weren't in the right places. Mm-hmm. But what it came down to is what was he pulling for cards at that very end, and the token that he took had to be the dragon, like it had to be a rune token, you know. So there's luck, but it's not like you're just dumb luck, like you're just like, I'm just going to play randomly. I mean, you get your butt kicked, or if you don't interact. I mean, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. Real interesting. So definitely talk more about that game in the future.
Yep.
So achievements for that. And then also we played a little bit. We decided we should play some Malifaux.
Yeah,
now this is what I want to hear about.
We're doing a demo tomorrow at TempleCon.
And we might want to know the rules.
We've been so distracted by everything else going on. We're like, oh my God. In fact, I still had to paint 3 guys by tomorrow.
Good luck with that.
So
I give kudos to you guys because I kind of anticipated my brain wouldn't be able to handle both rule sets with War Machine, you know?
So, so we broke it out. First thing I will say is, thanks to Will for hanging out and going through the basic rules with us. But once he went through it, like in 5 minutes, I was totally back into the game.
Yeah.
And I was, in my head, I remember it being complicated, but it's complicated tactically wise, but actually the combat mechanics aren't that bad.
No.
Oh, that's good to hear.
So I was kind of back into the mechanics really quickly and kind of smiling and saying, boy, I remember why I like this game.
Yeah, Russ did a lot of smiling.
And we played a little scenario, and
we learned that Craig is as bad at pulling cards as he is at rolling dice.
Yes.
Which force did you use, Craig?
I have my what the hell are they called?
Are they the Arcanists?
The Outcasts.
Yeah, I had the guild.
The Outcasts. Okay.
So I had Perdita, the gunslinging senorita. That's my name.
She is.
She's bad to the bone, baby.
Yeah.
She was killed last time we played, though. She was smacked with a hammer.
I know, but.
Here's what I think happened, though. I think you're one leader.
Yeah.
So Craig's got this force. It's hard. I think hard to play because it comes with
But it was me. I mean, it was. I think the force.
Well, you had the worst luck ever.
About
you had the worst luck ever.
But it was mostly me. If I had I just stopped moving her too. If I had moved her deeper in, I mean, there's a bunch of things I could have done. It was all me. But it is a hard war band to play.
But I know also what happened because your luck was so bad. It's easy to get your head in that place. That's what me and Andy War Machine. Once he did this trick that I wasn't expecting, there were times looking back on it I could have maybe countered, but I was like, I screwed up that I just gave up kind of thing. That can happen in these games, but. Yeah, you have a tough force because in Malifaux, like War Machine, you have this one central model. Yeah. Now, the game doesn't end when they die, but they're still a huge piece in your army.
Right.
And Craig has 2 of them. It's sort of like, so they're each half as powerful, but together they're more flexible.
Exactly.
And Craig had this really brilliant move, I thought, in the beginning. It's so brilliant, I thought I'd lost the game right off the bat, where they can switch places and kind of teleport.
Yeah.
And his objective was to get this thing in the middle of the table, so he got the thing.
And then I
had
teleported
had the other half of his thing in the back of the home deployment zone, teleported it back. He's got it back there. My objective was to wipe him out.
Yeah.
But then he proceeded to fight me with one person down.
So theoretically, all I had to do is keep that one model alive for 6 turns, and I would win the game.
Right, because you got full victory points, and I only got half. Exactly. Half your guys.
My problem was, that I didn't bring her all the way in the corner and hide her like I could have.
You didn't follow through with your very brilliant and somewhat cheesy maneuver.
Yeah. He did think it was cheesy, too. You should have seen him
I was not happy,
when I pulled it off.
I wasn't happy. So
he's like, whoa, read that ability. Read that. Could you read that? No. What does that mean, interact? What does it mean, pick up? Because if she picks it up, I mean, why does that go with her when she teleports? Like, I don't. If I picked up a soda and then teleport, do I leave the soda behind?
But I forget too that in Malifaux the standard play size is 3x3 table.
Right.
So it's small.
It's small. Yeah.
So there's time to get there. So it wasn't like he teleported across a 7-foot.
Yeah. No, it was not.
table.
As it turned out, we can prove it was not the game-winning maneuver.
Well, it got it away, but then because he kept that person out, I was able to sort of.
I
had amazing luck. I had amazing luck.
And the way my army, the way the Outcast crew is. There's a bunch of mechanics in there that we'll go over because we will review this soon. But it's fewer models because each model is more powerful to make up for another weakness on top of some other things that they have. And so I was already outnumbered by 1 and then voluntarily removed half basically half of my leader. Like they're twins basically. So I removed one half of one of the twins from the battle. So now I'm outnumbered 2-1 basically. And I had some things that I thought were going to work out, but then Russ is freaking Perdita.
She's awesome.
She's like brainwashed.
So what this boils down to, though, Rafe, is that tomorrow night during the public demo, in which we're going to have at least like 15, probably to 30 people watching us.
Yeah.
Craig will not make this mistake, and I will get destroyed. This is going to happen. I'll tell you that right
I
now.
don't think that's going to happen. But
so anyway, that was fun, though. I had fun. Did you have fun?
I
though?
did have fun. I was having fun, and then I didn't have fun at the end. But I was more frustrated about me and myself and my moves.
Yeah.
And I think I got snooty.
It happens. Sorry. So it was fun.
I'm thinking about picking up your force, Russ. I don't want to play the same force as yours, but I'm wondering if it'll interplay with my brain a little
But you
better.
also have to keep in mind that there's 3 different versions of each faction.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I didn't mean his leader per se.
It's like War Machine in that if you switch out your master, they call them, then your whole dynamic's going to change.
Yep.
Yeah.
So.
But anyway, who's playing Settlers of Catan?
Well, Nicole had the big interview.
Oh, right.
Today, and so we figured, well, we better remember how to play. Or she wanted to know, and Nicole only played like once a long time ago, so we broke it out. And this is kind of fun.
Did you play the Xbox or the board game?
This is what we did. So we got the board game, and so Nicole could see the components because she's going to be interviewing someone who made this game work for the blind. So you got to see the components and figure out the challenges of that. So she's looking at the components, but then we realized it takes 3 players to play Settlers because of the trading involved. So the Xbox saved the day. So we looked at the components, then we fired up the Xbox version, and she played against 3 opponents, and I just kind of helped walk her through it. And she actually really enjoyed the game. She goes, this is fun. She played that again.
I think it's a fun game.
And it's a fun little game. And so played some Settlers again. It's been a long time since I played Settlers, and it was a great way to. It was a great example how the digital versions can get you quickly back into the game,
Right. Yeah.
and without any fear of messing the rules up. And now I can break the game out and know how to play immediately.
Yeah.
It's kind of neat. So
Now, this last bullet point, I will claim.
I'm very excited about hearing about this.
This isn't.
I'm just going to give 4 achievements right now.
This is insane. Okay, because now, listeners of the D6 generation, I feel your pain. Because I have fallen
His
for
own
the
show.
trick that we've played on you over and over. And I've never fallen for this trick
not a
before.
trick.
It's not a trick. It's
it's
an
our
effect.
heartfelt love.
It's an effect.
Right.
It's an effect, yes.
The D6G effect.
Right.
Now, I'm going to coin
It's
that.
like a Mass Effect.
It is. It's the D6G effect.
Okay.
And that is, we review a game, and you guys love it and run out and get it.
Right.
So, in episode 48, we reviewed Descent. And Russ obviously loves it, knows everything. And Rafe loves it. He owns a copy. And in my head, I was like, how could I justify buying this game?
That's right.
Russ owns it. Rafe owns it.
Right.
Several other friends own it. I don't need this game.
Right.
No.
3 days later, ladies and gentlemen.
You can see it eating in his head every night when he goes to bed.
3 days later, I was sitting on the couch with Karen, and I thought, hey, Karen, if there was a game that was kind of like, this is
Oh my God.
the worst spin ever, she's going to someday find out, because I might not even hold her to
the show
this.
still or no?
No, not
All right.
lately. It's kind of a little bit like Betrayal at House on the Hill, Karen. They've got move, and they have to fight sometimes, and they're monsters. Would you play that?
You
And
think
she's like,
she's gonna like Descent?
maybe. And I was like, just once. And she's like, yeah, sure, I'll play anything once. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was watching the clock, and Myriad Games was going to close. Literally, I got to Myriad Games with 10 minutes left.
Dan, hold this copy of the set.
And I was like, here we go, baby. So I bought the Descent basic set.
Wow.
Nice.
There you
Yeah.
go.
How'd it
So
feel? Wait. Describe the moment.
It was awesome. I actually, as I was opening it, I'm like, this is what Russ lives for.
Yes.
And it was great. And there's insane number of monsters and the 20 heroes. And then I thought, well, I have it. I mean, it wouldn't be like me if I didn't paint it.
In a day.
And in one day, I painted all 20 heroes.
Wow.
No way.
He
I
did.
did,
He
yeah.
did. He did more than that. He painted all within
And
the
then
same day.
and then I did and over the next 3 days, I did base coats on all the monsters.
No, but Ray, you have to understand, it's Craig. So even though most of it's dry brushed, most people would consider this done. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, it looks amazing.
Okay.
And so it's crazy. Now I feel your pain, guys. Now I know how annoyed you, because after I did it, it's been sitting in my living room, and we did play it. This would be the achievements in gaming portion,
Right.
where the whole point was I thought I could get Russ's brother and our friend Joe to play it.
Right. You would
And
think.
Joe loved it.
Yep.
And again, I think I got a swing, and I think I might have got a base hit out of John.
Well, here's what we did, though, because we've been talking about this in the show a lot, about how one thing you could do if you wanted to was just grab some of the cards out of one of the advanced campaigns and play one of the smaller dungeons quickly. So Craig said, hey, let's play on Saturday night. So I grabbed just the cards from Road to Legend and the book for the maps in it.
Yeah.
And we just flipped a couple out of there randomly, picked some heroes and played a couple. And it worked pretty well, although because it was the first time we tried this before, and we were playing the full Descent rules with just the Road to Legend
little
dungeon.
mini dungeon.
And without the eyes. Now, the eye mechanic is that the Overlord has to pay 15 threat before you can flip the eyes back over and summon again.
Right. So it really limits the amount of summoning you can do.
But basic Descent
wait.
doesn't
So
have
the
that
table
rule.
is Craig is Overlord.
Yes.
Joe, John, and Russ.
Yes, we're the heroes. So it's
I
three
can
heroes.
see Joe loving it. John didn't really like it.
He's played with me before when he liked it.
Yeah, I mean, he liked it, but I think he got a bad pull on his second character.
Yeah.
And
he didn't like how fast the monsters were spawning, and
which I think is a common complaint.
that they
I went
fixed in the
online
advanced
and
campaign, though, the
yes,
eyes.
yeah,
That's why. So I'm thinking maybe in the advanced campaign, just use those eyes
If you're
also.
going to use the dungeon, because the dungeon is so small, the monsters can navigate it much easier, and there's nooks and crannies to hide them in.
And how'd you like being Overlord?
I loved it. I think I may have
did a very good job as
broken a record in my victory that night, but
He did get a lot of conquest out of one dungeon. We fought a dragon at one point. We got our butt kicked.
Well, we pulled that, and I was like, "Oh, guys, we don't want to do that. It's a dragon." And Russ leads the charge on. Oh, Craig's so tough. He thinks we're not going to be able to take it.
I always feel. Well, here's the thing. I always feel bad as Overlord too when that happens.
Yeah.
And I've always wished that a hero would just say, "Come, bring it on." So I was like, "I'll be that guy."
Okay.
And it was also fun.
Well, it was beautiful.
I've never played a hero before. It's the first time ever playing a hero.
I was going to say, what was it like being a hero?
It's funny because I've always thought, well, the Overlord's got more to do. I had a blast as a hero. It was so much fun trying to figure out ways to stop the Overlord and being on the team against the one guy. And but yeah, this dragon, he had a special rule where every time he hit you, you lost a potion.
Yeah.
That was kicking our butt because we were totally tricked out.
But it was hilarious
fun. It was
that
fun.
the first layer of the dungeon was this giant red level dragon, and then the second layer was like this little weedy sorcerer.
Well, that's the fun about Descent. And in the campaign, of course, you look at it and may abort. You know, we didn't have that option. We just played for fun. So, but it was a blast. I had a great time, and thanks for
thanks
bringing
for
it up.
playing, Kai. And I'm really glad that I bought it to the point where actually Dan is holding Tombs of Ice for me.
I was going to say he's already starting to look at the other expansions because
you know what I just realized too, Craig, as you went through that. What? I have to admit something to the D6G listeners too.
What's that?
Russ's, I've become a victim of Russ's own success.
Uh-oh.
What?
Well, how many board games have I owned in my life?
That's true.
One, Settlers of Catan.
Yeah.
Which I never played.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, I look in my closet, Agricola, Le Havre, Small World,
Whoa,
Descent.
Time out. You can't blame me for Agricola and Le Havre being in your closet.
Yes, I can. They're not
I
the games you would play.
I feel...
But
it's true.
I never would own a board game.
It is true.
Until Breakfast Gaming Club.
All right.
It's
because I would always say, why am I going to get a board game? Russ has every board game known to man, and if Russ doesn't have it, Will has it, and if Will doesn't have it, our Sherpa has it.
Right.
That's very
and
true.
now, suddenly, I have this collection. And I'm sitting there looking at Gates of Loyang, and I actually am thinking of buying it just to have it for my collection.
There you go.
Wow. Welcome to
and
the
I'm
club.
just like, when did that happen?
Yep.
so
However,
we
I
feel your
do
pain.
feel I need to be the D6G listener ombudsman here and say we are running really long. So let's
move along.
Let's not skip anything, but let's hit the high points.
All right, thank you there. So in the modeling thing, that's our gaming. I did work on my Malifaux. I'm frantically trying to finish my guys
Good luck
for
with that.
Friday, so they're getting closer.
They were mighty primed the last time I saw
they're
them.
slightly more primed. No, they've got some dry brushing on them. I got to finish them up.
Rafe, what have you been doing? You've been
All right,
busy.
I'm going to take my normal amount of time here. I got nothing really in other. I'll go fast there. I've been really excited to get back in. War Machine's got me back in, so I painted my Kadorian War Dog.
Yeah.
And I got to use him the other day, and that was fun. And I tried to paint it like my bulldog, so it's like the gray, the brown, light brown color. I finally got to paint the Behemoth, which, as my son calls it, the highest and biggest model. He bought that for me like a couple years ago, I think, and it's been built, but I finally I painted it, and it was really fun to paint that model.
Awesome. Yeah.
Because as our listeners know, Russ and I can only play each other with fully painted models. So that's been fun. And then I did that mistake, sometimes when you have a small unit, so my shock troopers come in a 3-unit size and a 5-unit size.
Yeah.
For some reason, the 5th shock trooper wasn't painted. So I finally pulled him out and painted my 5th shock trooper.
Very
I had a
nice.
busy week.
Excellent.
Nice. Well done.
Yeah.
Some achievements for that.
Yeah. I too had a busy week. I already talked about all the Descent heroes, and now all but 12 of the monsters are completely done. Also.
Nice.
So I've been
those too.
cranking those monsters out. So that's what I've been
Nicely
painting.
done.
How about other, Russ?
Oh, well.
This was fun.
So I picked up another thing that came out this past week, in addition to the Signar Force book, more on that in a minute, was Battlelore Dragons expansion.
What's in that?
Dragons.
Really?
So, yeah, I sent an email out, and everyone's like, what's in here? Ian's like, what's in there? I was like, dragons, because I hadn't actually opened it yet. But I know it comes with the, it has the new Hydra with all the multiple heads, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking forward to getting Battlelore out again and trying out the new dragons there and making it a little more fantasy-licious. So there's that. Now, also started playing the highly anticipated Mass Effect 2.
Oh, yeah?
Now, I think I rated about Mass Effect 1 on the show when it came out. And, of course, now Mass Effect's by BioWare, the guys that make Dragon Age Origins and Knights of the Old Republic and all those great games. What's interesting about Mass Effect 2, in addition to being a phenomenal story, my wife's loving watching me play it, although you can be good or bad in this game.
Yeah.
And she's totally guilt-tripping me whenever I do anything even remotely not nice. It's kind of funny.
Hey, you know, Russ, what's really cool that I forgot too?
What's that?
Doesn't it import the decisions you made from Mass
Yes,
Effect 1?
it's awesome.
Since you finished the game?
It totally imports your character from Mass Effect 1 is imported. Now, you can tweak your character, but the decisions you made and how you left the universe is the same.
Oh,
so
wow.
characters that died are still dead, and characters that are alive are still alive. It's even funny, like, you get emails from people you saved on the side, like, thanks so much, I've been rehabilitated, it's great. And it's really funny. But what's interesting, too, about this is, Rafe, you might want to look at this, because they totally... No, wait, listen, wait for it. They totally
Here it comes, Craig.
lighten this up. There's like no inventory management. Leveling is very, very simple. It's really RPG light. I think Dragon Age is now their heavy RPG and Mass Effect is their light one. But the other thing that's interesting with this game is, remember how you and other people were complaining about this idea that in Dragon Age, as soon as you go to the first camp, there's this guy there that says, hey, you want to go on a mission and save the castle? By the way, it's $10 for downloadable content. Right?
Yeah.
What they did with Mass Effect 2, which I think is brilliant, is there's DLC released at launch with this game.
What's DLC?
Downloadable content.
Okay.
Free on there. But here's the deal. If you buy the game from a store in a new box, it comes with a code, and the DLC is free.
Huh.
But if you rent the game, like me, or you buy it used, the DLC will cost you $6.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
kinda, or maybe it's $10. I can't remember what it is. So what's kind of cool is, so I rented the game.
Yeah.
So I'll pay for the DLC for $10. But the nice is the company's still getting a little money. So I think it's a very clever way to do it.
Yeah, I like that.
But
Okay,
if you pay
that
for the
doesn't
full
offend
game,
me.
yeah, that's pretty cool. So I thought it was kind of a neat, interesting
Nice.
idea.
Well, I know we're going long, so I'll be brief. But Russ, I can already tell you that I was in a restaurant and there was a commercial for it. So I don't know if that's one of our predictions or not. But so there's a commercial on some TV in the bar.
Yep.
And it looked really cool.
Oh, it's freaking awesome. My
It
wife's
looked like a movie.
In fact,
but I'm going to resist the urge because I'm going to sign off of role playing games for now.
Yeah.
But it did look cool. Plus, BioShock 2 comes out.
yeah, that is coming out soon.
I saw an ad for that, and that looked
looks awesome,
freaking
too.
cool.
So the other thing I got, I mentioned this twice now, is the Signar Force book. And I'm going to coin a new phrase. It is fan-freakonominal, which is a combination
Which is
of
not
words.
even how it's remotely spelled on the bullet.
It's a combination of fantastic and phenomenal. Fan-freakonominal.
Okay.
With freaking in the middle there. For
With
just how
freak
good it
in the
is.
middle
Yep,
of it,
with
because
freaking.
you're a freak.
And I just love it. I love everything about this book. It's awesome. I got the hardcover one. And I think, I mentioned this to you before, Rafe, I think War Machine feels even more sci-fi now.
You mean they're getting away from steampunk?
Well, there never were steampunk, according to Matt.
Or
But
steam?
nothing. Well, no, there's still steam in there, but what I'm saying is that even now with the addition of, like, if you look through there, I was showing the new sniper to Craig, and she's got, like, a scope with, like, digital things in there. And your new guys with the chain swords and the cutters and the grenade launchers, it just feels a lot more sci-fi to me than it. And I think they're differentiating even more from Hordes. Hordes being more of the, even though it's in the same world, the same time period. You know what I'm saying? So, but I love it. I'm very, very happy with it. You don't need the book because you can just have the cards, but it is so worth the fluff and the pictures.
I think what's really cool is how they actually decided the publication of the Force books by one of the summer events last year.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And they're coming out fast. This is out. Kador's out next month, and so they're cranking them out.
That's cool.
So
I like how the mercs are last again.
Yeah, well, they don't have enough players. What are you going to do?
All right, mine are really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Here's a tip to all the newbies out there getting into War Machine. Russ, you had actually recommended this to Andy, and I support it 100%. If you take the time to get your kit ready to go, what I mean by that is get your War Machine tokens in order, and I'm using the Warcog set 1 and Warcog set 2, and get your little cards in your sleeves. I don't know. It makes the game just a smoother, better experience.
Well, that makes sense.
So I kind of was like Russ again. I had my Django Fett hat on, and I took about the 45 minutes to get all my old cards out, put all my new cards in, organize my tokens.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just a bunch of hanging around, standing around, doing nothing but waiting at the table that you're saving.
Yes, and I enjoyed the game so much. I sometimes have a hard time starting a game because of that.
Yeah.
And because it was all ready to go, I was like ready to play, and it was awesome.
I did that with my board games too. That's why I get those little, Plano boxes and break them out and do it because it's just much more fun if it's all organized and ready.
If it hadn't been for Russ, I think the first Descent game I ever played with my set would have lasted a billion years. Except that because I watched Russ, I had his little card organizer I'd already bought, and I had all the Plano stuff all set up. And Russ kept looking at me going, "Where's that token?" "It's in the box right in front of you, buddy, because you're a player."
I like it.
It was,
awesome.
and you're right. There's a certain sort of geeky satisfaction in sitting home organizing all that stuff.
It really is.
It's like painting. It's just this very cathartic experience.
Yep.
It's another Russ effect.
We're total geeks.
Damn, he's taking over the world.
I'm not going to give Russ that.
No,
that's
just
not Russ.
That's just the nature of a gamer. That's not.
Yeah.
That's not me.
I'm very excited because I still have the goal to enjoy my MMO experience, which I am. And Stoney is now not even 4 bars. He's now about 2 bars away from level cap 65.
Okay.
Where's my negative achievement?
There it was.
Okay.
I was on it.
And by the way, I joined Twitter.
Hey, one prediction's in the can.
Yep.
What's funny about that is I did not. Now, for those who didn't listen to the predictions episode, I predicted that either Craig or Rafe would join the new paradigm of. Now, I expected it to be Facebook because I didn't think you'd go for Twitter, but either one counted.
Yeah.
So there you have it.
Well, it was 2 things that people know. One was the fact that, and what's the right term? Tweeted that Will Wheaton tweeted Nicole. I thought that was too cool.
Yeah, there was some.
And the second one was I've been wanting to do things with my blog, but never finding enough time to go, well, I got to carve out 20 minutes for that. So I was like, oh, Twitter.
Yeah, Nicole now has had Twitter interactions with both Will Wheaton and Major Nelson.
Wow.
So that's kind of funny.
Awesome.
Yeah, but that's because of her Star Trek Online thing. In her review, she mentioned that Will Wheaton was a hottie.
Oh, yeah.
And so there's a little thing went around about that. It was kind of funny.
All right.
Done.
Okay. I've been getting a lot of requests for book recommendations lately.
I saw that.
Yeah, and so I got a little bit at the end here that I'm gonna tell you how you can cheat my laziness. But first, I'm gonna tell you, no idea. I loved World War Z.
Yeah,
Russ loved it. Rafe, didn't like it.
Yeah.
Nope.
Russ commented a lot more on the political subtext of it than I did, and it was there, but to me it was like, oh, it was okay. I get where it's coming from. Ian lent me an anthology, and there's probably about 20 zombie stories in this anthology, and 4 of them are blatant political diatribes.
With zombies.
With zombies. I mean, and when I got to the first one, I was like, huh?
Wasn't one title basically something like that? Wasn't the title one of them
well, the first one was
zombie
like
dissertation on public housing or something?
No. The first one was, and before I do anything else, this is not because of my political affiliations, because this is because of my literary training. Okay? If you have an opinion and you put it into a story, I'm okay with that if you do it well. But don't expect me to change my opinion because you've created a fictional world where your opinion makes sense. That's where you go wrong.
Right.
Okay, and I'm not going to go into a lot of the specifics, but the very first story, and this is not like a political anthology. This is this was my light reading. I'm teaching of Mice and Men and the Odyssey right now in school. I need some light reading. So what I don't need is zombies across America all rising so they could vote against a Republican because he's evil.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
And then later on in the story, zombies around the world rise up and they destroy all of the quote-unquote other repressive regimes around the world.
Nice.
Okay? And I was like, And then I thought, I don't think I want to read any more of these. But I read the next one and it wasn't political, so I went along and on and on and on and on. Then there was the anti-war zombies that come out, and although we were all killed in a terrorist attack, we don't want you to go. I'm like, okay, so
that's almost as good as the vegetarian one.
Yeah.
So zombies eat your brains to prevent war.
Exactly. Well, no, these don't. These weren't brain-eating zombies. These were don't go to war because 3,000 of us died.
These were the vegetarian zombies.
These were the pacifist zombies.
Cabbage.
And I thought, wow, that's really kind of, but okay. And then I read on, and then I got to the the pro-choice zombie story.
Oh.
I was like, what? Really? We're now addressing abortion in the zombie story?
Wow.
And that one really,
so what
really
is this book? So people can go out and read this.
I'm not going to say what it's
Wow, I didn't even give them any.
No.
Okay,
And then the last one was the global warming zombies, where if you have too big a carbon footprint, zombies show up and they just haunt you.
Oh.
Huh.
I guess that's just as dangerous as the ice caps melting.
I guess so.
Probably more likely.
Oddly enough, none of the zombies, polar bears. None of them.
No polar bear zombies.
And so I honestly ended that book going, there's like 4 or 5 really good. There's one Stephen King one in there that's great. There's a George R.R. Martin one in there that's great.
Oh, that's cool.
There's like 3 or 4 really good ones and utter and complete dreck.
Well,
what are you gonna do? I just, ugh.
What was the movie where the trees came back and killed us all?
Oh, that was The Happening.
It's sort of the same concept.
It is
just
kind
bring
of.
back, use the undead. Why not?
Onto brighter ground. Neil Gaiman, who I think did Stardust, right? I'm pretty sure he did Stardust.
Not a bad film. I enjoyed it.
No, it was fun.
Yeah.
Well, I am listening to a book on tape by him called Neverwhere, which is very Malifaux-esque to me. Not to Russ, because Malifaux is nothing but cowboys to Russ.
Well, you need cowboys.
But it's got a Victorian element and a steampunk element and a magic element. It's all wrapped together in a London adventure setting.
It only had a cowboy.
And it did not have a cowboy.
So close.
Although it's got this one girl, but she's not really a cowboy. Anyway, it's the audio book is read by the author, which I think is awesome.
I like those.
There's there's a really neat element to that.
Yeah.
And Neil Gaiman's got a great reading voice, and so I'm really enjoying that. I'm reading a book that we got from the Black Library, Shadow King by Gav.
How was that so far?
That's part 2 of The Sundering, so the story about the elves and how the dark elves and the high elves split.
Ooh.
And it's great. It's a great story, but God, these elven names are killing me.
That's what Nicole does like about fantasy. She hates trying to pronounce all those names.
And it's like they just they've got a program. Like Gav Thorpe's got a program that pulls 8 different Tolkien elf names and adds 3 of them together.
Achievements for reading. I think there's... Isn't there a Dragon magazine that does it for you? I thought there was an issue.
I think there was, yeah.
It tells you how to
but
build
the story is great. I love it. And it's very interesting. It happens at the same time as the first book, which was about the Witch King, the Rise of Malekith. I think it was called Malekith. So it's happening at the same time, focusing on a different guy. So you see the same actions, but from a different point of view. Very, very, very neat. And I have something that I'm going to call Operation Pub Shelves. And eventually on my blog, which I haven't touched in months and months and months, I'm going to start a list of the books that have actually made it onto the shelves in McNerdigan's Pub.
Whoa, cool.
And with little commentary as we go. But that's going to take a long, long time. So
what do they do till then?
Until then, what I want you to do, if you're interested, and nobody has to do this, I get nothing for this, and I will never know that you did it. Okay? Actually, I will, because you can't see the stuff unless you try to friend me first. Go to goodreads.com.
Goodreads.com.
Okay? Goodreads.com, all one word.
We'll put a link in the show notes.
Okay, there you go. And a bunch of us, like Andy and Cherie, are on there.
Is there a way I can link to a specific part of Goodreads, like you or somebody?
I don't think so, but I'll send it to you and you can try.
Okay, cool.
But the thing is that on Goodreads.com, it's very easy to add books to your bookshelf, quote unquote.
Yep.
And so I've done that over the last 3 years, and as I read books, I try to add them. And as I have some time, it's very, very easy. And so if you friend, I don't think you can look at my stuff unless you friend me. So friend me. I will respond with, get out of my face, you dirty fool, depending on what mood I'm in. And then you can see there's over 550 books. And most of them are just a 5-star rating because that's what it allows. But a couple of them I've commented on as we go. And then you'll at least be able to see the books that I've rated really, really highly. So
there you go.
that's my standby
What
until I can
achievement for
actually
literary sharing.
There you go.
Yeah.
So that's my advice to all of you that have been emailing me about recommendations.
There you go. So that's achievements.
That's all I've got.
That's achievements.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
Tired of pen and paper? Take your game to the next level with Army Builder and Hero Lab from Lone Wolf Development. Army Builder has been the standard for Army construction software for miniature gamers since 1998. And coming out in July 2009, Army Builder 3.2 includes PDF support, streamlined user interface, mobile device output, and lots more. And for RPG players, Hero Lab is the award-winning character creation and management software for players and GMs alike. Hero Lab supports all the major RPGs from D&D to World of Darkness. With Army Builder and Hero Lab, point-and-click simplicity lets you spend less time prepping and more time playing. Download a free demo from our website, www.wolflair.com. Discover for yourself why 100,000 gamers have chosen Lone Wolf Development.
And now, what's in the news? With the shout-out, this just in. Game boxes contain more fun than previously thought. A recent study from the D6G Institute has revealed that games actually contain 95% more fun when you share them with your friends. This public service announcement is brought to you by your friendly professional game stores everywhere. Wonder who bought that one. Anyway, and now, Bang, coming to Xbox Live. Bang the card game, that is, as spoken about several times on this very show. Spin Vector, apparently the developer for Bang the video game, says that a smoother learning curve and improved playability increases the game pace in this new multi-platform and cross-platform experience. Okay. No word yet on what platforms it might be. So maybe Xbox Arcade, maybe PSP, who knows, maybe a Nintendo DS, who can say. Still pretty exciting to see Bang getting some love. In other news, look at this. Wizards of the Coast has announced the D&D Ravenloft board game. See, I told you, baby, it's totally my predictions. Wakeland, what are you yammering about? My predictions, Tia, they're doing crazy things over there, Dungeons & Dragons. Wakeland, look, just because they're releasing a board game, I'm telling you, they haven't released a board game in years. Well, it has been a while, but in any case, let's get to the details. Calm down over there. Apparently, Wakeland did predict something about Dungeons & Dragons doing some drastic changes this year, and apparently a board game in his mind is drastic. But in any case, the Ravenloft board game has indeed been announced. Apparently, according to the blurb on the website, evil lurks in the towers and dungeons of Castle Ravenloft, and only heroes of exceptional bravery can survive the horrors within. It's apparently designed for 1 to 5 players, and it's a board game featuring multiple scenarios, challenging quests, and cooperative play. There's going to be some 40 plastic pieces in there between heroes and monsters, some interlocking dungeon-tiled card sheets, some encounters and treasure cards, rulebooks and scenarios, and 20-sided dice, of course. Sounds a little bit like Descent meets Dungeons & Dragons. Have to wait and see on that one. In other news, Paradigm Shift. Wakeland, this is my segment. Go back and play with your Mass Effect or something. Anyway, in other news, there is a new paradigm in the Paradigm Shift. Google has announced Google Buzz. Actually, it's not really much of a new paradigm. It looks an awful lot like Facebook or Twitter, now built into your Gmail. This may be a good or bad thing how you look at it, but warning, before you go playing with this new tool, you may want to check out all the privacy settings, or lack thereof. Apparently, it defaults to always on, everybody public, visible to everything. So if you're not careful, your private information in your email system will become very, very public. So check it out very carefully before you go venturing into this new little bit of techie goodness. Back to gaming again here. Fantasy Flight Games has released a preview article about the new upcoming 2-player mega box $100 Horus Heresy set. Apparently, it's a preview of the initiative system, so head on over to the Fantasy Flight Games website to check that out. And our friends at Spartan Games have released some new rules on their rules workbench for Uncharted Seas. There are now rules and point values for the following ships: the Elf Heavy Cruiser, the Shroud Mage Heavy Cruiser, the Bone Griffin Heavy Cruiser, and the Bone Griffin Flagship. If you've been waiting around for the Dwarf Airship, this has been moved to the second Uncharted Seas release and will arrive after the Dragon Lords, Eldar Dragon, and the some more sea monsters and such. So it's been pushed out a little bit, unfortunately. Also, the updated Trebuchet rules are online and some other things as well. So head on over to their website to check out all the latest information. Spartan is also updating their fleet composition rules document on their website. So check that out as well if you want the latest rules for building fleets. I'm sure Craig will be excited to hear that. And finally, Privateer Press has been forced to announce yet more price increases. This time, however, not on models, but on paint. They've had to announce that their Formula P3 paints have moved up from $3 to $3.50, and this will take effect on March 1st, 2010. So if you're in the market for buying a bunch of Privateer Press paints, now is the time. In addition, due to some manufacturing challenges in China, some of the upcoming plastic kits, including the Firefly Light Warjack for Signar, the Exemplar Incinerators, and some other light jacks, have been pushed out a little bit past their deadline. So check the Privateer Press website for that as well. And that's what's in the news.
Are you having trouble fitting your whole army into one carrying case? Ever had your heavy centerpiece models break through the sides of their foam tray to scrape against their neighbors? You'll never have to worry about any of this again with Battle Foam. The trays from Battle Foam will hold over 30% more models than any standard tray, and they make foam to fit any box, including all manufacturers' carrying cases. What's more, they will custom cut your foam trays to fit any miniature. The boys at battlefoam.com can even personalize each tray by etching Army logos, personal text, or images right onto the foam. So go to battlefoam.com right now and pick up the best foam on the market. You've spent more time and money than anyone wants to think about on your models. Shouldn't they be as safe as you can make them? Battlefoam.com. Hooah!
Welcome back. And now we want to talk about a very exciting topic.
Oh,
it's been kind of
exciting to me.
Topic du jour, you might
say. It's
say.
the buzz of the internet, and that, of course, is copyright and trademark law.
Yeah, who'd have thunk?
How exciting is this?
Who'd have thunk?
Now, we've been getting a lot of emails. First of all, we've commented on the show before in the news and other times about Games Workshop sending out their various things. And there was that huge incident last year where Games Workshop sent out cease and desist letters to Board Game Geek and other major websites.
Yep.
And recently, one of our very own sponsors, Lone Wolf Development, sent out some similar notifications to various places saying that they were concerned about protecting their trademark, Army Builder.
And ended up in the middle of their own little firestorm.
Right. Which is pretty interesting, and of course it's gotten all kinds of reactions across the internet, mostly negative and concerned, and what's going on, and why is this company doing that? And of course they are our sponsor, so we got to say that up front.
Yes.
And but we're going to look at the whole issue here.
Right.
We're going to have Lone Wolf on. We're going to chat with Colen.
Yep.
A little later about that and talk about
their side of it.
What their side of it is, why they did what they did,
and
why
what
they
actually did, because there's a lot of misinformation.
There is a lot of
too.
misinformation out there also. But also, before we have Colin on, we're going to talk a little bit about with Rafe, who is in fact a lawyer, right, Rafe?
Yes.
No, but he plays one on TV.
He is a lawyer.
Right, he is actually a lawyer. Back when I ran our and my wife and my brother also ran the DACA store. Rafe handled all of our trademark applications for DACA.com, as well as the store.
Stuff.
He knows his stuff. So we're going to go through some of this, talk about what the law what you have to do, and maybe even some ways we think companies should and shouldn't handle the situation.
Yeah.
And our thoughts also on how Lone Wolf's doing it. And then, as I said, we're going to talk to Colin too and going to get their take on it as well.
The meta issue really is that Games Workshop started this whole getting everybody in an uproar. So what you're dealing with, I think, right now, partly is, there's an irrational, and Russ actually shares a little bit of it, hatred of GW.
Well, no, actually, one of our friends also, one of our good friends who plays games with us on Tuesday, got a cease and desist letter from Privateer Press.
Right. Oh, that's
all the
very
companies
true.
do it. And so it's.
But what I'm saying is that the meta issue here got set up online, and we should say up front that this is
I think that's fair, Craig.
It's a forum issue, which means there's flames galore going on there.
Yes.
And so Lone Wolf pretty much stuck their head into an environment that was already primed to be anti. The minute the word cease and desist comes up,
right,
you're the bad guy.
Right.
And so, and I don't want to come across as lone wolf apologists. We're gonna have Colen on, and he's gonna tell us their side.
Well, and I want to say we hope to. I mean, he's scheduled to, but in case something happens in real life,
that's true.
I don't want it to seem like we promise something we can't deliver. But
but hopefully he'll be on there to give you all their side of it. But what my fear is that things are so confused right now, and there's so many things going on, that listeners are going to think, oh, this is just one more little edge. And we're approaching this through Rafe and his expertise. We're approaching this from, like, you guys you hear the words, oh, cease and desist, that sounds bad. Oh, the big bad lawyers are coming, the corporations are coming to get you. And what we want to do is more set up, like, define our terms, set up what all this actually means, and then maybe give some kind of our interpretation on what's going on, both with the Lone Wolf, but also with what Games Workshop did, what Privateer Press did. So,
what I'm hoping to do is kind of debunk the myths about trademarks, and we'll talk about copyrights a little bit, and to actually hear what it really is. And I'm excited about that. I think trademark law is actually pretty exciting, and it does get misunderstood a lot. And I'm going to kind of put my serious hat on now. And, you guys hear me goof a lot about not wanting to, can't even play Ticket to Ride straight. How the heck can this guy be a lawyer when he reads rules?
I think
all
that
day
constantly,
long.
as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and part of that is farce and fun, and it's also true. But what that really is because I read rules all day long and have to write rules and talk to people about rules. When I go to game night, I'm like, I just want Russ to read it and tell me how to play.
Right.
There you go.
I was fortunate. I think Craig and Russ know this. I went to a law school called Franklin Pierce Law Center. It's the only law school in New Hampshire. And I didn't go there for this. It was sort of serendipitous, but it is known as the number one, if not the number two, if not the number three, depends on which year in those ranking magazines, as the number one intellectual property school in the country.
Wow.
I went to it because it had some programs that interested me as an older student, but when I got there, I showed up and there's all these people like Russ, that is to say engineers. A lot of engineers go to that school to become patent attorneys. So I had the fortune to take my sort of regular law. I took estate planning and taxation to be, quote, a regular lawyer. But I also got to take exciting courses like Trademark 1, Trademark 2, licensing, copyright. I took all of those courses because I'm like, hey, I'm in the number one, intellectual property law school in the country. Why not take advantage of that?
Yeah. So
I guess the first thing that I'd like to say is, what is federal trademark? The legal term of what that
before you go there,
is the exclusive right.
Okay.
Go ahead. You guys say something.
I have a quick question for you there, Ray, because before we define exactly what trademark is, which I think is a great place to start, I think people are confusing the terms copyright and trademark.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know some of the cease and desists that GW's put out has been about copyright and some trademark, and the Lone Wolf in specifically cases dealing with trademark. So what exactly is the difference between a trademarking and copywriting? Is a distinction without a difference, or is there actual different legal terms there?
No, it's a very big difference, and copyright often gets misunderstood. So, all right, let's start with copyright. It's easier to understand trademark once you understand copyright. The copyright issue protects the artist in the display of their art, whether it be a painting, a statue,
or a book,
a web page. How rules or how a page looks in a book, that's copyright. What's neat about copyright is it is automatically granted to the user upon the use and publication of their art. You do not need to file anything with any agency to have a copyright.
Okay.
So when you see websites, if Craig makes his blog and it's somehow unique to Craig, the layout of it, it's the layout. It's the colors that he used. It's the whole piece. And he puts copyright 2010. Poof, it's automatically copyrighted. That's not to say that you can't file that with the United States Patent and Trademark Office and get your official copyright. You can, but it's automatically granted to you upon it being made.
Gotcha.
Yes. So it's an easy way to gain some kind of intellectual property rights because you could say, hey, that's mine. Now, the problem with that would be, what if I, in California, make the same kind of layout and copyright, which happens all the time. That's why you see companies that say, don't send us unsolicited work.
Right.
They don't want that because they may be co-creating, Castaway 2. and then somebody sends it into them, and then there's this big dispute. They stole my idea.
Yeah.
That's often the problem with copyright because it's not actually usually registered. Trademark, on the other hand, is what we're more used to and what Craig exactly talked about in the rapid fire. It's your golden arches. It's your Nike swoosh. It's the Santa Claus Coke Santa Claus. Trademark can be the words Coke. It can be in the font of Coke. It can be the color of Coke, that red.
Yep.
All of that are actually separate trademarks. If you look up, I didn't do it, but if you look up Coke, they'll have 50 to 75, if not 100 separate trademarks for their mark.
Right. So a trademark is a very so while copyright is like a body of work or a very large thing potentially, a trademark is a very, very specific thing.
Yes.
It's either and I remember when we trademarked the Daka Daka, we trademarked actually the specific burst, the angle of the letters, the color of the burst. That whole thing was part of the trademark, right? The exact
That's
layout.
absolutely right.
So and that's so I remember so when someone's protecting their trademark, it's different than protecting their copyrighted material, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And to be granted your federal trademark, you have to apply to the USPTO, the United States Patent and Trademark Office, and they will grant you the right to own that mark. And when you own that mark, it's to the exclusiveness of everyone else.
Right.
That's the secret to trademark. And the reasons why you want a trademark is, you usually want a trademark for something that's difficult to patent. So we might as well throw patent in here for 5 seconds. The patent is the same kind of situation, and you usually think of it as an invention. You can actually patent surgical procedures. You can patent business operation procedures, and you can patent, the segue. And what you're patenting is you actually have to disclose your scientific data to the Patent and Trademark Office, and if they decide that the segue is unique enough, you get the patent, then you have the exclusive right to all else. And the purpose, you have the exclusive right to be able to protect. No one else can take that, reverse engineer it. Reverse engineering means they just sort of take the segue, they take it apart, and they go, I know how to make this thing, and I'm going to make it in Korea, and I'm going to make it for half the price. You can't do that. That's patent infringement. And the reason why I'm getting to trademark is because of patent. The reason why you have patents are to encourage scientists to release their items into the world.
Right.
Because if the inventor says, well, this will take me $1 million to build a Segway, and it's just going to be ripped off and manufactured in China, actually, that's a whole other issue because now we're talking about enforcing a United States patent in China. So let's say ripped off and it's built in Arizona for half the price. Well, they won't build it.
Right.
And a neat thing about patents is patents expire. I didn't look up what it is in patents. I'm not a patent attorney, but let's just say it's 25 years. After that, it goes into the public domain.
Right.
You can't patent it again. But the reason why there's a patent is you can't patent your golden arches. You can't patent Coke, the words Coke.
Right.
So what it's designed to do is the same concept, is to get a mark that your customers will identify with, such as Army Builder. When we say Army Builder, we come up with a specific image. Like, Craig, when I say the words Army Builder, what do you instantly think of?
The anvil with the hammer hitting it.
Yep.
The logo. And now, so to be clear, because I think you said patent when you meant trademark. So the trademark then is the actual item, and usually when you'll see a little R with a circle around it, right, near a trademark item, and that means it's a registered trademark with the government, right?
Correct. You'll also, a more modern version of that is TM.
Okay. So either way, so when you see a phrase like in a word processor, it says like Army Builder TM, it means it's a trademarked item. Or
Correct.
you usually see the R with a circle with some kind of visual graphic logo like the Nike swoosh, right, or something like
Correct.
that. So that's what that is. So we're talking about in the gaming world where everybody's all excited about this stuff and the cease and desist letters are flying around. Usually it's not really about patents because you can't really patent game rules, right? So no one's really arguing about that.
That's right.
They're talking either about copyright, hey, you're using my Space Marine image on your webpage, or they're talking about trademark, hey, you're using the name of my product in with the name of your product kind of thing, right?
Right.
Okay.
And Space Marine, I looked it up. Space Marine is actually trademarked by GW.
Right.
Yep.
So it could be both.
They trademark everything. I think they try to trademark the at one point.
Well, if you look and if you grab your book, like I've got the Forces of War Machine book right here in front of me, and if you open the inside cover of these little
whole
babies,
list.
Down at the bottom, it'll list everything they've trademarked, like Signar, Crix, Cador, Protectoratum, or Cador, sorry. I don't know if they've trademarked the pronunciation, but all the major names and all these different games, they trademark the heck out of all that stuff, again, to protect it, right? Because they can't copyright the actual mechanics of the game. So they're trying to protect their intellectual property, all this work they've done on these products. And
That's
and
right.
to be fair, these companies do a lot of work. All of them do. Games Workshop and Privateer Press and Army Builder.
And there's a lot of time and effort that goes into just getting the
Right.
trademark.
So they're trying to say, look, we've worked on this. We want you to play it and enjoy it, but we also want to be the guys who profit from it because we put all of our blood, sweat, and tears into this, right?
Right. And that leads a good segue to, if Signar can be used by another game company, well, now this creates confusion. So if I pick up this Signarian unit, but it's really meant for ABC Miniature Company, a whole different game, but they like the name Signar, well, now I don't know. Am I buying units that'll work in the Privateer Press game? And they might write Privateer Press and be like, well, I bought your Signarian units and they fell apart. And they're like, well, no, that's not ours. Right. So that's one of the purposes is to prevent, and this is a legal term, the likelihood of confusion in the marketplace. That's the goal. And when the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is examining these trademark applications, and we'll get to this a little later on, there's all sorts of classes. There's what's called international classes, and they rank 0, 1 to I think like 56 or something. And they have little blurbs. So gaming might be 35, and sports apparel is 22 or something like that. And that's how you get your mark in its little niche. But we'll talk about that a little later on.
Let me ask about that now real quick. If I don't want to jump ahead on you, but
no, go ahead.
One thing that's come up on the internet, I saw posted on forums, is where people were confused because when the Army Builder, when the Lone Wolf development news hit, and they were concerned, and we'll get more in a little bit on exactly what they were doing there, but about Army Builder, some people were saying, well, I'm confused because, and I'm trying to put this in a positive light by the posters, but some people were kind of rude about it, but most people were saying, I'm confused because they're, here Lone Wolf Development is chasing the registered trademark of Army Builder, but I know for a fact that the trademark Lone Wolf is used in other companies.
Yeah.
So isn't that kind of hypocritical for them to be worrying about Army Builder and yet their Lone Wolf is being used by other people? And can you explain why that's okay? Or
yeah, absolutely. Well, let's start with Lone Wolf. I happened to look up Lone Wolf and to see if they had a trademark in Lone Wolf, and they don't. Right. And there was literally 55 Lone Wolf trademarks.
Wow.
Some were metal keychains, and others were shirts and apparel, and some of them were dead applications. And all that means for Lone Wolf, no, they're not being hypocritical. All that means is the name of their company is not trademark protectable.
Right.
It's almost, there's too many Lone Wolves. There could be Lone Wolf motorcycles. So that just means they don't have the exclusive right to say to a company out in California, hey, you guys are Lone Wolf motorcycles. We think that infringes upon our mark.
Right.
That's all.
And
it's kind of like when I'm advising people here, I'm like, really don't call yourself Granite State something or other, or, the Granite Company, because New Hampshire is known as the Granite State. You know what I mean? A Granite State Orthopedics. Well, now I'm confused between you and half the other orthopedic associations in the state of New Hampshire.
Right.
Right.
So does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And now versus Army Builder, which I scroll down and I put it in our notes, they applied for that application. It was granted. It's an international class.
Just so the listeners understand how cool Rafe is in this particular instance, we're actually looking at a copy of the application of Lone Wolf for the Army Builder patent, right? Or trademark, right?
Trademark.
Right.
Well, actually, we're looking at not to parse hairs, we're just looking at the results of the application.
Okay, so he's that's that much cooler.
And you can find this online with the federal government. You can go and check on anybody's
you go to
trademark.
uspto.gov.
Right.
Don't go to uspto.org. That's almost like a phishing site. That's a whole other story. They're not a phishing site, but they kind of trick you, make it look like it's the government site, and it's not.
Okay.
All right. So International Class I-9 stands for GNS. I don't know if that's Games and Services, computer software, namely computer programs used to facilitate the design and construction of Army rosters and assist with the record-keeping task common to most miniatures war games. And then it has its date and times of first use.
So when they did it, and when was the date?
It was filed in 2003,
right.
Published for opposition. See, this is what's really cool. It gets published. This application gets published in this thing called the National Register.
Right.
It's an actual publication that companies can subscribe to, and they have, employees look through and go, hey, wait a minute, Army Builder, that kind of looks like our mark. So it's published to the world in February 3, 2003. No observation, registrate granted April 27th, 2004. Registrant Lone Wolf Development, Inc. Right. That's it. Notice the little disclaimer. That's a neat little thing. No claim is made to the exclusive right to use, quote, Army, end quote. apart from the mark is shown.
Right.
Do you guys want to comment
why,
on that?
Well, why that would be because you can't really trademark army, right?
That's exactly right.
Army's used in so many different things; it's
Right.
just so common.
That's
Right.
exactly
So they're saying that their trademark includes both words together, army builder.
Correct.
Not army by itself, obviously builder's not trademarkable probably either. But so the federal government looked at this and they said, yes, this looks like a perfectly usable phrase. And they published it and let other companies who have lawyers constantly combing for this kind of stuff look at it too. And nobody protested it. So bam, they've got the trademark, right?
That's right.
Now, how long is this trademark good for, Rafe?
10 years.
Is it so? It's always your trademark is 10 years,
And you can renew it. You have to
okay.
remember to renew it.
Yep.
You still have to, approve the elements, which is just basically in use.
Okay.
And it can be renewed over and over and over again. As far as I know, I did a little research on this. I believe you can own a trademark ad infinitum, but I could be wrong
Okay.
about that.
Now, if I can jump in here and direct a question to you, Russ, why would a company do this?
Trademark something?
Yes.
Well-
What's the business philosophy and the you're putting a lot of time and effort and money into registering this trademark.
I can tell you why we did it. For example, like Daka, and it really came into its own too in the 90s when you started having internet squatting going on too on websites. But you put a lot of time into building your brand,
Yeah.
whatever your company is. And for example, Daka, the website and the store got a lot of play because the phrase Daka became known as what we were doing. And you get nervous that someone's going to try to take that phrase
Right.
and use it some way that you don't intend.
Yeah.
So either they'll open, like before I had a store, someone else could open up a store called Daka,
Yeah.
and implied that they were related to the website,
Mm-hmm.
or somehow and use my brand in a way that I didn't want them to either.
Or shortstop your customers.
Right. Or it could have been Daka the porn store. And suddenly, Disney worries about this all the time.
Yeah.
You use your brand in a way, if you're a family-friendly business, you don't want someone inappropriately using your brand.
That's right.
Or misdirecting, like dakadaka.org could have started going to a porn site or something. You know what I mean? So you want to protect that. And so the trademark, right, Rafe, gives me the ability to say, look, this is mine. Don't use it in a way I don't want it to be used. And
Correct.
I can take legal action against you were you to use it incorrectly or in a way
Actually, even
inappropriate.
stronger than that, this is mine. You can't have it.
Right. Now, and I also remember, though, and slow me down if I'm jumping ahead, though, but you'd mentioned earlier, a couple things you mentioned. One thing was, they couldn't really trademark Lone Wolf because either they didn't want to or it's just too prolific.
Generic. Or, yeah.
Well, the reason for that, and I'll just jump in real quick, is there's so many other lone wolves.
Right.
Trademark's all about first in time, first in right.
Right.
So Lone Wolf Development would have to come in and go, there's probably 5 of them that are in their same class, so their lawyer was like, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it, right. And the other, and then the other thing I was thinking about was if, so I remember when I had our trademark and we had people say things like, oh, we'd like to make a shirt for you and something. I remember we always had to be very careful about who we let use our trademark and officially setting up a relationship with licensing that person to use a trademark, right?
Yes.
Because we had to be very careful, even as just a little podunk gaming store, a little podunk website. I know DACA's pretty big, but even then it was, compared to, Yahoo and other big companies, we were still worried because if you let your trademark be used by other people without some form of compensation, and correct me if I'm going wrong here, or somehow don't clearly say I'm licensing it to you for this purpose, it can be seen that you don't really protect your trademark and therefore your trademark's no longer valid. Is that right? Am I saying that correctly?
That's right. Under federal trademark law, the owner of the mark has the duty and obligation to police their own mark. If they don't police their own mark and someone else begins to use it over time, they can use the fact that the original owner, so the second person is using Daka out in California. Right. They have a chain of stores called Daka and it's a gaming store. And the Wakelands never send over the dreaded cease and desist letter, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Right.
Then the store in California will be, wait a minute, we used this for 2 years.
Right.
They never stopped us. They would have known about it because it's on the internet. They never did anything. We figured their mark was abandoned.
Right.
And that's a legal argument, and that legal argument can hold.
Right. So
that the original owner didn't police, didn't protect, didn't do what it needed to do to protect its own property. Because intellectual property has the word property. It's property. It's the same thing we used to hear of adverse possession. The theory is if my fence is on Craig's yard and he knows about it. It's 10 foot over, and he knows, and he doesn't do anything in the state of New Hampshire for 25 years, I now own that land.
Wow.
There you go.
I think I'm going to go home and move some fences.
So imagine, everybody out there who's saying...
Your neighbor has to know. Make them sure that he knows you're moving it.
Yeah.
But think about that. That's really what these companies are up against, and that is that, if you let this stuff go, you're thinking, oh, I'm just being a nice neighbor. I don't want to be a jerk and come over and tell him he was fenced back 5 feet or whatever. I'm going to be a nice guy about it. But 25 years go by, someone new buys that house.
And we're not talking 25 years in trademark.
No,
right?
no, shorter than that.
Yeah.
So, but
in that example,
some new guy moves in and he's not a nice guy, and he's like, well, hey, on the books here, that fence has been that's my land now. You're screwed, and you were planning an addition, and now it's too close, whatever. So you got a big problem. So the same thing happens to these companies. They put in years and years of work into whatever they're building, and part of what they're building is a brand.
That's right.
That's who they are. That Coke formula is good, but it wouldn't be garbage without that logo that you now know, and it can sell anything. The same is true with anybody else. And so these people are trying to protect. Now, there's, of course, right ways, wrong ways, nice ways, and not so nice ways to protect this stuff. But just at a basic level of understanding, you need to protect this stuff, or all the hard work you do, and not just you, when you're a small business owner, all those employees depend on their salaries from you. You're responsible for that. And if you make a silly mistake like this, and 10 years from down the road you lose your license, and you lose that, your whole company goes up in flames, and lots of people could be out of work because of that mistake. So it's not a simple decision. It's a tough call.
And the common term of that I remember is Xerox and Kleenex.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Those
Band-Aid.
used to be brands. Mm-hmm. And they weren't policed and protected back in the day. I don't know, with the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, whatever it was. And they didn't get the other companies didn't get it, and now what do we say? Xerox copy.
Right. Yeah.
And so Xerox lost its brand. It became, the technical term is generic. It's now a generic term, which is not trademarkable, just like Army.
If you remember,
you can't trademark landscaping. You can't trademark hair salon. Those are not trademarkable.
You'll even see in the commercials, like Q-tips will say, buy some Q-tip cotton swabs. They clearly define that our brand name's on our product. And rollerblades in the 90s, I remember them running commercials saying inline skates all the time for the same reason. Right. They're trying to reinforce that we're rollerblades, inline skates, because everybody was saying, I'm going to go rollerblading. Want to borrow my rollerblade? And it became, they got nervous. I remember reading articles about rollerblade getting nervous because their name was becoming synonymous with the activity.
As a matter of fact, I could be wrong, somebody who's in law school more recent than me, but I think it was the Xerox case where Xerox went in and tried to say, hey, that's trademark infringement, and the courts held, not really. You haven't stopped anybody from using it.
Right. And there's probably a tipping point there where at the very beginning you're kind of thinking, oh, cool, look at that. Everybody's talking about the Xerox.
And what's even scarier is when it happened to Xerox, you didn't have the pervasiveness of the internet. So what makes it more complicated now is think about it. We can just say in casual conversation, if everybody starts using the word Xerox to mean copy, you lose your thing. Well, if everybody starts tweeting and Facebooking and emailing and on the forums talking about a term, a company's term like Army Builder as the way you make armies no matter what tool you use, you're doing the same thing to Lone Wolf's product as what happened to Xerox, right?
Right. Now let's talk about this cease and desist letter.
Okay.
Because what that really is, it is what it says, okay? But yes, when this was first new and the lawyers got a hold of this, they literally sent out letters that had big, bold letters across the top that said cease and desist, and they were in lawyers' nasty tone.
Right.
But in today's modern world, it's not Gandalf standing on the bridge of Khazad-dûm going, "You shall cease and desist from using my mark," and throwing fire.
He's a gamer lawyer, folks.
Yes. They're oftentimes just very simply put, very just business letters that say, "Dear so-and-so, you may not be aware of this. However, we have a federal trademark. Here's my registration number." And I don't know. Okay, I've read some of the form stuff, but I'm stayed clear. I'm just kind of being the D6G legal analyst here. A letter that goes out and says, "You may not know this. We have the rights to Army Builder. We'd like you to acknowledge that, and please take care of all your efforts you can to have them not use that term. We recommend you could choose any other term you want. We recommend Army Creation Tool."
Right.
It doesn't mean they said, "Hey, you idiot, stop using our mark or we're going to sue you."
Right.
So I think the internet, I think the forums pick up the tone of the cease and desist sounds very arrogant.
Of the almost the mythological
Correct
tone.
me if I'm wrong, Rafe, but they don't even have to sue you necessarily. Just the act of sending the letters out and the notifications.
Yeah.
Doesn't that demonstrate protection of your trademark? So
policing your mark is to send notice to them. Law is always about notice.
Right.
Notice is very huge in the law. You can't get arrested without notice. That's your Miranda rights. You can't be evicted without notice, and notice means legal notice.
Right.
Which is usually in writing. Why? Because it's provable.
Right.
Here's the letter I sent.
Right.
How do you know you sent it? You could have made that up. No, because I sent it certified mail.
Right. Here's your signature receiving the letter. So basically what they're saying is, look, if you do nothing, they have to put it legally that they're going to try to use the thing, but they're not really sitting there with a bunch of money going on, who are we going to sue next? Ha ha. They're really just saying we have to take steps to have demonstrated protection, to enforcement, policing, for whatever term you're using, of our trademark, so that later, if this company that's been inappropriately using it for a long, long time, and now says applies for a trademark with my name, or worse, gets really large and is using the name in their thing, they can't say you never told us not to. Right, if you got the letter saying we told you on these dates needed to stop using it.
Correct.
Right?
Okay. And usually the receiving company will take a look and go, that's a good point. And there's no need to have a fight when you don't need to.
Right.
I mean, that's what I advise my counselors when my clients when I'm acting as defense. I'll be like, well, do you need to fight this battle? Because if you do, litigation is going to cost you $25,000 to $50,000 in just defense costs.
Yeah.
And so is it worth it to you? And sometimes people do have legitimate uses to their marks. You always have a right to your own name, number one. And you could even have, the famous one was Chi-Chi's Mexican Restaurant. They were kind of a big Mexican restaurant chain. I don't even know if they're still around. And they had a federal mark. And Chi-Chi's kind of a very common Italian nickname. There's tons of local Chi-Chi Italian restaurants all over the country. And occasionally a couple of them would get federal cease and desist letters. And the way the law resolves that is, if you were Chi-Chi's, the Italian restaurant, before Chi-Chi's got its federal mark, you could still be Chi-Chi's. You just can't expand and have another mark. That's what the federal trademark does. But half the times, Chi-Chi's, the Mexican restaurant with the federal trademark, would just buy the other guy out. Say, hey, look, we understand you were here and this, but it's causing some confusion because they call 411 and they get your restaurant name, and we're also in the town. What do you say? Here's some money. Do you mind coming up with another name?
Right.
Now, to either of you, can you talk a little bit, let's bring it away from Lone Wolf for a little bit and go back to the original Firestorm, which was the GW cease and desists that I think revolved around Blood Bowl, but eventually branched out into everything they own. Like, why Russ, do you think, or why Rafe, do you think they did that? Like, what was the business goal there?
Well, I'll jump in there, I guess. Personally, I think the business goal is stupid.
Right, but without making a judgment, like, we can make a judgment call in a second. But why would they do not did they do it right? Did they do it wrong? Was it a good thing or a bad thing? But why would they do it?
I think they are overusing or overthinking the policing of their mark to the detriment of their business goal.
Okay,
so they're taking this concept of, I have to police my mark.
Right.
Therefore, I must tell everybody. Right. But they're doing it to the cost of hurting their trademark.
Okay, but they didn't do it for a while, right? For a long time. I mean, some of the things that got pulled off Board Game Geek have been there since the 90s. Right?
I have no idea why they pursue their marks as aggressively that they do.
All of a sudden.
I don't know.
Right.
So do you feel, as a lawyer, because I think Craig's point is, here we are kind of saying, hey, what Lone Wolf did makes a lot of sense, and yet, you kind of came out and said, well, GW looks like they're being overly aggressive. In what way is GW more aggressive than what Lone Wolf's doing, I guess is the question.
Well, it's because of what you often would say, Russ. You're trying to sell their product. They don't look at the end goal. Right. So you're trying to sell their product from Daka Daka. So you have a picture or a mention of Space Marine, and they go, oh, Space Marine, oh, we have to police our mark, oh, we better send a cease and desist. You say, wait a minute, I'm not trying to say Space Marine to sell my own product. I'm saying Space Marine on my website that I pay for. You don't even have to pay.
Let me ask you this too, Rafe. Is it also because most fan sites of Games Workshop at one point had a little blurb that you're supposed to cut and paste from their site and put on the bottom of your site. And it basically says something like, Games Workshop, Space Marine, Tau, Necron, are all, et cetera, are all registered trademark of Games Workshop and are used without permission and without consent, and no challenges intended.
Correct.
Okay, doesn't that phrase basically say,
absolutely,
I know they're a trademark, right? I'm not trying to use them incorrectly. I know they're Games Workshops. I'm just using them with sort of like the intent of fair use, essentially. I'm trying to talk about their games. And
correct.
I can't talk about Space Marines without using the term Space Marine, but I'm not trying to claim that I am the owner of Space Marine, right?
That's correct.
So that's the case, and I think what may be slightly different, maybe, is that I don't know that I think Lone Wolf's more worried about there are literally other websites that are creating tools for list creation, right? That are saying, I make, Bob's list builder, but he doesn't say that. It's I make Bob's army builder, right? And as soon as he does that, without the phrase army, and he wouldn't put the phrase on there because he may not even know that Lone Wolf owns army builder. But the problem is he's now using the phrase army builder as a generic term, which could damage Lone Wolf's trademark.
It dilutes his mark.
Right.
So the difference, as I see it, is GW takes this draconian legal term, not a legal term, but we use that in the law all the time, this draconian measure to say, take your site down. They don't say, look, just put the language on the bottom that says you understand that you're using our mark without permission.
Now, since this is a gaming podcast, can I just take a moment to say how disappointed I was when I learned that the Draconians of the Dragonlance Chronicles, that was actually a regular word?
That's right.
Like, no, really? It's not like dragon people? Oh, I was so disappointed. But anyway. But wait,
what Lone Wolf is saying is we just want to identify to people who may not realize it, Army Builder is trademarked, and please try to put something in place to say Arm and Creation Tool. That's it. They didn't say take your sites down. As far as I know, I haven't seen anything.
No, I don't think there's anything like that.
Right?
I don't know.
So GW, for reasons I can't understand, I blame poor corporate counsel. I was taught in law school, be a deal maker, not a deal breaker. I could be corporate counsel and say, we want to make rocket ships that transport people to the moon. No, oh my God, don't do that. It'll blow up. You'll owe people millions of dollars. Well, that's true. That all could happen. But nothing will happen. We'll be like, well, all right, well, how can we do this and protect ourselves legally as best as possible? And I see GW's corporate counsel saying like, no, take it down, take it down, take it down. Don't talk with anybody. Don't understand anybody to the exclusion of their business goal. Why have a trademark if you don't have a business?
I guess the other thing, too, I would think about is, if I were a fan of Lone Wolf Development, which I am, and I were to create a site that says, I am a huge fan of Lone Wolf Development. They have a great tool called Army Builder, and I use it all the time, and I put it on my website, right? And I'm just a fan. And at the bottom I say, these are all owned by Army Builder. I don't think Lone Wolf will send me a letter saying, don't put that on your website.
Correct.
I think what the difference is GW would send you a letter and has sent letters to people saying, and that's what's weird. I think the difference is that Lone Wolf's just saying to sites that aren't promoting them necessarily, just they're using the trademark in a way, and I think that's the subtle difference. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm still isn't there a chance if you let so many of these fan websites go with using the term Space Marine that the term Space Marine is then generic?
No, because on the bottom you're giving notice.
But is it all? But
this is owned by GW.
I haven't. There are websites that don't have that. Is what I'm.
Well, that has to be policed.
But see that. So I think what Ray's point is, if GW's letter simply said, put this on the bottom of your website.
Okay.
We'd be fine, but that's not what their letter says.
Right.
It says take all of it.
Although,
off.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what the accusation is, to be fair.
Right. Yep.
Allegations.
Right. And I think part of this is that firestorm, and I think that
I did get one of those ones owning Daka, even though I had the text on the bottom.
Right, yes.
I did get a letter from them once saying, you got to remove all the imagery.
Okay, awesome. Because I was going to say Zach knows, but we can't talk to Zach right now, but you got one.
I did. A long time ago. They may have changed
what was the tone of the letter?
It was professional, and it wasn't like from a lawyer. It was from their legal department, but it wasn't like legalese, and it was simply, we'd like you to remove this stuff from your site, because GW, it wasn't so much they were concerned at that time about copy protection. They were concerned that I was making a revenue from their trademark.
Uh-huh.
So they were okay with the fact they thought I was properly displaying it, but they said, look, because you've got ads in your site and because you've got a donation button, And because you're potentially making money,
you're not through selling their product, but other avenues.
You're right. You are making. This is when it was dissociated from the store.
Yeah.
You are. Once you had the store, it was not a problem because then we're a customer of theirs. That's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
But before you had a store, that was a situation, and I get that. But that's a different approach from what army builders really.
Right. Oh no. But what I think is, I think the GW thing is much more complex. I mean, I think there's a legitimate concern there if your prediction comes true and they do Blood Bowl, for instance.
Right.
I think there's a legitimate concern there that they police up the Blood Bowl trademark, for instance.
Right.
Wouldn't you say, Rafe?
Say that again.
If GW is planning on doing a big release of Blood Bowl, doesn't it make sense that they police up that trademark to make sure that that's all in proper order before they launch such a huge, expensive undertaking?
Well, I guess maybe. I mean, I could think of some more perhaps business-friendly ways to do that.
And again, I think we'll talk in a second about all the different ways you could do this. But I'm trying to establish that there may be some legitimacy to some, not all, but some of the things Games Workshop's doing.
Oh, I think what the people on the forums are expressing, but they just don't have the knowledge, perhaps after this show they do, is they're focusing on the cease and desist letter as the nasty point, and that's not it.
Right.
GW is perfectly within their rights and should police their mark.
Right.
It's just that how they seem...
Okay. So
we're not apologizing for Lone Wolf, but we are apologizing for GW.
No, I'm not. I'm
joking.
I'm trying to establish what the Lone Wolf what the Lone Wolf event launched itself into.
Right.
Because the whole GW I think some of it is probably legit. I think some of it, as Rafe said, is way overblown. But it's created such a huge firestorm of ill will.
That's true.
Among the fan base that your baseline response now amongst longtime fans is like that guy on the Dice Tower thing who wouldn't say the name Games Workshop.
Right.
You know, like, I'm not going to play your games anymore. I'm not going to mention your games anymore.
Right.
I'm going to look for alternatives. And that is the environment now into which the Lone Wolf situation has launched themselves, to the point where when I was reading the forums today, I actually read a forum post that said, well, damn, now what am I going to use to make my armies?
Right.
Like, people saying, like, their reactions, it's just like if you get into a big fight with somebody, but you're frustrated because you can't resolve it, and somebody else, bumps into you on the street, your reaction to them could be wildly inappropriate or wildly out of phase with
because of what
the
just
bump,
happened to you.
because of what had already happened to you.
If you get bumped and someone steals your wallet, the next time someone bumps you, you're going to be like a total jerk to that person.
Exactly.
And that's what this is. This is like people got.
I see what Craig's point is now.
Yeah, I think it's a good one. People feel like they got bumped by GW, and right or wrong, that could be.
And they got their wallet stolen.
And they got their wallet stolen, and now they see the letters cease and desist and Lone Wolf Development in the same sentence, and we also had things on one of our Facebook posts on our thing was, are you still proud to have them as a sponsor? Mm-hmm. And I am.
Right,
but
I am.
But I think that it's interesting because people have a very gut reaction to this.
Right. And I think that Games Workshop.
And to be fair, not just Games Workshop, our friend who got the cease and desist from Privateer Press, he's also bitter about Privateer Press. He's like looking at War Machine going, it looks cool, but those bastards sent me a cease and desist. I don't want to deal with them.
Yeah.
And so there's definitely this idea that I felt I was okay. You sent me the cease and desist letter. You're a jerk. And because you have the form of the internet, it's very easy to cast the big evil company, whoever it is, Big Evil James Workshop, Big Evil Privateers, Big Evil Lone Wolf Development, which is like 4 people.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's like 4 people that work there.
Big Evil Dakadak. Some people thought we had that too going on a little bit.
Oh, you totally did.
And it was like, it's a family. There's 4 people running this whole damn thing. And it's like, this big evil empire, But people get that. As soon as you get LLC or company behind your name, you are suddenly potentially some evil overlord people who are just more concerned with dominating the little guy, even though you're probably outnumbered by the little guy, than you are with caring about people. And it's really just there's a level of complexity, and hopefully it's coming across. And I think Rafe's doing a great job.
I think so.
Of showing that there's things you have to do as a company
that
are kind of sucky, but you got to do them.
Yeah. Now I think this segues into Rafe. Let's talk about the way these things are being done and what do we think about. I mean, none of us know the whole picture of either of these situations.
Nope, I don't.
None of us have seen all these letters.
Right.
We do know that some people didn't actually get cease and desist letters.
Right.
The Privateer Press, I believe, was not a cease and desist letter.
No, that was a letter.
That was an email forum post
right.
by the owner of the company.
Rob, the owner of Lone Wolf Development, has posted this exact thing on both Tabletop Gaming News and on Privateer Press's forums, saying that, hey, I didn't actually, there were cease and desist letters sent out.
Right.
But those are, my understanding is, and I'll talk to Colen more, but to get more information, but here's my understanding of what happened. If you wrote an army creation tool, and you use the phrase army builder, you got a letter that had the word cease and desist in it.
Right.
But one of the companies posted the letter.
Yeah.
And you could read it, but it looked to me like the way Rafe was describing it. It wasn't like, hey, I'm gonna, it was more
cease and desist.
No, it was like, we'd like you to do the following things. Please cease and desist from using this. Please.
Right.
So the letters are in there, and it's a cease and desist letter, but you know what I mean. The one to Privateer Press, my understanding was that Lone Wolf was trying to protect the fact that is that in the in the Privateer Press forums, there's a lot of great other tools being made by other people.
Yeah,
Lone Wolf's got no problem with that. Knock yourself out, make whatever you want. And Rob said as much in his letter. But what they're concerned about is they're all saying things like, when I use your Army Builder tool, and I use this guy's Army Builder tool, and when I'm going to use, iBodger's an Army Builder tool, Lone Wolf's just saying, hey, Privateer, not in so many words, can you help us with this? This is our trademark. You may not know this, but this is our trademark. We need to protect it, as you know. Can you please refrain, remove all occurrence of Army Builder from your forums and help us keep that in line? Now, that may have been a big thing to ask them for, and I thought Privateer Press's response was sort of interesting, but Privateer complied.
Right.
It's complied in sort of a funny and potentially snide way, but Privateer said okay, and they searched and replaced every phrase Army Builder with the term iBodger,
right,
which is a tool that they like. They didn't write it themselves either; it's someone else's, but that's what they basically did. But so essentially, what happened there was that wasn't lawyers from Lone Wolf writing letters to lawyers from Privateer. That was actually the president of Lone Wolf writing a letter to, I don't know who they actually wrote it to, a Privateer, but saying, hey, can you help us out with this?
Right.
This is our situation.
Yeah. And I'd like to follow up on two of those points. And Craig, I see where you're going, and that's an excellent point. I would suggest to the forum people that they're drawing the logical syllogism is GW sends cease and desist letters, and that makes me feel a certain way. And Lone Wolf now just did, oh, crap, now those two are the same, therefore they're the same.
Right.
And they're focusing on the fact that a so-called cease and desist letter, when what my suggestion, I think your suggestion is, it's one business practice versus the other. They both sent the same thing, but how did they handle it as a business? Mm-hmm. That's the difference I'd like to point out to the forum people out there.
Well, there's also, I think, Games Workshop just sent out a flotilla of them all at the same time in a massive strategy that we can't really comprehend.
I don't know what they're behind. Their lawyers may be I just said they were all idiots, but they may be absolutely correct in doing what they're doing with whatever their business model is.
Right, but from a public relations point of view, I don't think it can be argued that it didn't work.
It seems to us, from my direct experience with them as legal counsel to DACA, that they tended to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Oh, yeah.
It seemed to make no sense, and it seemed to be yeah, okay. But anyway, and the second follow-up is, no, that forum letter that Rob wrote is a cease and desist letter. There's no magic language. Right. You don't have to say cease and desist. The minute you put the other person on notice, in the old days
counts.
it was called cease and desist.
So it's essentially the same thing.
It is the same thing.
Okay.
So the minute I say, dear Romeo, please know that I have trademarked Jimmy Django, which I don't, and
just in case anybody wants it,
don't use it for your bag, which Romeo, I would be honored. Please use it for your bag. The minute I say in an email, yo, bro, please know that I've got a trademark, that's a cease and desist letter. Is what I'm trying to say.
Gotcha.
I like your reverse psychology cease and desist letter.
Yeah, there you go. Please
do not make a bag with my face on it. Please do, and Jimmy Django under it. Please do.
That's right.
Neither cease nor desist.
Right.
Yes. Now, there was a third point in there, but I don't remember.
All right.
Okay.
So, but I think, to be totally fair in the whole situation to everybody involved with this, clearly Lone Wolf is having a PR problem because most of the forums
very clear.
So, whether or not, so there's, Rafe, what do you think? I mean, how would you recommend, if you had been their lawyer or whatever, what would you, or your lawyer to the company, what would you say to them in a situation like this? Do you think they did what they had to do and just suck it up, or was there a better way to do it, or
that's a great question. Not being a marketeer, I guess I would say, hey, I think your mark's pretty important, and I think the forums tend to be, I'm a very limited user of the forum for this reason, they tend to be a very, what I can tell, vocal minority.
Right.
So, yes, there may be things that are being very loud, but here's 3 people in the room, so to speak, that are like, no, I get it. And I think if we polled 10 people, they'd say, I don't have a problem with Lone Wolf. And you'd get the one that would say it did. And I think isn't there a letter by Rob somewhere trying to explain what he did?
Yes. Yeah.
I think that's what you do. You come back on, you say, you may not all understand this, but here's the real reason behind this.
Right. And to be fair, they are, Colen is going to come on the show, and we're going to talk to him about it. And I think it's a pretty brave thing to do, considering how much is going on here. And of course, we're not in a hostile room because there's our sponsor, but still, to come on and say to the fans, look, this is why we did what we did. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to talking about that. And
when we agreed to do that, it's no holds barred. I mean, they're going to answer any question that we and
we're going to ask them the same questions and comments that you folks have been asking, or people, not necessarily listeners, although I'm sure some of you are, that have been saying on the forums, look, we don't understand why you do this because of this and that, and what's the story behind it. And I think we've captured our theory behind it and what we've gleaned from Rob's letters and other things, but it'll be nice to talk to.
Well, I think it's an environment where gamers think they're more savvy in trademark law than maybe they are.
All of us think that.
I think we yes. Right. I think through the Games Workshop experience, we all became quote unquote experts.
Right.
And now that's. Although I have to say, like, you're chuckling with the Privateer Press response. I think the Privateer Press response fed that negative reaction.
Fill us in a little bit. I haven't read it.
I'll let Russ do it.
Well, what they did, I can't remember the exact.
And is this from Matt Wilson or just somebody?
No.
Someone else from the company, one of the people who runs the forums. And I wish I had pulled this segment out to read exactly what they said, but it's on their forums. But essentially what they did was they searched and replaced all their forums with the phrase iBodger, replacing the term Army Builder.
Which is fine, but it was accompanied by a letter.
Right. And that was the letter. And the letter basically said that's what we're going to do.
No, the letter said, apparently we're going to dilute the tone of the letter is what I'm saying was snarky. And so fans of Privateer Press who are going there and going, yes, I
sure
found...
the phrase apparently was in there, though? I'm sure you're not...
No, I'm paraphrasing, but I found the tone of that letter to be snarky. And I thought fed the negative elements.
We should read that. Well, Rafe, what's your response to that? And I'll try to see if I can find the exact wording.
Go. Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Well, my response to that is, if it is indeed snarky, that's childish. I mean, I feel as the D6G legal commentator, the appropriate response would be to say, we didn't realize that, and we're taking immediate steps. We think it's important, and we're taking immediate steps to address it in the way we think we can. Right. And we're taking steps to suggest that it should be Army creation tool, because the fact of the matter is the Privateer Press wouldn't want their marks used in the incorrect way.
Right.
But I mean, I think what it comes down to ultimately is that the whole term, like you said, Rafe, the term cease and desist at this point is just really inflammatory.
I think it comes loaded with a lot of preconceived ideas.
Right.
That lay people, appropriately so, can be like, well, that's just nasty. Who gives them the right to tell me to cease and desist?
I have the exact language from Privateer Press. I'll read it, and you guys can decide for yourself if you think this is snarky or whatever.
Okay, cool.
Here it is. Quote, in order to comply with the recent request, we are compelled to take immediate and drastic action. As a result of this letter, we are more than happy to remove the presence of Army Builder from the forums as requested. We cannot control how this registered mark might be used in every sentence and every post we will be required to remove
it from...
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my place. We're going to move it from appearing on the forum. From this moment onward, the phrase Army Builder can never appear again in this forum, in any form. So to ensure there's no perceived harm or implied dilution come to Lone Wolf development of the property of the same name. Furthermore, because past forum posts could still be referenced, in an effort to be complete, we must delete entire offending threads. We know how much time and effort we went to creating the said assets and the dedicated community has made available in these forums. We sympathize with you about the ensuing loss. We apologize for the burden and the inconvenience of forced to moderation placed upon you. In the future, any attempts to reference Army Builder will be benignly changed to iBodger. our officially recognized and supported iPhone application for force creation. I thank you for understanding in this matter. Brent,
Now,
welcome.
also keep in mind that Russ has just read that in a very friendly and big teddy bear tone of voice.
No, I don't think you
I
can.
have to
I
agree
know.
with Russ on that, Craig. My brain didn't interface that to be snarky at all. I think that was excellently well written.
Okay.
I don't know how else you could. Now, there's obviously.
Well, I think you can. I mean, that's just
iBodgers. You can't add tone. I mean, that's the thing. So iBodgers up, but there's no. The phrase apparently is not in here. There's no.
The perceived harm.
Yeah. Where's perceived?
That no perceived harm or implied dilution come to the. I would argue that those are
That's legalese.
synonyms.
Well, that's legalese though.
But, okay.
That's, no, they can't do any. Right,
Yeah, and I could see how lay people would hear "we are compelled" to sound like this. We are compelled to have to listen to them, but I heard it as legalese.
Right. This is their legal response to do, and I think because they did this without making a big stink about it. I mean, in terms of telling Lone Wolf go screw, I think it implies that they understand what they have to do here. And they did it with. I think I read this as tongue in cheek, but I could see how some people would say you're being.
I don't think. Yeah. See, but if you as a fan are reading it tongue in cheek, I think tongue in cheek's not the way to go tone wise. If that's what you're seeing.
Well, I didn't read it as a joke, but I mean that's
no. But if you're seeing, I would say if Big Privateer Press is being tongue in cheek to the concerns of Lone Wolf development, I think that's where I would say that would be snarky to me.
I think there's a difference between tongue in cheek and flippant. I don't think they're being flippant towards them. I think they're saying the tongue in cheek is replacing with iBodger.
But
they could have replaced it with.
To me, that makes perfect sense.
Well, they could have replaced it with bracket Army Creation Tool bracket, but they said they replaced it with iBodger. I think that's the tongue in cheek part. That's fine.
But I don't see why that's tongue in. See,
I don't
guess,
hear any of that tone. To me,
I guess
it was
that's
a well-written post.
See, to me, that makes perfect sense, and I think that's a great idea. So I don't know.
Okay.
Who knows?
And I
But
think
anyway.
I like how they're apologizing to their users to say, "Hey, sorry, we might have to delete some old threads, and we apologize for that."
Right.
So I don't think.
I mean, I think a form of this letter had to be done. I think they did it fine.
Right.
I think that somewhere in there, there's some leeway for how you're going to read it. I think my way was a little bit overly critical. I think you guys may be a little more willing to give them some leeway, but
Maybe. But you know what? That puts out a good point of it's almost like how we read emails is you could see how that would get picked up as a little firestorm on the forums.
Right. People will read
people
into
are
that.
reading it with Craig's lenses, then they can get kind of upset and offended. And if people are reading it with Rafe and Russ's lenses, we're like, what happened?
Right. Well, it's actually there's three different lenses here. You're reading it as a lawyer, going, "Yep, they had to do that."
Right.
Craig's reading it as, well, what they kind of mean to him, and I'm reading it as, that's hilarious. So it just depends who you are.
Right.
And I think that's important. We always make these mistakes on forums, right? All of us, no matter how many times we post, you always have a tendency in text to sometimes take the wrong tone.
Yeah.
And so we don't know the true intent behind it, but we do know that Privateer Press complied.
on the other
rapidly.
hand, holy crap, look, we have 751 Facebook members.
We do. Isn't that cool?
That's
So,
a lot of people on Facebook.
Craig, Rafe, is there anything else you wanted to touch upon that we didn't already cover? Because I don't
No, I
want to
think I
talk
just want to touch
Colin.
upon one more thing to help my public service announcement. And you asked this question up early on. You know, the concept to be like, well, you know, can I have, you know, Nike's restaurant? I mean, because isn't that in a whole different area? So it's just kind of wrapping up trademarks in a general. And so the normal theory is that, yeah, you can have a trademark and it can be in different classes. So I might be able to have, you know, Granite State Landscaping and Granite State Orthopedics. That's okay because the public's not going to be confused between an orthopedic doctor and a landscaper. But some marks like Nike, Coke, the swoosh, they reach such a high level of being understood internationally that the argument is that the public could be confused. If you see Nike restaurant, you think
It's conceivable that they could do
the
that.
shoe company's
Right.
going into the restaurant business?
Yeah.
Right. They're big enough that they could have
Well, it's like
like
the
you know,
ESPN zone.
right. It's like the Lego theme park.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Right.
So
Correct. And so sometimes people get, you know, kind of angry on the internet too, when they're like, well, that's two different things. But if the mark starts to get big enough to be understood by the public to mean just
Right.
generally that level of service, then it can get policed even in a totally unrelated class.
Right. Okay. That's good to know.
Oh, and I have a little bit
I
of
like
trivia,
the
and I
tr-
could
I like
not
the
find one in
trivia.
America.
All right.
I don't know if this is true, Craig. Do you know anything about this? If anyone looks at the Bass beer bottle, that red triangle,
Yeah.
if you read the fine print, which we lawyers are wont to do, they claim to be the first registered trademark in England.
Wow.
That is interesting. And the first registered trademark in America, I found it today while I was doing rapid fire.
What is it?
Can't remember what it's. I think it's a flour or a sugar.
Oh, see, I tried to find it, but my Google foo stinks.
We lost
so I
it
couldn't
already.
Find it.
Yeah,
well.
I can. It was
There
in
you
the
go.
1800s.
Cool. Well, hopefully you've gleaned a little bit more about trademark and copyright law. So thank you so much, Ray, for putting on your lawyer
Ray,
hat today.
good job. You know what? I will call you a doctor for the day.
Dr. Granger.
Dr. Granger.
That's right.
Thank you, Dr. Granger.
Before this ends, I'm now taking off my professional hat. Okay, I'm putting on my goofy HD hat. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. It's going to take a while for him to change hats.
Is it?
I don't know.
I'm done.
That was it?
That,
That was the ending note.
BoardGamer.com. How big is your deck?
Okay, now, as we mentioned earlier, we're very excited to have with us on the phone now Colen McAlister from Lone Wolf Development. How you doing, Colen?
Hi there, I'm doing great.
Welcome aboard, Colin.
Thank you for coming on the show. Now, Colin, before we get into what you're here to talk about today, Nicole, my wife, has been doing surveys on kilts lately, and I know you are Scottish. So, do you now, or have you ever owned a kilt?
I'm a terrible Scotsman. The last time I owned a kilt was when I wore a kilt was when I was 8.
Okay.
And at my uncle's wedding, and I hated it so much.
So you're forgiven for that then because you were forced to wear the kilt.
Exactly.
Well, culturally, I think he also gets a pass, but I'm having deja vu.
Why doesn't he know if you wore the kilt in the U.S.? That was the question coming up
Just
next.
like walking around with it.
Right, just like down the streets.
I have pictures of Colin coming off the plane in a kilt.
Right.
I think I'd be stopped by the TSA if I tried that.
There you go.
Nowadays, definitely.
Okay, so recently, Colin, and the reason you're on the show, and thank you so much for coming on, is that there's been a lot of excitement around Lone Wolf Development and a rumored batch of cease and desist letters that you guys sent out.
Indeed.
So can you kind of give us an overview of kind of what Lone Wolf did and what you're hoping to accomplish?
So yes, we recently sent out a whole bunch of letters to various people. They weren't all cease and desist letters. We only actually sent out a few of those, but we did send out a bunch of letters. And the reason that we were doing that is because we have to protect our trademarks. We have trademarks on a bunch of our product names, like Army Builder and Hero Lab. And since we own those trademarks, one of the things that we have to do is make sure that other people use the trademark properly. We have to police this, and we've been actually doing this for quite a while. Because if we don't police it, we can lose the trademark. If we lose the trademark, that's going to be very bad, because other companies could then start using the trademark that we have spent over a decade investing time and energy into. And we, in the case of Army Builder, for example, that's one of our trademarks. We definitely benefit from name recognition and the general respect for the product that we've built up over the last decade. That's one of the things that lets a tiny company like us stick around and succeed in the gaming industry. We just can't afford to spend huge amounts of money on a big marketing campaign. So we've spent years basically building up our brand in the Army Builder trademark.
Sure.
If we lost that trademark, another company, potentially a games company that would be much bigger than us, that could throw a lot of money at marketing efforts, could begin using the name Army Builder. If we didn't protect the trademark, and effectively, and at that point, okay, somebody talks about Army Builder. Which Army Builder are they talking about? That would be really bad. There would be customer confusion in the marketplace. They could effectively steal a large chunk of sales and reputation we've spent so much time building up, and that's really the whole thing that we're trying to avoid here. And unfortunately, we have to. When this sort of thing happens, when people are misusing the trademark, we have to enforce it, and we have to enforce it against everybody. Because if we pick and choose who we ask to use it correctly, then that's, in the eyes of the law, that's the same as not enforcing it at all. And again, that risks us losing the trademark.
Well, that all makes a lot of sense to me. So let me ask you this. You said you sent out letters before, but some of them were cease and desist and some of them were not cease and desist. How did you sort of decide who got a sort of a more casual, friendly, not exactly on lawyer letterhead letter, and who got the official cease and desist, letter from lawyers?
It was a combination of things. Generally, we prefer not to use the formal cease and desist from the attorneys, but we do send them sometimes. I think the main message which started all this off, the one to Privateer Press, that wasn't actually a cease and desist. That was just an informal email, and I think that's one of the things that actually caused the problems because Rob, who sent the message, he's a software developer, not a lawyer. Like me, I'm also, I should have said this at the start, I'm also not a lawyer, I'm a software developer. Right. So a lot of the terms that he and I use when we're thinking about and talking about stuff aren't the exact correct legal terms. So there were things that he mentioned in the message that made sense to the way he and I think of them, and made sense to the way that a lot of regular people think of them, but that if you look at them from a legal perspective, it just doesn't. It's a weird letter because you see all these legal terms not necessarily being used entirely correctly. Right. So it was an informal letter sent to Privateer Press. We sent a lot of informal letters to other people as well. We did send cease and desist in a few cases. For example, there were a couple of people that we couldn't find any contact information for that we needed to send to. So we had to have the attorneys track them down for us, and so the attorneys were handling that anyway. So they got a cease and desist letter. But generally, the choice whether to send an informal message or not was just us talking to the attorneys and deciding whether we needed them. The letter to Privateer Press was just an informal message, not written by a lawyer, just an email from Rob. For Privateer, we didn't feel a formal cease and desist was necessary, so we just went with a less formal email. And obviously that didn't turn out very well.
Right. Well, let's talk about that a little bit. So, because obviously the Privateer Press issue is kind of what got the most play on the inner tubes, as they say.
Indeed.
What was your intent with the letter to Privateer Press, and what was sort of construed? You know, what were you guys hoping to say to them, and then where did it kind of go all pear shaped? Did you guys say across the pond there?
Right. So there are basically two. The letter that we sent to Privateer basically requested that two issues were tackled. The first issue is that where somebody is writing their own army creation tool, and they actually use Army Builder in the name. Now, we have absolutely no problem at all with other people writing their own army creation tools. That's fine. We're absolutely, totally behind them because that's how we got started. But legally, they can't use Army Builder in the name, because if they do, that's infringing our trademark.
Right. I can't write something and call it Russ's Army Builder. Right.
Exactly. You could write it and call it Russ's force creation tool, and that'd be totally fine.
Right.
But the term Army Builder is a trademark, and so if we let you get away with that, then it's the same as if we let everybody get away with it. Right. We can't pick and choose.
Just like other companies can't make rollerblades, they have to make inline skates.
Exactly. Or they have to sell bandages. They can't sell Band-Aids.
Right.
So there were a few references on the Privateer Press site, and legally, it's totally normal for us to, let Privateer know that those are there and request that they be changed, and that's just something that's the way that trademark stuff works. So that was the first thing. The second thing was that there are. Over the last few years, there have been more and more people using Army Builder as not as a trademark, but as a term for a general category of tools. And that presents a problem with genericization, I believe is the legal term. Again, I'm not a lawyer, so
is that really a word? That sounds like
I don't know. In legal terms, I can't be referenced as a source.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, if I'm using the incorrect terms, then please cut me some slack. But this is how I understand it.
Yep.
The term is genericization, where your trademark becomes genericized.
Oh, wow.
So, for example, aspirin, zipper. Are both examples of they used to be trademarks at least in the US, but because they were just used generally, they lost their status as a trademark here, and so now anybody can use them. And so there were a bunch of people on the Privateer Press forums using Army Builder as a term for a generic roster creation tool, and all we wanted from Privateer was for either them to make a post basically announcing that this isn't the correct use of Army Builder, or we would be allowed to make a post explaining all that and letting people know what the correct terms were. Either of those would have been totally fine. We were totally happy for either Privateer to handle it, or we could go and make the post ourselves, not a problem. Unfortunately, in the email to Privateer, we used some incorrect wording. and this is where the whole "not a lawyer" comes in. We've actually posted an explanation and an apology for the inaccuracies in our forums, but the inaccurate use of certain words meant that if you read the message a certain way, you could think that we were demanding that Privateer personally go and remove every single improper reference to Army Builder on their site. That, which would have been, a whole lot of work. That wasn't at all what we wanted, and from a legal standpoint, it would be pretty ridiculous of us to actually ask for that. I mean, that's kind of like if people on our forums, on the Army Builder forums, were referring to miniatures games as War Machine games, and Privateer asked us to let people know that that wasn't kosher, and if we simply deleted all War Machine related threads instead. If we had received a request that we thought was asking us to do that, we would, if we thought we had to do it, we would do it, but we would definitely double check with the requester first.
Right.
Unfortunately, they didn't check with us regarding their apparently extreme interpretation of the message, even though we had exchanged some follow-up emails with them before the weekend, and we were actually expecting further discussion about it on Monday. So the core problem with the Privateer stuff was this non-lawyer wording in the email that they seem to have taken the wrong way. I mean, that all said, it is their forum, so they can do whatever they like there. It's just unfortunate.
So go ahead, Craig.
Well, I was just saying, over the weekend we were at a con, and it seemed like some of the people, what they were commenting on was what appeared to be an assumption on Lone Wolf's part that they could hold Privateer Press responsible for the content of their forums. And what you seem to be saying now is that actually was a misunderstanding.
Exactly. There are the two kinds of trademark infringement. As I understand it, again, not a lawyer, we are totally within our rights to ask them to change references to Russ's Army Builder.
Right.
But as for the other terms where people, asking, hey guys, can somebody recommend me a good Army Builder for some miniatures game? We cannot and we would not ask them to remove those. Right. All we can do for those is educate people and try and make sure people that know that Army Builder is a trademark. So using it this way is incorrect. And that's all that we wanted for that.
Gotcha. And there was so it seems to me almost as if your letter was made without the consultation of a lawyer, which probably is a lesson that you've learned through this.
Yeah, it's interesting. One of the common things that we've been really beat up about on the various forums this over the weekend is that obviously this isn't a legal letter because it has these things which are just a little inaccurate and not proper legal terminology. And so one thing that we will be doing in the future is having the lawyer review all the stuff that we're going to be sending out in cases like this, even the less formal emails. We'll probably also have the lawyer send out more of the notices. But the downside to that is that people get worried enough when they get a simple email from us saying, hey, you're using this term inappropriately and please change it.
Right.
An actual letter, physical letter from an attorney is totally overkill in most situations, and that's going to be even more alarming. And we don't want to scare people when we send them these messages.
Right.
All we want to do is make sure that they know, hey, Russ, you can't call this Russ's Army Builder. Russ's force creation tool, knock yourself out.
And to be fair, you are sort of in a weird spot because I saw a lot of people responding all over the place over this issue, and one of the things I saw a lot was, gee, why did they send? There's some confusion because some people did indeed get cease and desist letters, and they saw those, and they had assumed that what you had sent to Privateer was a formal cease and desist letter, and they had said, gee, why did they just send them a nice friendly email? And it turned out you did send them a nice friendly email, and that's what got you in trouble. And if you just sent them a formal cease and desist, you've been fine. So it's kind of like, darned if you do, darned if you don't, really, in this situation, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think, honestly, whatever we did, there was bound to be some sort of negative publicity, if only because, I mean, we've been sending out sending out basically requests for people to stop using our trademarks incorrectly for years. It's not a new thing. And this time, I mean, Privateer has been the biggest company I think that we've had to send them to, had to contact about IP issues before. But it's interesting because the whole, there's this backlash, even though the entire gaming industry is built around in the intellectual property that a bunch of different companies have. Obviously, not just us, but the actual game manufacturers. Their intellectual property is the settings, the game mechanics, the imagery. And then whenever those companies take action, as they are often forced to do, like we were in the situation, to protect that property, gamers just don't react well. I think possibly because they see the news and they associate it with headlines like, the recording industry suing some random student for $100 million. And they don't like it because they see, hey, my friend Jim got an email and the Games Workshop made him take down the picture of the Warhammer logo that he was using on his website. And that sort of thing really sucks, but it has to happen because if we don't, and if the gaming industry as a whole don't take these actions, then our business is at stake, and the games that people play and love could be in a lot of trouble or even disappear. And so it's just the unfortunate reality of how stuff works. We're not doing this because we don't like gamers or because we don't like certain other people in the gaming industry. We do this because it's part of helping our business survive.
Right.
If we don't do this, then there's the potential for, in a few years, something really, really bad to happen when somebody comes along and notices that we haven't been properly policing our trademark and starts using it themselves. And that's why we had to send out those the emails and the few cease and desist letters. I mean, TSR, Wizards of the Coast, Games Workshop. I'm pretty sure I've seen them doing similar things for people who were misusing their IP. And in those cases, it's just they have to do that, because if Games Workshop doesn't stop Jim using a picture of the Warhammer logo on his website, then they're opening the door for knockoff Warhammer stuff to be made, which then damages their brand and which potentially reduces the enjoyment of the game for the players.
Right.
Okay.
And so it's kind of, we get lumped in with this. We've been, I think, unfairly lumped in with big unfair things like this, but we aren't some sort of dystopian megacorporation that giggles as we send out these terrible letters.
Right.
We're doing this because losing the trademarks would be very, very bad for our business in the long term.
Right.
And we've spent over a decade building up the name recognition and goodwill for Army Builder. Losing that would be, especially for a tiny company like us, losing that would be really, really terrible.
Right. Now, it's interesting that when you said the entire array of the IP that the whole gaming industry is built on, because some of the really poisonous comments that are being made is how dare Lone Wolf do this when they make their living off the IP of others. Like, that seems to me to be a fairly serious charge. How would you respond to the statements that are being made out on the forums that Lone Wolf makes its life's blood basically on other companies' IPs, and then here you are sending out these cease and desist letters?
You're right. There is this kind of perception that we're effectively, I don't know, stealing other people's intellectual property and so on.
Yeah.
But the truth is that the Army Builder and the data files and all of the other game-specific roster creation tools out there, basically, they're around because the games companies, the publishers, have chosen not to stop them. And honestly, if those publishers wanted to make it really hard for you to get hold of the Warhammer data files for Army Builder or for some spreadsheet for War Machine or whatever, they could do that, and they could make it really inconvenient. And so if the publishers did view Army Builder as something negative, they would be telling us, the data file authors and other people writing roster creation tools, to stop. Obviously that hasn't happened. And the reason that they don't do that is because they recognize the value that sort of tool brings to their games. It lowers the barrier of entry for new players. It simplifies preparation so that gamers can spend more time actually painting and playing and doing enjoyable things. It encourages players to experiment with new stuff, which then potentially results in them, oh, hey, an army with this would look really cool. It makes it easier for the store owners to run tournaments and leagues. So at the end of the day, Army Builder and all these other roster creation tools mean more money for game publishers. I mean, we see lots of retailers at trade shows every year. When we ask them, does Army Builder help your sales or hurt them? And they all say, Army Builder helps me sell more stuff because it means more new customers because they see, oh, hey, making an army is easy. It means players spend more time playing, they get more involved in the game. It means that players can, oh, hey, let me just check out this new army, and they play around with it for a while, and then they decide to start a new army, and so they spend a bunch of money on new figures for that. So we have these retailers who pretty much unanimously tell us Army Builder helps them sell miniatures, and that means that publishers are simply making more money because of Army Builder. And they let us continue supporting their games because they recognize that. I mean, not only that, we've had constructive dialogues with some of the largest game companies and the data file authors in the past. For example, for the 40K data files, the data file authors actually talked to Games Workshop for a while. Games Workshop suggested some restrictions. For example, when new files could be released, what sort of references could be made within the data files, like can they use specific page numbers or are general terms better? And there was an agreement for, okay, Games Workshop is happy with the 40K team doing this. The 40K team can still make very useful data files within that subset, so both sides are happy.
Interesting.
So let's be clear. So basically, Army Builder is not, and nor has ever been, some secret clandestine tool that it's not like, the early versions of Napster and stuff where people are secretly moving around copyrighted material. This is actually a tool that everybody knows exists, all the manufacturers know that exists, and retailers essentially are saying this is a shopping list printer.
Yeah, exactly.
This prints out what you go buy.
It's almost, honestly, it's almost crazy to me because we've had so many cool ideas that we could use to help miniatures players buy more models.
Right.
I mean, imagine that you're using Army Builder and you're playing around with some new, elf army list, and you click on a model, and up pops a picture of this really, really cool, really awesome model, and wow, that's really cool. I totally want that. Press a button.
Buy me now.
Adds that to your shopping cart, goes to an e-commerce. All that stuff we could totally do, and we would love to do that because we really like the gaming industry, and we would love to help that industry any way we can. But for some reason, it's just not something that the publishers have got behind. But that's the sort of thing that we would totally love to do because it would help. It would help us. It would help our users. It would help the game companies. I mean, everybody would win.
Which is awesome. And the summary defense of my earlier charge by proxy would be that not only have you not been challenged by these companies who some of these naysayers are now jumping on, and for the first time in their lives probably they're out championing that little guy GW, is that these guys haven't actually come to you and asked. Not only have they not asked you to stop, but they've actually worked with you so that you can come to a mutually beneficial agreement on how to do these data files.
Exactly.
Excellent.
Now,
the other sort of weird charge I've seen, or people trying to figure out how dare you kind of thing, which again is they talked about the fact that Lone Wolf, for example, is a name that's commonly used by a lot of businesses. Mm-hmm. And so they said, how can these guys try to enforce Army Builder when they've got a name Lone Wolf that other people use? And I think you've kind of already addressed that, but what do you say to that kind of a charge?
I think that's one of these things where people are kind of looking for, I don't know, niggles to bring up.
Yeah.
It's Lone Wolf development is actually a trademark, but when you have a trademark, you basically, it's just a simple trademark, so which anybody can claim just by putting a TM symbol next to it. Like if you guys were releasing like an audiobook anthology of your podcast, for example, and you came up with some sweet name like the D12 generation, for example, because it was 12 months of podcasts.
Write that down.
And you released that, you would just put a TM next to D12 generation, and okay, that's you claiming that trademark.
Yeah.
And that's basically what we're doing with Lone Wolf development. Trademarks are often owned by companies. Company names are often trademarks, but the rules for them are completely different. The fact that we do or don't have a trademark on our company name it's just not really relevant.
Right.
Which is an interesting point, and unfortunately, because Rafe's not here, it's unfortunate because he would support you in that and actually mentioned that earlier. I can't remember if it was on the air or if it was over the weekend, but the fact that it's so easy to actually trademark something, as all you have to really do is publish it and write that down next to it. Now, just to go back for one last time towards the privateer press end of things, it seems like almost as if a letter that should have been written maybe with the help of a lawyer but wasn't, was probably on the other side read by a lawyer, and maybe their response came from more of a, well, they use these 3 words in this particular order, which means this is what they're asking for, rather than what the intention was. And yep, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, it's I guess so, and it's just unfortunate that it just went this far instead of both of us getting together and figuring out, hey, so what do you guys actually want, before taking any drastic steps like that.
So obviously you guys didn't expect this much publicity around this, or negative publicity, I guess, around this activity. What do you guys, have you looked at what you would do differently in the future? Is it just simply getting the lawyers even more involved so it's even more parsed carefully, or is there any other, how would you approach this differently next time?
Getting the lawyers involved more is probably, I mean, it's not something we really want to do, but it's probably something that's safer for us, because, I mean, that at least means that whatever misunderstandings happen, they happen because of legally correct terms.
Right.
But other than that, I mean, you're probably sick of me saying this by now, but we have to protect our trademarks, because if we don't, it could be incredibly damaging to the rest of our business. And so, unfortunately, sending out these letters is something that we have to do, whether they're formal letters or cease and desist orders or less than formal ones. I mean, a long time ago we tried. Like I said, we've been doing this for years. A long time ago we tried sending out much less formal, much happier messages where we asked nicely, but people just tended to ignore them.
Right.
And the only way to get the results that we needed to protect our trademarks was to have whoever we sent the message to know that, hey, there's going to be consequences for doing that.
Right.
And I guess that might sound kind of like bullying, but it's just something that we have to do. If we let people misuse our trademarks, then again, it's going to really damage our business.
Right. It would be like if you owned a car and the law was, if you don't regularly go out and tell people that that's your car, that they have the right to just take it eventually.
Exactly.
And then you're going to lose your car.
Exactly. And eventually that would just happen.
Yeah.
Another weird thing is that there seems to be this perception that that we've been kind of lying in wait, and suddenly we're springing out from behind the curtain and waving this trademark in everybody's face. But like I said, we've been doing this for a bunch of years, and back in the mid-90s and earlier than that, there were a whole bunch of different terms being used for roster creation software. There were only a handful of game-specific tools available, a bunch of freeware mostly, and the term Army Builder wasn't being generally used when we adopted it as our product name. And that was all the way back in literally 1998. That was last century. The reason that the term Army Builder is so popular to mean a roster creation tool now is because Army Builder's been around for 12 years.
Yep.
Many long-term players will remember that 12 years ago it wasn't a well-established term. There were a bunch of different alternatives, and the reason it's so widely known is that Army Builder's been around and kind of building up steam for 12 years. The downside is that it's been successful enough that we now need to actively police the term.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I was talking about this the other day, and I remember a couple people, when they responded, they're like, I think it was like it's like they're trademarking the term vanilla, everybody. And I said, no, because I remember I've been playing, these games for a long time, obviously, since prior to Army Builder existing. And we didn't used to say, did you build your army? It was always, did you build your list? Is your list ready? How many points is your list? The term list it wasn't, you never really thought of it as an army until Army Builder. Because many games were smaller than an army. Yeah. Like War Machine's not really army scale, and there's Necromunda or neither is Battlefleet Gothic. That's not an army; it's a fleet. But you'd still say Army Builder today because that's just everybody does it, and even younger gamers who may not even use your product yet we'll still say Army Builder because all the people in the stores they meet have been using Army Builder now for the past 10 years.
Right.
So that's a big part of it.
And I think it is those younger gamers or newer gamers that haven't been here or weren't around when it was first starting, or like us before it started. It's a term of art now almost. You're a victim of your own success, because I remember when Russ first tried to sell me at Daka Daka Army Builder, and I didn't even know. I'm like, do you mean like it builds your models for you? Like, I literally remember when I walked in and he said, we got this great new thing, Army Builder, and I had no idea what he was talking about, because that term or those words in that particular configuration had never existed before. I've been playing this game since 1991, these games. So that's a long actually before that, when I was a freshman even, I played some scratch games with some people. And I had never heard, so 10 years, I had never heard the term Army Builder until Russ tried to sell me one, and I said no. And then he gave and then he gave me one to prove me how good it was.
He learned later.
Yes, I did. But yeah, and I don't think I don't think these younger gamers or the newer gamers, people that have come since the term has now been established, I think that's why you get these terms like, oh, they're trying to trademark vanilla. No, they're trying to trademark.
They have trademarked.
No. They invented vanilla, and you just came to the party and realized, hey, vanilla's really good.
Right, exactly.
And part of the problem is that this is really the first time that there's been any sort of public knowledge about it. And like I said, we've been having to deal with people misusing our trademark in their product names, in their tool names, like literally tools that would be called something like one recent one was the War Machine Hordes Army Builder, I believe. And
that's got all kinds of problems.
And so, I mean, presumably Privateer Press is fine with that, but it's something that we have to protect.
Right.
And so, because this hasn't been, we've been doing this for years, but because it hasn't come up before, it seemed like it's to just the man on the forum. It's kind of come out of nowhere, whereas we've been kind of doing it in the background for the last 10 years, 12 years, because we've had to.
Right.
Well, Colen, thank you so much for coming on and subjecting yourself to these questions, especially. And I really appreciate you taking the time, because a lot of companies would just claim up here.
And being totally open.
But before we let you go, we have to ask you a fun question at the end.
Oh.
Okay.
Well,
I'm totally up for fun.
Should you ask him if there's anything?
That's what I'm going to ask him.
Are there anything else we haven't covered that they'd like to get?
Well, okay. Before we go into the fun questions, anything else you wanted to mention before that you wanted to make sure got out there?
I don't think so. I think you guys have asked some really good questions. I think there's been a bunch of good questions asked on the forums. Some not so good questions, but a bunch of people who are honestly confused about stuff. And so so thanks to you guys for letting me come on here and get hopefully a more accurate story out there.
If they want to follow up, should they go to your forums? Is that the best place to ask any follow-up questions?
Yeah, absolutely. We actually have, I believe there's a couple of threads on our forums. We posted the apology regarding the incorrect word usage in the letter to Privateer Press there, so they can go there and read that. And we very carefully spent a long time writing that to carefully explain here are the issues, and this is what we should have done better. And yes, if anybody has any comments or questions about stuff, please go ahead and post on our forums, or just send us private emails.
Okay.
Whichever is more convenient for you.
Okay. Now here's the fun question.
Okay.
He probably can't answer this question, but I got to do it anyway, because we got him on the air.
Now we'll have some fun and embarrass you.
So Colen, is there anything? What's over the horizon? What's the latest new stuff? Just a little hint you can give us coming from Lone Wolf, like any kind of little nibble from any of your three major product lines.
Let's see. What can I tell you? Well, we actually have something we just announced a few days ago. We actually have Call of Cthulhu data files coming out for Hero Lab.
Cool.
Cool. We did a survey a couple months ago, and that was one of the most requested games. So Call of Cthulhu Hero Lab data files are on the way. Army Builder, we have some really, really cool stuff coming up this year. I'd like to be able to tell you about it, but unfortunately the last couple of weeks have been a little busy for some reason.
I don't understand. See, this is what happens,
so
people.
It'll have to wait till later. But we have some really cool stuff coming up this year.
You pick on these companies for this stuff, and they get all distracted from what's important, which is bringing us more cool stuff.
Exactly. We would be on, if it hadn't been for the last 2 weeks of us responding to forum posts and so on, we'd probably be on Army Builder 5 or 6.
Right.
Well,
Army Builder would be like a hologram. It'd be amazing. Well, Colin, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule.
Thanks
we'll
for coming
appreciate
on.
Oh, thank you guys.
Have a great week.
Bye-bye.
So I had this whole nice bit worked out where I was going to talk about getting depressed after a gaming convention because, you got to face the realities of life when Audacity crashed. So I recorded this nice, thoughtful 3-minute exposition of my feelings and how I work through that gamer funk when a convention's over. I had given some great on-air mention shout-outs to meeting some new people like Greg Silberman and Doug from Carnage and playing Gutshot next to Dan, and of course saying hi and getting to play Malifaux with old friends, Romeo of Battle Foam sporting his tri-corner hat, and of course Matt and Shifty was there, and he was all cranked up, and after like the third day he looked like a walking zombie because he miscalculated his use of Sleep versus Red Bull. I mean, I had all this great stuff of TempleCon. I had a great time. Lots of people came up, said hello, got to play Le Havre, got to play on Craig's terrain, and everybody would come up and witness his beautiful terrain and say, oh my God, how did he do that? And I would stand there, and while Russ was yelling out about brains, I would explain how Craig built the Western buildings from scratch, and how the most recent episode of the D6 generation, the one you're listening to now, would have a step-by-step process on how to build said building. I mean, I had this whole thing all worked out, and how even though I'm at the con, I would start to get sad that the con would be over and I wasn't living in the moment, and how I have this Buddhist technique where I focus my attention in my hands, and that gets me back into the moment. When I get all done recording, and there's this beautiful shout-out where Joel wants to wish his gamer widow, Emily, a beautiful Valentine's Day, and he's really looking forward to spending the day with her and his son, Isaac. I mean, it was beautiful. The whole thing came together, and I stopped the program, and Audacity crashes. Now, I hate when Audacity crashes because I have an Audacity recovery utility, but I never remember how to do it. I never remember where to find the damn Audacity temporary files. So then I spend the next 20 minutes trying to recover the data files. I recover some. I think I closed the program out when I wasn't supposed to. I don't freaking know. So I recover some, and then there's these WAV files. I try to import the WAV files in, and then my noise is clipped. And it's like that moment when you wrote your paper in college, or maybe you're at work and you forget to save, and then the computer crashes and you lose your whole college paper. I mean, has that ever happened to anybody? It's happened to me. So I get that feeling. I'm all frustrated. I'm like, that's it. I'm just going to take a break. I'm going to walk away. Oh, the DVD that I had set up for my daughter, that ends. So she starts instantly griping that that's over. The dog starts to get all riled up. I mean, did you ever have days like that? Oh, but it gets worse. So then I was like, you know what? I'm going to get a cup of coffee. I'm going to walk away from this for a minute. I'll come back and I'll record some more. Go to get a coffee with my nice Keurig, and I put it in, and all of a sudden the coffee just starts spitting everywhere. I don't know. It's not dripping into the cup. It's like there's something in the way. So it just starts spraying everywhere. There's like coffee hitting the counter. I'm like, oh, great. So now I got to clean that up. So then I go to put some sugar in my coffee, and the sugar lid is like stuck in the sugar bowl. So I kind of struggle with the sugar lid just a little bit because I'm in a hurry and I want to get back to recording, and then the sugar lid comes released, and so I knock the sugar over, so then there's like sugar all over my counter. So then I start to worry about like, well, God, ants are going to come. Even though it's the middle of winter and ants are all dead right now, whenever sugar hits a counter, I just think of those little micro ants. So I start to get very anxious about that. So then I like sweep the sugar into the sink. I go to grab my cup of coffee, and my dog's sitting behind me. Gertie, the big old bulldog. Actually, she's little. She's a little young bulldog. So I kind of trip over her, so then my coffee sloshes over and hits the floor. And I'm just like, I hate having mornings like that. So I thought I would just record that little bit. So let's give Joel his proper shout-out here. Happy Valentine's Day to my loving gamer widow, Emily. I'm looking forward to spending the day with you and our beautiful son, Isaac. Love, Joel. The other thing I'm excited about is you may know that I am a T-shirt snob. That is to say that I do want to support the hobby. I do want to wear our gamer tees, but I can't stand wearing those hot black, heavily silk-screened gamer T-shirts. So I've got this idea. You know, I'm lucky. My brother-in-law owns a T-shirt shop, and so we whipped up a Jimmy Django shirt and a nice, comfortable, organic tee. We kind of faded Jimmy Django logo, just something quick, and I wore it at Gen Con. I gave a Jimmy Django shirt to Romeo because he is Jimmy Django. If you were like me and you're looking forward to being able to wear your gamer shirt maybe to the mall where it means something to us but not necessarily the whole world, and it's a nice comfortable tee, that's my goal. Is it a shirt I would wear to the mall? And I worked out a situation where I have the ability to fool around with some of Romeo's logos there and make up a cool shirt. And some other people that I can't name quite yet. So, it's just a proofing concept at this point. But if you're like me and you're like, yeah, I'd like some shirts like that, or I'm going to snap a picture of it, and you want a Jimmy Django shirt, just drop me a line, and we'll see if it makes sense. And, maybe we'll all be wearing some Jimmy Django shirts one day at the mall. Oh, yeah, and if you want to follow me on my blog, you can reach me at jimmydjango.com or my microblog, which is D6G Hollywood, on Twitter. Well, that's my story. This RVR is going to be great. I can't wait to show this Chaos Scum the might of my Ironbreaker. Here I go. I've got him targeted. That Black Ark is moving way too fast. There's too many people on my screen for my ancient PC. Oh, no. I'm screen locked. Now I have to reboot. I'm just going to bed.
Rafe, don't grip your pillow at night in PC frame rate paralysis. It's time to level up.
Level up? I can't. My damn computer's too slow.
That's the point, doofus. With a Doghouse System PC, you can have just what you need for the best in MMO play. Play your game at the highest settings, experiencing the very best frame rates available, and all at an affordable price. Now go back to sleep.
When I wake up, I'm going to www.doghousesystems.com. It's time to get in the house and level up.
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, Total Fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy. And Lestat, now there's a vampire. Hey everyone, this is Total Fangirl here. You can check out my blog at www.totalfangirl.com or follow me on Twitter at Nicole Wakelin. My shout out this week is Total Fangirl would like to remind you to take some time to share games with your family and friends. Nothing replaces the face-to-face time of playing games with those you love. This Gamer Public Service announcement was brought to you by friendly professional game stores everywhere. Okay, everyone, I have with me here a really interesting guest this episode. I have Laura Kinnaman. Laura, say hello.
Hello.
Laura is actually a physics grad student at Notre Dame, which I have to tell you, Laura, the first thing I think of is Sheldon Cooper from Big Bang Theory. Are you surrounded by Sheldon Coopers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you a Sheldon Cooper? Would you fall into that category? Or you're not quite that geeky.
I aspire to be a Sheldon Cooper.
Very nice. I like that. Nice props to the geeks. You aspire to be Sheldon. That is fantastic. Well, I have you on today not to talk about Sheldon Cooper, but to talk about your gaming and a really cool modification you made to a game. Now, the game that Laura had worked with was Settlers of Catan, and you are tutoring a student who is a blind student, correct?
Yeah.
And tell me how this came about. You've modified this game so that she can play it. Tell me how that happened.
Well, so myself, my sister, and another graduate student have been tutoring Ashley, who's blind, for about 3.5 years. Mm-hmm. And so we developed a lot of skills working with her and representing things tactilely.
Yeah.
And we knew she was graduating, and we wanted to give her a present. And we'd played games with her before, but more like balderdash sort of things where you can write sentences, and that's easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
But she'd shown interest in playing more real games, and so it was my friend Amy's idea. Amy wanted to do a modification to a game that people can play as a family and with their friends, and that's a real gaming experience.
Mm-hmm.
And so her idea was Settlers of Catan. And that's when we thought, oh, this will be easy. There's not much you have to do with that, right? You just kind of label things.
Now, I've seen pictures of it. It was not easy. She did a lot.
Yeah, we took about 3 days where we did just about nothing but modifying the game.
So now you guys had Ashley, you said she played games like Balderdash. Had she ever gotten a chance to play games like Settlers before, or was this like the first time she got to play that kind of a game?
As far as I know, this was the first time. I know she has cards, like playing cards, that are labeled. So she's been playing card games with people, but it really sounded like she had never had a good personal experience with these kind of games where she could be fully involved and interactive with the board.
Now, before you guys made the modifications you made, when you were playing with her, did one of you sort of have to like play with her so you were almost like a team because she couldn't see what the cards were? I'm assuming that's how you would have had to have played it before?
Right. Well, we had never played it with her. We actually didn't know if she'd like it or not.
Oh, my gosh. You did all of that work? Not sure? Wow.
Yeah. Well, we wanted it to be a surprise since it was a gift, and we just went on our instincts and what we knew of her, and we thought, lots of people like this game, and she seems like she would like it. So.
And now, what did she think when you showed it to her? What was her reaction?
Oh, she was so excited. It was great. She opened the box, and she started feeling it, and she goes, I don't know what this is, but it feels amazing.
That's very cool. So, and now when I was looking at it, there's a website. What's the name of your website, Laura, where you have this?
So it's called Game Mod Resources. So the website is gamemod.community.officelive.com.
Okay, and we're going to put that on our website for anybody who didn't get that. But she's got pictures. You've got pictures up there with the detail of how you put like the Velcro on it so that you could make sure everything lined up. It's crazy how much did it all work right out of the box? Like once you handed it to her, was it all exactly the way you thought it worked? Or did you have to make some changes once she had a chance to actually play it?
It really did work. We were pleasantly surprised. We asked her after we played if there was anything she would have us change, and she said no. So that was exciting.
Wow.
But we did have to explain, how it worked and what to do, and I actually wrote up a document for her with instructions to set it up.
Yeah.
So if she's playing with only blind players, they can still set it up completely and play it with no assistance from somebody who can see the board.
That was going to be my question. Looking at it online, it looked like you had it so that you wouldn't have to see it all, that you could do it all with players who weren't sighted. So that's neat. So she had 4 friends and none of them could see. They could still play the game without needing someone who could see the pieces. Now, is it still, and it looked pretty playable now, she's still got a combination. You left enough of it showing underneath the Velcro and things you used. So as a sighted player, you could still play it and it still worked fine for you?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we almost had a tragedy of sorts.
Uh-oh.
We had borrowed a Braille labeler from the Office of Students' Disabilities on campus, and we were making the labels to go on the board, and we ran out of the tape. And when we went to get replacement, the tape was black.
Oh, no.
Fine, for a blind person, they don't care, but we were like, if we put this on the board, you won't be able to see the pieces anymore.
Right, because you used all clear. It's clear tape, and then the Braille dots are like little white. You look white, so.
So then my sister Carrie had the inspiration to email Ashley and be like, we can't tell you why, but could we borrow your Braille labeler for the day?
She must have been curious.
And we couldn't ask her what color her tape was. So we were just hoping she had some clear one, and then she did. And so we were able to finish it. with the clear tape so that sighted people can still see what the pieces are.
That's fantastic. So now it took you 3 days. So you worked on this for 3 days to get all this to work out, and you did all these modifications. I like that you even thought about things like on the edges of the sort of hexagonal tiles. It's always the soft side that people are touching, so you aren't touching the scratchy side of the Velcro.
Right. Yep. So soft side up, rough side down.
So now, how did you go about it when you said we're going to do this, we're going to modify this game for Ashley so that she can play it? What was the first, how do you go about trying to do that to a game? What would your suggestion be if somebody else has another game they're trying to make the same modifications to?
So what we did was think about the fact that a blind person to access the game has to feel it. And so if you set up the board and you put your hands on and move them around, what moves that you don't want to? And so then you start thinking, okay, how can I make it not move? And that's why we thought Velcro. But at first I was just like, oh, we need to Velcro the cities and the roads and the number tiles, right? That's it. But then when we actually tried it, the hexes would move. It was like, oh, we need to anchor these down too. So it was very much a process of, we thought it would be a little bit of things to change, and then as we put it together, we discover more things to do.
I see. And now you have it. Once you got it all done, you didn't have to make any other changes, though. You got it down that first try. Once you handed it to her, she was able to play it.
Yep, she did, and it was a lot of fun.
Now, does she like it? And since you didn't know, was she happy? Did she say you guys picked a terrible game, or did she love it?
No, she loved it. She said she was going to go home and teach her family how to play.
Oh, that's fantastic. Now, do you know if she's had if she's ever seen another game that anybody or has heard since then about anybody else trying to do something like this to a game?
She said not with games like this, like adult games.
Yeah.
There are a few resources that I found and that she had mentioned for games for teaching school-age children.
I see, yeah.
Because there's a lot of emphasis, right, on children with disabilities and teaching them, which is fantastic. Right. Except that most children, when they grow up, they don't lose this disability. And so, but there just wasn't anything out there for this kind of game.
Now, have you tried any other games to do this? Do you have ambitions to try another one, or is the only one you've done Settlers? Because that's quite an accomplishment, just the one.
Well, I think if Ashley hadn't graduated, we would definitely be doing more. I would love to do more. It was a really fun experience.
Yeah.
She was talking about Risk, and we had an idea of making a really tactile board where each of the different countries, you would put soft Velcro on one and maybe velvet on another, and a soft sandpaper.
Oh, that'd be cool. So you could tell the difference in the texture.
Have a different tactile representation, right? Yeah. So that's an idea we've had floating around, but haven't acted on.
Haven't actually acted on. Have you found anything else? Because I actually did a little searching after you sent me this information, trying to see if anybody else had done anything like this, and I actually didn't find any other games where somebody had done this level of modification to it. Have you ever found anything else that people have done this too?
I looked too when we were doing this, and I did not find much. I found a site that I linked to on our website under the additional resources.
Yeah.
There's a journal article for the Games Journal about general modifications for the blind and ideas, which is really interesting. And I found a couple blog posts, but I never found any comprehensive sort of resources, which is one reason why I made the website I made.
Yeah.
Is so that if anyone has ideas or experience, that they can send that to us and we can start accumulating these ideas.
Now, I think that's a really fantastic idea. And then definitely anybody, if you hit her website, feel free to send her information about any mods that you may have seen. But also you can send emails to me if it's easy to remember. Send it to totalfangirl at the D6 Generation, and I'll make sure that Laura gets it, because I think it would be kind of a neat way to see what we get. We have a huge people from all over the place, all over the world. It'd be interesting to see if people in other places and other walks of life have tried to make these changes, because I think this is kind of neat. I'd never really thought about the fact that you can't sit down and play anything. You can't just sit down and play a board game if you can't see it. You have to have someone on your side, which would be a bummer.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us, Laura. I will make sure that I put up links to Laura's website on the D6 Generation site so that you guys can see the things that she did, and definitely send me any suggestions or information you might have on that so we can all share. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Need to add a big unit to your current force and don't feel like painting that many grunts? Or maybe you want to start a new army and really don't have time to paint it up. That's where PaintedFigs.com can help. For over 4 years, their staff with over 20 years of experience in the industry have been providing gamers with high-quality, affordable paint jobs on miniatures for their most popular games, including Flames of War, Warhammer 40,000, Fantasy, War Machine, Hordes, and even a variety of board game pieces. Their full-service packages include the cost of the models themselves at wholesale prices, assembling, painting, and basing. And they now offer a super affordable dipping service starting as low as 99 cents per figure. Because they are able to get the models wholesale, you end up with a package appearing on your doorstep full of ready-to-play models at only a fraction over the retail price. That's why PaintedFigs.com is the official painting service of the D6 generation. Their name says what they do. PaintedFigs.com. High-quality miniature painting at the lowest rates on Earth. Even with shipping. Be sure to let them know the D6 generation sent you.
Hey, I'm Luke.
And I'm JJ.
And we're the guys from World's End Radio. When we're not playing games,
or lying to our wives about it,
then we're going to the ends of the earth to bring you the latest content on all aspects of the Games Workshop hobby.
And a few other worlds besides.
So come find us at www.worldsendradio.com.
Or subscribe to the show through iTunes.
Greetings from Myriad Games, your friendly professional game store. We offer a wide variety of family fun for everyone. With our Anytime Open Play program, you can try out hundreds of different games from our massive game library right here in store. And coming this year, our new Game Share program, which works a lot like Netflix, but for all your favorite unplugged games. Our MVPs will have an opportunity to participate in an alpha test of Game Share. So if you're interested in trying it out, sign up today. We've expanded our MVP program, offering steel, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and titanium MVP memberships. MVPs receive a wide variety of benefits, including bonus Myriad money, access to our new achievements program, complimentary open play passes, free shipping, and much more. The higher your level, the more bonuses you'll receive. For more details, visit myriadgames.com/MVP. Thanks for shopping Myriad Games, your friendly professional game store.
Hello.
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 Welcome back. Okay, well, we've been getting a lot of these requests over the last couple of months for painting tips and terrain tips and things like that. And we keep telling people go back and listen to the previous episode where we talked about painting. But this is a living medium.
It is a living medium.
Really. And
new listeners all the time. Come
exactly. And you guys don't want to go all the way back. I mean, some of you do, and believe us, we thankful. We find it painful to listen to ourselves back then. But so we're going to focus this time. We're going to do another painting segment, and we're going to focus this time on painting specifically board game pieces in particular. So mainly I want to focus, guys, on fast and quick techniques.
Someone just painted the sand.
Exactly. I'm going to be speaking from immediate experience.
Right.
But feel free to kick in comments and ideas or questions at any time.
All right.
But the key is, it's not this is not the only way to paint board game models, things like that. If you're a Golden Demon award-winning painter, obviously you're going to paint the Descent models your own way, and they're going to look awesome. But this is kind of my way to go into the board game, and it works with Arcane Legions.
Yes. So we're talking about here is either you're not familiar with painting, and this would be an easy way to learn quickly to paint, or you're already doing a lot of painting for miniature war games, but you're intimidated by the large amount of painting for board game,
right?
And you're going to have some tips how to make it faster and easier, and simpler.
Make it quick and fast, right? Well, I mean, you did the same thing with your oh my brain, does not bode well for the next segment.
How you doing
there? What were you painting? You got dragons for it.
Our trademarks.
What? No,
Battle Lore.
Battle Lore.
Yes,
Battle Lore. You did the exact same thing with your Battle Lore.
I did.
Okay, so a couple key differences, though, because we're talking about board games primarily. These models, they're not coming on sprues.
Nope.
So you're not removing them. Most of them don't require a lot, if any,
assembly,
construction or assembly.
Right.
Okay, so there's parts in here that are going to be left out, and we're going to focus on different parts from the last time.
Although there is one step you might want to do before you prime.
Which is?
What do you do if you have a really bendy piece that's really bent wrong?
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's excellent. First, we're going to talk about preparing your pieces.
Right.
And right out of the box, you're going to notice that the quality of the plastic is generally softer for board games than it is for war games, which will often result in what we call the droopy sword syndrome. And your models are going to
have drugs for, but plastic models can't take them.
Exactly. I don't think that Viagra or Cialis is going to help your little Descent hero.
But nobody likes a droopy sword.
That's true. Droopy swords are bad. Okay. Descent in particular it's the only thing I would say negative about my experience so far with buying Descent is that so many of the models are warped and bent.
Yes.
And so a very quick there's a bunch of different ways. Basically, the problem is that it warps in shipping.
Right.
And but luckily for you, it's plastic, which means it has a memory.
Right.
Okay, its original shape is in there somewhere.
Right.
And it wants to get back into that shape, so it's going to help you. Desperately. You can hear it screaming.
Right.
Please make me straight again.
Boil the water.
Exactly. There's a bunch of different ways people tell you to use
the water's easiest. Skip right to the water.
Hair dryers, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, water.
Water is the easiest thing to do. You want 2 Tupperware containers of water that you know the Tupperware is big enough for the model to be in completely.
Right.
What you're going to do is make one really, really hot, not boiling, because then you will hurt yourself.
Yeah, I boil them.
Okay.
But I have parental supervision if you don't.
Okay.
And don't use Tupperware if you boil it either, because you probably burn yourself.
Yeah, that's probably bad too.
I use a glass bowl.
I don't think you're going to be able to use my variation if you're going to use boiling water.
Well, you boil it first and you pour it in.
Okay, well,
go ahead.
Well, this is what I did with my Descent. It worked for about 80% of the models.
There you go.
Some of them are bending again, but most of them are really good. Okay, hot to the point where you don't probably want to put your hand in it, but you're not going to get burnt if you do.
Okay.
So you're going to take your model. Let's say, for instance, one of my ogres was ridiculously bent, like he was bent over, he couldn't even stand up. Okay. You're going to submerge that completely in the hot water, and you're going to bend the model as it's in the water to whatever stance and position you think was the original intent. Okay, so you're going to straighten out the model. You're going to straighten out swords and arms and chains and things like that to where you want it to be. It's probably going to take about a minute for it all to get warm and malleable. Once it's in that position, very quickly remove it in whatever position you want it to be and put it into the cold water, and it will immediately cool in that position.
Right.
Okay, so you will have straightened out, except for really, really thin pieces, which may be a problem for eternity.
No. See, here's what got you into trouble. What you're doing works great.
Yes.
But if you boil the water, because that is with Battle Orcs, the Battle Orc swords are super thin, and they come. They look like they're curled like a package ribbon's been curled up.
Yeah.
If you get the water to boiling, let it cool just long enough so it's still steaming. Pour it in a glass bowl. Drop your figure in the water.
Okay.
Now, don't even worry about trying to bend them out under the water because it's hot a second there.
Right.
Get yourself some tongs. Do not use your fingers. Wait for about 60 seconds.
Yep.
Pull the figure out with tongs while he's still steaming hot. Bend him to the right shape. He'll be so soft you're afraid you're going to melt him, but just bend him the right shape, then drop him in the cold water bath. Bam, he's done. He won't move.
Wow. Okay.
Rock solid.
Well, there you go. So maybe melt because, like I said, only 80% of my models will fix. So,
but it is a little more dangerous. You got boiling water.
It takes longer too. I was able to just bam, and
you can get a rhythm going because you do if you get a big enough bowl, you can do 4 or 5 at a time.
Yeah.
So you can go through pretty quick.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, but the key is the heat.
The key is
and
hot
then the
water, cold water bath. You're done.
Yeah.
Either way works, but
exactly.
Maybe you only do my trick if you really got tricky ones.
I guess I just don't have that problem, you guys. My sword's straight all the time.
Jimmy Django's back. All right.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, so once you've got everything all straight and ready to go, your next problem is going to be you want to look because there's probably going to be a lot of flashing or edging where the molds that made the model came together. Yep. It's really hard to deal with this with the rubberized, with the soft, malleable plastic. With hard plastic, you can almost scrape them off really quickly. With the board game quality, it's actually a lot more work. And to be totally honest, I just skipped it completely.
Yeah, board game level.
It's a board game, okay? But you might want to be able to do that. War games, much easier to take off, and you're rewarded much more when you do that. Construction, like I said, most of these models aren't going to require it. If they do, I highly recommend dry fitting first to make sure they're going to fit.
Always a good idea.
Okay, and that means don't put any glue near anything and just put the pieces together to make sure they go.
Right.
Okay, and then as far as glue goes, because they're a different kind of plastic, your regular modeling plastic glue is probably not going to work.
AKA polystyrene cement will work.
Most likely not work.
That's the stuff that your parents told you not to smell when you were putting together those plastic model kits when you were a kid.
Right. Don't use that.
Don't use that. You can use it on hard plastic stuff, like Games Workshop stuff, but not on this stuff.
Exactly. It's made for a much harder plastic that it can melt, but with a, So it actually won't have any chemical reaction at all with the softer plastic, which means it will do nothing for you but
makes
make
a big mess. Right.
Exactly. Right. Okay, so your friend there is probably going to be super glue.
Super glue. Good old-fashioned super glue.
Exactly. Okay, so now once you've got all that done, you're all ready to take your next step, which is still not to paint yet.
Right.
Okay. The next step is priming. And once again, we want to emphasize you must prime your models.
Please prime your models.
Okay.
If you don't prime your models, it's just not going to be pretty. You're not going to understand why it doesn't work.
And the paint's going to flake off and you're not going to know why.
Slide all over the model. It's going to take 20 coats. It's going to be a disaster. Don't do it.
Okay. But the priming primarily is actually giving you a chemical surface upon which your paint is going to bond.
Your acrylic water-soluble paint will stick to.
Okay. So you've got a couple different options. Last time we did this, we were still lamenting the loss of Games Workshop Primer. I think it's time we just put that behind us.
It's gone now.
It's never going to come back.
Right.
Although I did find a can in my basement.
Oh, excellent.
Don't think I'm not. Wow. The problem with it is, though, you save it, like you hoard it, and then it goes bad. And that's what happened to me.
The good news is there are some viable alternatives.
There are some really
nowadays.
good. Yep. The first one, and I think the favorite in this room, is the Privateer Press Primer.
P3.
P3 Primer.
You know why it's called P3?
Privateer Press Paint.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Or primer, as the case may be.
Or primer, as the case may be. Okay. Russ, why don't you talk about that? I know you've used that a lot.
It is my favorite. I think the price point is reasonable compared to other primers, although there's cheaper options. For about $10, I think it's $9.99 is the MSRP, or maybe $10.99 now. I can't remember.
It was $9.99 when I looked.
Right about
yesterday.
$10. They have two colors. They do black and white, I believe. And you can really slather it on there, and if you let it, I know Rafe disagrees with me on this, but I found that you can really slap it on there, and when it dries, it will not film details. But a few tips about primers. Shake the can like crazy. I like to make the circular motion so you hear the little bead rolling around the bottom of the can, and do that until for a full minute almost before I paint. The other thing is, primer's really, really picky about the temperature and humidity it dries at.
That's very true.
Okay, if you dry when it's humid, the primer will turn a whitish color and will also dry thicker than it should. And if you also let it dry when it's too cold, it will also dry too thick. So when it is either very, very cold out or very, very humid out, I will bring my models inside to dry. Now, this is a very risky process because it stinks like heck. And if
it's very risky when you're married.
Yes. Yeah. When you're not married, you just get a little high and you're crazy and you damage a few brain cells. But when you're married, you got to put it in the basement and keep the kids out, blah blah blah, or have a vented area. But just keep an eye on the whole priming when it's either very humid or very cold, because that will mess things up.
Yeah. It's funny because as I did my painting Fury, that same exact thing happened, Russ. So I'm out on my porch, and I'm spraying, and then the spray comes in, and then I just tell Marisa to shut up and get me a beer. But, everybody's different.
Yeah, I'm going to play that back to her tomorrow, so that works.
I don't think
No, don't. I won't be able to go to
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to mess with that right before TempleCon.
Good point. All right.
Now, Rafe, is what Russ saying true? Are you having problems with the PP primer?
No.
Obscuring detail?
No, I like to do far away, like the can suggests, and multiple coats. Russ just goes.
I see. You're afraid that Russ's thing won't work.
Right.
Is what you're saying. Okay. The next kind of primer that you might want to think about, and this is actually the new hotness, is Army Painter Primer. And the Army Painter system just came out a few months ago.
Right.
It's actually dipping, for those of you who were in on Navin's interview. Okay, when we explained dipping, it's a whole system where you buy everything to dip the models, but you can also use the primer and the spray paints just for that.
Since we're talking about sniffing glue and paint, we're not talking about putting chew in your mouth.
No,
No.
that's not
Dipping.
what
No.
dipping is. No.
Right.
And actually, kids, don't sniff paint or glue.
Right. Yes, exactly.
And don't use
and
chew.
Chew is bad
Right.
and gross, almost as gross as smoke. Okay. Anyway, now the interesting thing about Army Painter Primer is, and this is the way they bill it, it's a primer and a base coat.
Right.
So you can use black or white, and that only costs $10.99.
Right.
Okay.
Did you figure the price points out now?
I did.
Excellent.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second, just because it's interesting locally. Or there's a whole array of colors you can use. They're spray paint, but it's a
still
base
primer
coat
quality.
for your army.
Right.
It's primer quality, so it works just like a primer, but it's going to lay down your original coat. So you can use flesh or metallic
Now,
or orc flesh.
What's interesting about their stuff is it does say specifically you must get close or closer.
Yeah.
Like they're designed to blast your model, but again, it dries. It's the same primer technology, I think, as P3 and the old GW stuff, where it'll dry and not obscure detail.
Right.
And what's really interesting about theirs is they've got all these crazy colors.
Yep.
So either if you're going to dip, it's a great base coat, but if you're not going to dip, it's great because you now have a nice primer color in red or whatever. If most of your models
Right.
red.
What do you think of that, Craig?
Well, it's interesting. We want to try Army Painter.
We do.
I do too.
We've been trying. I have a very specific project that I want to use it on because it's going to make my life much easier if I do it that way.
Because I want to try that dipping part.
Yeah, the dipping I'm not so interested in, but I think we all want to try to see it all just to see how it works. But you cannot get this stuff locally right now. Actually, you can. Let me rephrase that. This is the weird thing about the price. $10.99 gets you the black or the white primer.
Mm-hmm. Same price
All
as
of the
primer, too.
colors are $14.99.
Right. Okay, more expensive.
Which is more
Right.
expensive.
Yep.
Locally, there's one store that's selling it all for $9.99.
Ooh, bargain.
Okay, they're all out.
Of course.
And there's another store that's selling them all for $17.99, and they've got plenty. And I can't take. It's not in me yet to bite that bullet. And I don't get how I don't get what the guy who's selling it for cheaper is getting, and I don't get what the guy who's sitting on the product. 'Cause I don't know if he doesn't know it's more expensive than it's supposed to be. But
well, if you're listening, Army Painter Primer folks, maybe send some emails to some stores to help them figure out the price
make
points.
sure they know what the price point is.
Right.
Even better, send us some stuff so we can try it out.
Well, that's
There you
good
go.
too.
That would be good too.
We'll be happy to.
Because we'd love to have you on. But that's another option if you can find it. And the reason, not only because it's got the whole dipping technology and it's like what everybody's talking about, the reason it's the new hotness in my head is you can't get it.
Right,
I
so it
mean,
must be good.
even from the War Store is sold out of almost all of it. I mean, literally, unless you find a store where they're charging $4 more than it's supposed to be.
Well, I saw they just got picked up by Alliance, which is one of the major distributors here in the U.S.
So they're
So I think
probably-
what happened is they got picked up by Alliance. Everybody ordered some.
Yeah.
People are finding out about it because it's on their store shelves. They're buying it in Alliance.
There you
sold
go.
out.
So that's another
my theory.
very viable
Oh,
option
okay.
for priming.
But yeah, good stuff. Well, I'd like to try it. It looks really good.
Yeah, it word of mouth is that it's good.
Yeah.
And then the third option is what we call. I did a little more research, so I know what I'm talking about now. Okay, the Krylon is the company name. Indoor-outdoor spray paint. Okay, and
Now, you're
this
a fan of using that, right?
I am. Especially for board game pieces. Okay, Krylon indoor-outdoor spray paint. You can get it in black or white or gray. Flat is what
Even
you
purple.
want. You want what's that?
You can even get it in purple.
You could if you wanted. You want to use flat though, and they don't.
Yes.
Most of those colors don't come in
use
flat.
gloss.
You can't prime with gloss.
You'll not
or
be
satin.
happy. You'll not be happy.
Well, actually, that's not true. But I'll get to that in a second. Okay, I'll get to that when we do terrain. But anyway,
Crafty guy over here.
yeah, for models, it needs to be flat. You need to be careful with the detail. Okay, what Rafe is concerned about with Russ's use will happen if you use regular Krylon spray paint and you get too close and you just pour it on. You can't be sloppy with the Krylon. You've got to be far away. You've got to nice, slow, steady strokes, and you've got to come back to it a couple times.
Right.
The good point is that it's actually $2.99 a can.
Right.
Wow.
Okay.
Dirt cheap.
It's dirt cheap comparatively
So if
speaking.
you've got some spraying skill and can avoid messing your models up,
Or if you're brand new to this and you don't want to ditch out the $10 or $11 for primer, okay, use the Krylon and just be careful.
right?
So
if you do find you're filling in detail occasionally, then you'll want to kick up your notch.
Exactly. At this point, however, if this is your very first effort, don't prime them all at the same time. If this is your first effort, too,
try one and see how it goes.
Exactly. You're
if you ruin one skeleton from your descent box, you won't mind too much. But if you ruin 30 of them at once, that'd be bad.
Yeah. Well, I'd be psyched if my box came with 30 skeletons. It only comes with 9, Russ. Jeez. What kind of a descent expert are you?
If you play the hero, you feel like there's 30.
Yeah. Well, you saw 30. Okay.
Right.
So you've got it all. They're all set. They're put together. They're primed. Now it's time to paint. This is my process for painting almost everything, but specifically these models for board games. First, you're going to dry brush. And Russ talked about this a little bit last episode, and we talked about it when we talked about painting. Dry brushing is exactly that. You're using a brush that is almost completely devoid of paint to use a very light stroke back and forth very quickly over the entire model to coat the entire model, just the outside upper edges of all the details.
And it's really important to have virtually no paint on your brush.
Exactly.
Too much paint will totally destroy the plan.
Exactly. What you're doing is you're literally just putting a little bit of paint on the brush, and then you're starting to wipe it off on I just use regular printer paper.
I use paper towels.
And you're just over and over and over again until you can almost not even see paint coming off on the paper.
Right.
And then you're ready to start. It's literally almost no paint at all. And that means you're going to have to do it several times for that paint to build up. But what that's going to do is give you an outline of all the details on the model. Okay? And this is different from when I do the models, because when I do models for war games, I always use a light color, the bone kind of color, because then you can pretty much do anything on top of that, dark, light, whatever. When I'm doing, when I did Descent, I was very specific as to what I was painting. So all the heroes, I did bone, because, again, that gives you a lot of leeway. You can go dark or light with almost any shade. Then the monsters, I chose either brown, if they were furry monsters, or gray, if they were going to be like scaly or hairy, like the spiders and stuff. And then I actually did red for the superpower monsters that it made sense that they would all be red. Like the Naga and the Dragon are all red. Okay? So basically what that does, it almost creates a base coat, because basically what you're doing is you're covering almost the entire model with this color, but it's at a light layer so that it's basically pointing out all the details.
And we should stress that base coating is the way you want to go, I think, if you're trying to get a super high-end, great, amazing paint job.
Yes.
But the dry brushing technique is awesome for a quick, great-looking start without having to worry about where the edge of the pouch is versus the cape.
Exactly.
That kind of stuff.
Yep, exactly. And that's my first step. When I did the heroes, for instance, I did all 20 models just like that, back to back. So I had all 20 heroes on my little paint stand.
So now they look like little statues.
All dry, and they do. They look like little statues.
Like little gray
They're very
statues
cool.
now, yep.
They look like little bone statues, actually.
Bone, white,
okay. And now, so that's dry brushing. When I talk about base coating is a little bit different. That's where you're doing one color and it's over that entire part of the model. So if you're doing pants, rather than dry brush or lightly going over and still leaving the recesses dark, if you're going to base coat, you're painting the pants the different, like say white. Right. They're white. They're all white. Okay,
you're painting to totally cover now.
Exactly. You're not leaving any darker colors in the recesses. So once you're done with the dry brushing, it's time for the base coating, which means you're going to have to start making choices. What colors do you want your models to be? When you're doing board games, there's a benefit. There's a kind of a cheat, I would almost call it, because all these board games have artwork, and they show you what these models pretty much are supposed to look like.
Right.
Okay? And Descent in particular is great because every character has its own card with an actual painting of that character on it.
In full color.
In full color.
Right.
Okay? And so it's a lot... It's in some ways it's more challenging than an army, because an army, whether sci-fi, fantasy, or whatever, there's some uniformity to the models. So you're painting a lot of models, but they're all going to be looking very similar, if not identical.
Right.
All three of us have painted Imperial Guard at one point in our lives, and that's a lot of models, and they all look the same.
Right.
Okay.
But they're all the same color pants, same color hat, same color gun.
Whereas when you're doing
mass-produce those,
the characters or the monsters for a board game, you want everybody to look different.
Right.
So you've got to actually start coming up with paint schemes. It's much more difficult. Descent, for instance, like I said, has all those cards.
Right.
Other games where you might want to be doing this, Touch of Evil has some awesome plastics that you could paint all the different characters. Last Night on Earth.
true.
Last Night on Earth has both the heroes and the zombies. Can you guys think of other? Well, you've got
Well, Battle Lore is a great
Battle
one. A lot
Lore,
of painting in that one, but that's a good one.
Yep.
Pretty much Grind's a great one. Yeah, anything that's got plastic pieces. Rune Wars. Rune Bound.
all the Rune.
Pretty much any Fantasy Flight game's got plastic in it. You
that's
can paint
true.
StarCraft. I mean, you name it. There's plenty of board games. But even some other good ones might be is you can fun to paint the stuff from Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah.
Or Shadows over Camelot. All the knights in there.
Yeah.
Even your
actually,
trains.
they
and Ticket to
sell
Ride. Why
knights, painted knights for Shadows if you don't want to go through the effort. Which means somebody out there thought it was a good idea.
Right. So yeah, there's plenty of ways, and this is a nice way if you've already got the painting stuff and you're playing around with miniatures.
Yeah.
Great way to kick your board games up a notch.
Oh, the enhancement to the board game cannot be understated.
Because a lot of times
really is kinda nice,
well,
actually.
everything's in full color. You got the full color board, the full color rules, and then you got these gray guys. It's like, oh, that would be so much better.
It's very true.
Right.
Now, as far as color choices go with Descent, and I would recommend doing this, and if I did a different game, I would do it. It's much more difficult in another game system. But because you have those cards, what I did was I looked at the cards, and I did all the flesh. So I actually separated the models by these guys have these are men, they have bronze flesh. These are the women, they're going to have light flesh. These are the orcoids, they're going to have green. This guy's a big bull-headed guy, so he's going to be brown. There are a couple other
These
brown.
are the ones that are on their own.
Exactly, and there were like 4 that just didn't come under any category. And then I did all the flesh.
Right.
And then I did all the hair, and I based the hair on the cards. So I looked at all the cards, and I separated them all out. All these are blondes, all these are black, all these are brunettes. Okay, redheads over here, because there's a few of those. And you get to you just really quickly, and it's almost like because you've already dry brushed, basically what you're doing is you're doing a very light dry brush again over that area, and what it does is actually color the color you dry brushed.
Right.
So, for instance, the blonde turns that bleached bone color on the hair, now it's yellow.
Right.
And the yellow gets in the recesses a little bit, which is fine because the recesses are dark, so it actually gives you a further shaded effect. Right. So you're getting a really good effect without a lot of effort. So you do all the blondes, then you do all the redheads, then you do all the brunettes, you do all the black hair because there's a lot of black hair in Descent for some reason. Okay, and then there's the guy with no hair at all. Actually, there's a couple guys with no hair at all, so those were easy. All right, and then once you've got because that's you kind of want to this is one philosophy, but it's a philosophy I think we all kind of do, which is you go inside out.
Yes.
So you do all your fleshes first, and then you start painting from the flesh out, so that the last things you paint are the equipment and the cloaks and things like that.
You paint the model as you address the model.
Correct.
And I think the reason is because of how you paint, you're more likely as you're painting a shirt to hit the coat by accident.
Yeah.
And then when you get to the coat, you just paint over that mistake.
Exactly. It's easier to cover up mistakes.
Right.
And then that system goes through. Then I would go through all the cards and say, this guy's primarily red. He goes in the red pile. This guy's primarily green. He goes in the green pile. And then I would do all the reds and then all the greens, because it's not like a war game where all those models are going to be on the table and somebody's going to go, whoa, those 3 guys look almost the same. They're going to be on at different times. So the fact that all the red guys have the exact same shade of red isn't really a big deal.
Right. No one's going to notice that.
Okay. Nobody's really going to notice. It's not really going to matter. So it really made it. That's why I was able to do all 20 models very quickly, because I did one color at a time, and then at the very end I touched them all up, and it really made a big deal. And again, remember the light touch of the brush. It's almost like dry brushing. There's a little more paint on there when you're getting the colors onto the dry brushing, but for the most part, it's pretty much the same system with just a little more paint on there. And then the final stage that I think is huge when you're doing any of these models for board games and on Arcane Legions and things like that, washing or inking. And I think what you want to do is washing. Inks are a little heavier, they're a little thicker, there's a little more pigment in them.
Right.
Whereas a wash, you're going to see more of the original color through it, and you're actually just kind of adding a layer of
washes
shading.
and inks, you can buy those at your local hobby stop. They're in the section of the paints.
Yeah, or you can make washes by just watering down a color.
Yep.
But it's easier just to buy them.
Then it's always the right mix.
Exactly. And so what you're going to do is the hair, for instance, you're going to wash it one shade lower. And for me, especially with a board game, again, you don't have to be that specific. You don't have to try to match it exactly so all the hair got washed brown.
Right.
So the blondes are darker blondes, but you can still see that they're blondes. The redheads have a little extra detail in them. Everybody's got basically what the wash does is it goes into the recesses where you've already got it a little darker because of the dry brushing technique, and you've now given the illusion that you've done each individual hair, and it really gives this great illusion, and at the same time it goes very, very quickly. It's like that.
Nice.
And the key is, however, the pitfall of using washes is that they're really, really watery.
Right.
And it's very difficult sometimes
Thus
to keep,
the name.
Thus the name wash. And so it's very difficult. You've got to be very careful that the wrong color wash doesn't get on top of something.
Right.
Washing the flesh gives up. It just really brings out the detail. It's very quick, fast, and easy. And then you've got to be careful. You're washing where you want and not washing where you don't want. And then finally, now you've got, believe it or not, the model's almost complete. Okay. Basing. What are you going to do with the base? Some people don't do anything with the base. It's a board game. They leave the base black, or they touch it up so that it's black again, or whatever color.
Nah, that's no good.
Now, okay, Russ made fun of me about 20 years ago for not basing some of my models, and I've based every model I've painted since then. He shamed me into it and created a habit. Okay? Why do you want to base? Russ, why is it such a big deal? What does it do?
What's funny about basing is, and I've pulled this trick by basing models that aren't painted, the base makes the model look finished and actually draws your attention back to the model.
Right.
You don't want to do something too crazy on the bases, but the problem is if your base is undone, or worse yet, while you're painting the model, you hit the base a couple times with your brush and made some marks on it. What ends up happening is you can't help but notice the giant black circle. You know, especially in wargaming, when you're on a nice green board, all of a sudden there's this black circle in everybody. Your eyes go to the black circle and they miss the model.
Yeah.
So by basing the model, especially in something that's sort of a bland color that with broken up patterns, your eyes go to the model and not to the base.
Right. Rafe, any thoughts on basing?
Yeah, to me, basing makes the model. I don't know why, but yeah, somehow when you get it all painted, even if it's just a simple base, it completes the whole picture. And if without the base, I think it breaks the illusion.
Yeah. The analogy that I've heard, and I really like it, is that the base is the frame of the painting.
There you go.
Okay, and it's neat to have a print on your wall, but everybody knows it's much nicer to have it with a nice frame.
Right.
And it really it points up the detail of the model. It's really nice.
And a good frame with good matting really brings the picture up.
It really does.
Yeah, well, you know what? And you know what I'm just realizing the matte does with the pictures, you often try to find that color contrast, because that's what I do with my base. You try to find that complementary but color contrast.
Exactly. Absolutely. Because that's going to make that whole model pop.
Right.
The detail is going to be more obvious, and it's going to be more realistic. It's going to tie it more into the game when it's placed on the board. Rather than having a black circle following your guy around, you're going to have him following whatever is underneath it. It's going to make it look like the model is one with the game rather than separate from it.
Right.
So now, how do you base? What do you do? There's a bunch of different things you can do. The first thing is you want to take into account the theme of the game. Okay, if it's sci-fi, if it's fantasy, if it's historic, because that's going to limit your options. You don't want to use diamond plate, for instance, on a fantasy model. Diamond plate would be those, the metal grid work kind of thing. Okay. Then you want to look at the actual surface that the board of the game is recreating. Is it that kind of diamond plate grid work? Is it dirt? Is it woods or forest, dungeon tiles? And basically what you're going to want to try to do is recreate as close as you can that board on the base.
Right.
And sometimes you can just do it with a sort of a hint or an indication. You don't have to, paint little scenes on the base. You don't have to do that. But a little effort, for instance, with my Descent, I painted the base as gray, and then I just did a little random line every now and then on a base to make it look like they were walking over stones.
Nice.
Placed into the floor. And basically you want to kind of tailor the technique that you're going to use. This is where I'll tell you about the techniques, but you want to tailor it to the number of models you have and your skill level. Okay, there's 3 basic ways. The first one is you're going to create the texture, which means maybe with a knife, or you're going to add things to the base. You're actually going to change the base of that model so that it's wooden planks.
Right.
Okay, or stone, or whatever it is you're going to do. The next tactic would be to apply texture, which is basically you're just adding sand or grass, which we call flock, which is the fake grass. Okay, that's very quick. It's easy. On the other hand, if you're doing Descent, your models are going to look odd.
Right.
Okay, because the boards are not.
You're mostly standing on stone.
Exactly.
In the dungeon.
Okay.
So the game context is definitely important.
It's very
Grind's
important.
the same way. You're on a grid in Grind. And,
Yep, exactly. It's very important to keep all that in mind. Right. The last one, which is the easiest, I think, is that faking the texture, which is what I did. You just paint it gray, do a little bit of a dry brush with a lighter color gray. We explained dry brush already. And then you just add like one or two little lines. I added a dark gray line and then a black line that's thinner. So it looks a little bit like it's shaded a little bit.
I did the same thing, like a subtle gray shift to make it look like you're drawing the cobblestones without drawing it too obvious.
Exactly.
Too stark.
And that's very, very quick and easy.
Yep.
And that's it. Your models are all done. You guys have any questions or comments or anything you'd like to clarify?
What does look good on a regular board? Like, do you actually kind of flock it with 3-dimensional? I mean, not the grass. I know that.
No, what I did and what I like was I did the fake texture. I just painted it and made it look a little bit like flagstone.
I don't think flock works great on a miniature war game table because the table's probably flocked.
Right.
But on a board game, because you're standing on colored paper essentially,
right?
Flock I don't think works so well in that environment.
I think
I got that part. Russ, what do you do? Like, I can see the little painted flagstones. That must look awesome. How'd you do that? Just
I do that small,
Yeah.
but I did like I do. Well, what I don't do is black lines on gray because the black's too stark,
right?
And the lines are look too deep and big for what I'm trying to pull off. So I use a subtly darker shade of gray than the gray I painted the base. And I usually there's not another color step for that. So usually what I'll do is I'll mix it with some black and get just a little bit of black in there to make it a little bit darker, and then draw that way. So it's very subtle. You don't really see unless you look.
I see.
But your eye just kind of notices some kind of texture. there.
I did it more basic. I did a much darker gray and then a black on top of it. But it is stark. It is stark.
Well, if you want that. It's good.
Right, no, but now I'm thinking maybe I need to go back and redo it all.
No, you're fine. I'm sure.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so the next element, this is a chalk-packed segment. Okay.
It is.
Terrain, making terrain for your board games. Okay. This works mainly when you're talking about grid games like Space Hulk, Star Wars Miniatures, Descent. A lot of people have made some really nice boards for I keep forgetting your game.
Which game?
The little guys.
Battlelore?
Battlelore.
Yeah, I've seen some great Battlelore custom
crazy.
boards.
There's some great custom boards out there for Battlelore. Okay. What you want to keep in mind when you're making a three-dimensional board for a grid game is the scale. Original scale, if it's 1 inch, do you want to go with 1 inch equals 1 inch? For instance, people are making Space Hulk boards now. But if you're making a 1 inch board, those halls are going to look mighty skinny unless you build it out and you build the walls and everything.
What you're saying is if you made it actually 1 inch with walls went straight up, the model's arms normally hang over the board.
Exactly.
When you make it three-dimensional, not going to fit shoulder to shoulder.
Exactly.
So you might want to scale up a little bit and make each square 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches or something.
Right. You want to take into account the utility of the board.
Right.
Exactly. If you're going to make it fully three-dimensional with walls and everything, there's a lot more things you need to take into account.
Now, the problem you get into, though, is if you make your squares too big, in a game like Descent where some models are multi-square bases, that gets kind of weird, huh?
Exactly.
Because your 4-square dragon now only fits in 3 or something.
Exactly. So you've got to tailor it to the models, and if your game has multiple larger models like Descent, I don't think you could do it with Descent.
But in Space Hulk, since they're always only 1 square, it doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. Okay. So sci-fi, if you're doing sci-fi, it's actually pretty much already been done for you. The diamond plate plastic that you can get from Plastruct, which you can just do a Google search for, is perfect. It's going to cost you a pretty penny, actually. It's not that cheap, but it's already there for you. It's that sci-fi, gritty...
It's plastic, right?
Urban, it's plastic.
Done,
Yep. You cut it out into 1 inch squares or whatever. You lay it out on whatever it is your surface you're using, and you're done. It's pretty much easy. Okay.
How do you spell Plastruct?
Plastruct.
There you go.
Plastruct. Okay. And they make all kinds of really cool things that you can look for. And if you don't want to go with that, if that's too expensive, you can do set off spaces, which means you're just making the squares yourself out of plastic card or something, and you're laying those down. It'll still give a really neat 3-dimensional effect. For fantasy, you can use plastic stonework sheets, again made by Plastruct.
Yep.
Or you can actually use like the pink insulation foam, the Corningware insulation foam we use, and carve the foam out.
Right.
And the shapes you can. That's a little harder. I would say that's a much more advanced.
Thing,
a much more advanced tactic. However, if you want to kick it up a notch and do the best thing that you can possibly do, in my opinion, you cannot go wrong with Hearst Arts.
I think Hearst Arts is interesting because you can get a phenomenal look, reasonably priced, and they have excellent tips on there that even a beginner could follow this.
That's why.
So go ahead.
Exactly.
Hit it.
What is Hearst Arts, Rafe?
Hearst Arts are where, and Craig uses the dental plaster.
Is Hearst Arts possibly a registered trademark?
Ooh.
Just checking.
I believe it is.
All right.
That's a good question.
Right.
I don't know.
Should I throw that out there?
But you buy the molds.
Yep.
And you pop out and you make awesome terrain.
Right.
With it. And you use the dental plaster. I don't know what the other kind of plaster would be.
Actually, I use the do not use this plaster for dentistry plaster. They recommend what's called it's called Merlin's Magic plaster.
Okay.
And apparently it's great because I'll talk about that in a second. But
the other thing I like about your tip is by buying a mold. So not only is it good for whatever project you're working on, but you have infinite uses.
Exactly. The key cost-wise when you're talking about Hearst Arts is that you're going to need, if you're going to do a board game and you're just doing the board, you're not doing walls and everything, you're going to need 1, maybe 2 molds maximum. And the molds are small. They're probably about maybe 8 inches by 4 inches. They're relatively small. They're not that deep. They're maybe 1 inch, maybe 1.5 inches. They're made out of a blue foam, okay? And they cost about $30 a piece. So once you buy it, it's yours for life, though. And what you're going to do is you get your plaster, and I ordered mine. I actually went down to Massachusetts and got it at the warehouse, so I didn't have to wait. And it's Merlin's Magic is the kind that they recommend. But you can do plaster of Paris also, and it works great. It's much cheaper. Excuse me. You're going to mix them up, and all the instructions, like Russ said, are on their website. You're going to pour it into the mold. You're going to wait until it dries. You're going to pop them out. You're going to do that again. This is a very, very boring, laborious
Good time to watch a movie.
Many movies.
Wait. I got an idea.
Yep.
There's this podcast.
There you go. You could listen
really
to a
long.
general gaming
sometimes
podcast.
over 4.5 hours.
That's true.
How many episodes of the D6 generation will it take to get through enough Hearst Arts to...
Well, for my Star Wars ones, I probably could have listened to our entire canon.
Whoa!
Yeah,
wow.
Okay.
But I was cranking out. I had 5 molds going at once, and I was doing them all like...
Wow.
I was crazy. I don't know why Karen let me do it. But anyway, they have both sci-fi and fantasy stuff, though. And variations in both. So you've got like the diamond plate, and they all come in the cubes and in the tiles too. So 1-inch tiles.
Right.
They also have 1.5 inch if you want to scale your game up, if you can. Okay, and they've got lots of different kinds: natural stone, fitted stone. Diamond plate. They even have carpeting, sci-fi carpeting. If you're doing the Death Star. So there's all kinds of different molds. Great stuff on their website at HearstArts.com. Okay, and they actually have, if you're doing Descent, as step-by-step instructions on exactly how to make a perfect replica of the Descent game board.
Right, exactly what comes in the starter set.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, piece by piece. It
including how to mount it on cork boards, it's nice and soft. I looked at that the other day. I was like, I should do that.
How many molds is it to do what they recommend?
Only 2, I think. 2 molds.
You need 2 molds.
And you have
but
it's a lot of casting.
You have to do one 36 times and one like 24 times.
That's not that bad.
And no, it's not that bad.
Well, it doesn't sound that bad. I've never done it.
No, and the way I don't know if you're only doing 2, but when I was doing 5, I would literally finish my 5th one, and my first one would be ready to come out.
How long did it take them to dry?
Really doesn't take very long at all. It's like.
So you think
don't go by me, but I'm remembering 15 to 20 minutes at the outside.
So you think like a weekend you can crank them all out for the Descent?
Yes, if you're going to work really hard in a weekend, you can probably do them all.
Okay.
And the online tutorials are amazing. They even show how to paint them, how to prep them, how to lay out each individual thing. It's great. And you could easily, they don't have a Space Hulk one on there, but you could easily use these to do the Space Hulk. And this is where priming comes in with something other than flat. And they recommend this. Again, I learned this trick on the Herstarts website. If you're doing the sci-fi and you want to look like Star Wars where everything's like white and bright and shiny, they say prime it with white gloss.
Oh.
And then what you're going to do is actually it's shoe polish. And you color the entire piece with shoe polish and then wipe it all off.
Oh, it gets all
and it colors everything a little bit gray, and all the interior little details are black. It was great.
Nice.
Very fast and very, very quick.
That's cool.
And that I would highly recommend. And then in the end, it's mounting. I'm going to mount because I am doing a Descent board now.
Not a surprise.
Not a surprise. Ian's dad is being awesome. Apparently, he loves making molds.
Nothing better in life.
So he's making me a bunch of molds.
Thank you, Ian's dad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to mount it on cork like they say to on the website. When I did the sci-fi ones, I mounted it on foam core, which is that stuff you can buy at Walmart or wherever to make posters and things with. And then I actually used self-adhesive felt underneath it, so there was still a soft cushion between the piece and the table. But the cork is going to work much better, I think, and be much easier because I've already got it all cut out and waiting.
Very
and that's
cool.
it. You guys have any questions, concerns, comments? Or
I can't wait to see your Descent board. So Ian's dad is going to give you a pile of everything already pre-made. You're going to put it all together.
All the mold pieces, and I'm just going to. I've already got all the cork cut out, and I'm just going to start gluing it all down.
Nice.
Should be quick. And there's even, like I said, painting guides and everything else. Rafe, anything?
Yeah. I got tons.
Cool.
Okay. I've been wanting to do terrain like you're talking about, or even just make a building for the longest time. I just want to.
Yep.
And I can't get over the threshold of starting. Do you have any suggestions for me?
Well, how about you wait 1 second, my friend? But as far as you don't mean,
let's do it. Let's talk about how to build a building.
You know what we should do, Rafe?
Off the cuff.
We should do a special D6 Generation special edition how to make a Wild West building.
Okay.
How apropos. We're going to be doing Wild West stuff this weekend.
Exactly, we are. We're going to do Brimstone is going to make an appearance both as a Malifaux suburb and as its own zombie-ridden hole from hell.
It turns into the same place, just the Malifaux gate opened up into there.
Exactly.
But let's talk about the tiles then.
Okay.
I guess I'm being more generic. Like if someone were to say to me, I want to try painting, but it's just the primer and I have to get it, and I would advise them to be like, all right, well, just start by getting your models and get the flashing off. And that'll get the momentum going.
Oh,
you see what I mean?
Yes. If I were you, what do you want to... You can't... Well...
I do a small building before I try to...
I'm kind of in the mood to make some dungeon tiles for Descent for Lou and I, because I see Ian's and it looks really cool.
So you can understand my confusion because that's not a building. But... Then Rafe, I highly recommend if you've got a little disposable income that you go on Herstarts and you get the two pieces that the two molds it recommends for Descent.
Yep.
Okay. Order some Merlin's Magic or get some Plaster Paris if you want to just start light and see how it works. And I highly recommend you follow the tutorial point by point for getting ready to do it.
Yeah, it's really easy and it's really straightforward.
It's going to tell you exactly how to make your workstation and everything.
Yeah.
Okay. And then tell yourself in your head, I'm going to make one of each mold.
Okay.
I guarantee you, you're going to be like, oh my God, that's so easy.
Right.
I'm just going to, and then.
Just make one corridor.
Exactly.
And then see how it works out.
Yep.
Do it soup to nuts. Make one mold, glue them together, paint it, and they're like, wow, that was easy.
I'm telling you, if you just say, I'm going to make one mold of each, and that's going to give you one treasure chest, and it's going to give you a couple planks of wood, and it's going to give you like a couple little detail pieces and a bunch of floor plates, you're going to be like, wow, that was really easy, and it looks really cool, and then you're on. That's how I did it with the spice.
So that's the trick. That's the little push I needed is you're right. I would have been daunted in saying, oh, I got to make 25 of these.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have even done anything. I would have ordered everything, spent the money, and then wouldn't have done it. So you're saying you just sit down with the goal.
Yep.
The little trick to yourself is, I'm just going to do one.
Bite-sized chunks.
That's how you eat an elephant.
Now, do you do what Russ said? After it's cast, you run out, you prime it, and you do that? Or do you make one and then keep casting?
It depends on your impulse when you're done with the first one.
Okay.
If you still don't feel it, then make your corridor and see how cool it's going to look.
I think I would feel it, and I'd start cranking out a bunch, but then I might go, oh, now I got to paint.
No, you don't have to paint. That's what's cool about it is once they're all made, the next step is laying out your cool
assemble it, right.
thing.
Okay.
You don't paint it till they're glued together.
And then you're going to look at it and go, oh, this would look so much cooler painted.
Well, once it's assembled painting, it's easy. You spray paint it, you dry brush it, done if it's a stone quarter.
The momentum kind of establishes itself if you get over the molding and you like it.
Right.
Like you might do one and you'd be like, oh, this sucks. You know what I mean? And I don't want to do this anymore. This is annoying. Because there's a certain amount of meticulous work that goes into it. You have to shake the mold really carefully to get all the air bubbles out. You have to scrape it so that the backs are smooth, so the pieces that are supposed to meet together will meet together. It's not like, you can't do this while you're asleep, but you can do it while you're watching a really good movie. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. No, I think I would like that part. You answered my question.
Yeah, the thing about this particular little subsection of the hobby is that the momentum, if you like the first stage, will build itself.
And I think you answered the second one almost by a drive-by. I think then when something's built, I imagine myself looking at it and go, I want this to be like the Sistine Chapel. And I would be intimidated by trying to paint each flagstone, which I know we dry brush and all that. But is it really just as easy as spray painting and dry brushing and it'll look awesome? Or do you
spray painting and the dry
there's some more painting involved?
No, yeah. Well, I haven't done the Descent ones yet. The spray painting and the dry brushing was for the science fiction ones.
Mm-hmm.
This one says you're supposed to spray paint it white and then paint it, and it even gives you the codes so you can go to Walmart or Home Depot and have them mix the exact color that they used for their demo sets. And then it's just a base coat and a dry brush and you're done.
Okay.
So it is almost, there's one step more than the sci-fi one, but it is that easy.
And Russ, you haven't done this for Descent, right? You've just done your Battle Lore models.
I've never worked with casting. I've made terrain out of other stuff, and I've never done casting before.
Right. Okay. And speaking of terrain out of other things, how did I build all of these buildings for Brimstone? I'm gonna kind of bang this out pretty quick, but the basics are very, very simple. It's not going to be easy to do in an audio medium format, but I'll do my best. First, you're going to want to look for some inspiration, and this is my advice to you. Google search trigonometry, and we might be able to make a link on that.
Yep.
Okay? If you Google search trigonometry, all one word, third entry down is going to be a link to the circagames.com website, okay, which is actually going to bring you to a whole bunch of Wild West inspiration stuff and a bunch of different modeling companies that do Wild West models and all kinds of different things like that, okay? What you're looking for is towards the bottom of that website, you're going to see a link for the CL Western Town Studio and Backlot website.
Wow.
And that is awesome because that is a movie Wild West town that they rent out the whole town for making movies and TV shows. And so the website is actually their production website for them selling to production companies. So, like, if you're making a Wild West movie in Hollywood and you want to find a whole town, this town is selling itself to do that with. Basically, what it comes up with is it's 35 period buildings with multiple view pictures of each building. Awesome for inspiration.
Wow.
Okay. However, for your first building, which we're going to talk about today, we're just going to do a very quick, easy square building, one-story square building with a boardwalk in front of it because, it's cowboys, Wild West. They all have boardwalks.
Right.
And an overhang if you want it. Okay. So the first thing you're going to need is your materials. You're going to need an X-Acto knife with some really sharp blades, not your old crappy X-Acto knife that you use to scrape things up with.
Don't cut yourself with sharp objects.
Exactly. Be very careful with knives.
Or burn yourself with hot water.
Yeah, don't do that either. Wow, this
or
is
sniff any glue.
We're going to have to do a disclaimer for this episode.
Right.
Okay. Balsa wood is key. You're going to want to either get lots of strip balsa wood, or you're going to want to get a big piece of balsa wood and cut it into strips yourself, which is infinitely cheaper, but it's a lot more work. But basically,
I have to ask you a question there.
Yep.
I'm intimidated by this step too.
Okay.
Step as well. I go to Michael's to get this balsa wood?
Yep, you can go to Michael's and get the balsa wood, and the balsa wood is sold in either little strips, which are like 50 or 60 cents a strip, or you're going to get a much larger, wider strip and cut it into small strips, and that's much cheaper.
Hobbytown also has it. Any hobby store
is going to have.
What do you recommend?
I went the cheap way because I was going for making this for as cheap as possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you're looking at maybe a quarter of an inch, maybe strips is what you're looking for. Okay. And then you're also going to want balsa wood corner posts. So you want to find square posts, balsa wood posts, where the square the measurements are slightly larger than the thickness of foam core. Okay, so you want to get your foam core first at Walmart or wherever you're going to target, wherever you're going to go, and then you're going to look at the thickness of that. You're going to want it's a long balsa wood post. Looks like a dowel, but it's got a square cross section. You want to get one of those that's slightly thicker than the foam core. Okay, you want regular cardboard for your roof, like a cereal box or whatever. You can buy poster board, but a cereal box works fine.
Okay.
White glue, and then basic Elmer's glue works great, and then basing material. Some people use MDF board, which is it's a compressed fiber board, which is kind of expensive, but really good unless it gets wet. Particle board is good. Basically, it needs to be sturdy because that's
warping
and not warping.
Ever.
You can't use foam core because that's going to warp on you almost immediately.
Nor can you use thick cardboard. That'll also warp.
Exactly. You need wood of some kind.
Right.
Okay. Now, the first step, now that you've got all your materials, you want to construct the shell. So first you want to figure out what the footprint is, and you want to cut out your baseboard, your base material, so that it's a little bit bigger than the footprint of your building. You want to have it overhang a little bit on every side.
You want room for the boardwalk too,
exactly.
Right? So don't forget the boardwalk when you're measuring the size of your building.
Exactly. Leave room for the boardwalk out front.
Right.
Okay. Then what you're going to do is you're going to take your foam core and you're going to draw the basic shape of the building's four walls on the foam core using a ruler so that it's nice and straight. You're going to want to remember that for your run-of-the-mill stereotypical Wild West building, the front was taller than the back. And the roof, it was just a flat, straight roof that slopes towards the back. That's because, believe it or not, in many of those towns, they got lots of snow. And they wanted it to slide off the back. Okay, which is also why you'll find ladders, which are cool for game mechanics, which I'll talk about in a second. Okay, because they would have to go up and shovel the roof off.
Why do they have that high front piece? Do you know what that was?
I think it was
for signage?
Facade, to make the building look larger and grander. Okay. And you're right, that's also a very stereotypical architectural element. Okay, so you're going to sketch all that out. Include the front taller than the back lower, and the sides you want to carefully measure so that the sides are as tall as the front at the front and slope down so that they're as low as the back at the back.
Imagine that.
Right. Okay, so this is all I would say. That's it's common sense, but it can be said.
You got to think it through because we make it sound silly, but at this stage it's very easy to get confused and suddenly realize think you're back on the front and you're really on the back or on the side.
I can only tell you at least half of the buildings of Brimstone don't look quite the way they were supposed to look when I started.
Right.
And I went, crap, I'm going to have to just adjust. Okay? You're going to draw in all your doors and your windows. And remember, you want to use models for scale so that they're all big enough and they're placed well.
Very helpful to have the model from the game lying about you at this point. And a couple even, too. Have one of the big guys and the little guys so that your bigger models can get through the doors, but it looks like it's made for littler guys.
Yep, exactly. And you want to also keep in mind realism versus playability. Just because there wouldn't have been a back door doesn't mean it's not a good idea to put it in there because your guys will be trapped in the building if there's no back door.
Right.
Okay, so you want to definitely... The windows are going to be a little bit bigger than they would have been in real life. The doors are going to be a little bit bigger so you can get the models in and out so the guys can get line of sight and things like that. It's important to remember that you're not really building an actual building, an exact model. You're building something for a war game or a game of some kind. Okay, so once you've got all that drawn out, you're going to cut the shell out with your X-Acto knife, being very careful. Also cutting out the windows and the doors and any other details that you want to do. Not cutting out your fingers, okay? Now that you've got all that cut out, measure the height of the corners. So remember, the two front corners are going to be higher than the two back corners.
If they're not, you've messed up.
You've made a mistake. Once you've got those, you're going to cut out corner posts out of that square cross-section piece so that it goes right up to the edge but no higher.
Right.
Okay, and what you're going to do, that's going to make it much easier for you to put all of these pieces together. You're going to put two walls and one corner post together on the base, putting the glue on the bottom of the wall pieces and on the inside two facings of the corner post.
Now, we're using white glue here, right?
White glue, yep.
Now, my experience with white glue is these walls would fall over immediately.
No, actually,
stay up?
No, especially because you're doing it. You're almost like you're building a house of cards.
Okay. So you're going to use the sort of the weight and the fact that the walls are a little thick because they're foam core to kind of hold each other up.
Exactly. Okay. And the corner post. The corner post is actually the most important.
So you wouldn't want to do this in a
stage.
strong wind or the fans on.
No.
When a quiet room.
Yes.
The dog can't bump the table.
No hurricanes. No tornadoes.
Right.
Okay. And the key is because you used the cross section of that corner post is wider than the foam core, you're going to be able to slot in the wooden slats of the building out front, and they're still going to butt out, and the corner post is still going to stick out a little bit more. It's actually going to look like the framing of an old Wild West building.
I'm with you now.
But that looks okay. I mean, that's what you're
That's exactly
for.
what it looks like. It's what it should look like. Exactly. It looks like framing or like molding in a real building. Okay. You're going to do that. Once you've got those two up, then you're going to add a third one, and then you're going to add the fourth one. And it doesn't really matter what order that you put them up in. Okay, now you've got your shell all set up, ready to go. It's actually going to look neat. You're going to take a couple minutes to look at it and go, ooh, I got a building. You could literally play with it now, and it'd be all set.
Except don't knock it over. Wait for the glue to dry.
Exactly. You do want to wait for the glue to dry. Although it's not going to take that long, believe it or not.
Right.
Okay. Now it's time to cover the shell with the slats, with the boards that are going to make it look like it's a wooden shack. Okay, you want to have a bunch of these on hand. Whether you're making them yourself or you bought them, you want to have a whole bunch. And you're going to do one wall at a time.
Okay.
You're going to carefully cut out the windows and the doors, either pre-cut them, or if you're using a very thin balsa wood, you could actually cut them out after. Which makes it a little easier. I learned later on. Okay. And as far as the patterns go, you want to go back to your inspirational pictures and images because there's lots of different options. You can go horizontal or vertical. You can go vertical where every other one is actually on its side, so it sticks out, which is kind of a cool effect.
I'm seeing it.
There's lots of different things, and you can find all kinds of pictures online. Once you've got all that done, basically you're going to put glue on one wall, and you're just going to put the slats up, and you want to make sure that they stagger, just like in real life the boards would.
Right.
So maybe you've got two boards coming together in the middle at the very bottom, and then you're going to have three boards on the next row.
Yeah, the seam of your siding should not be fluid all the way up.
Exactly. You don't want to have all the boards meeting at the exact same place all the way up. You want to have it all staggered like in a real house. And then you've done all four of the walls, and you're all set to go. Now you're going to be like, oh, wow, I really have a cool looking building. But the windows kind of look unfinished. So what you want to do now is frame up the doors and the windows. You're going to use scraps from the slats. You want to cut them a little thinner probably. And you're going to make a frame, just like a picture frame, of that window. I recommend that you put in a sill for the window, which is just a little piece of wood that's going to cover up the foam core.
Yep.
Okay, it's going to make it look a little more realistic.
Here, making all the different parts of the balsa wood, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's all balsa wood, and all of this is scrap left over from the other slats because you're going to have lots of little remnants left over when you're done.
Hopefully, your finger's not in the remnants.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Just
Russ is very paranoid.
It's very easy to cut a finger off.
Okay, alrighty.
Not really. You got to go through the bone.
Window.
I use the Dremel more than you do, apparently.
Window frames they all pretty much meet, and they're all square. But a door frame, if you look at it quite often, the lintel of the door will actually be wider than the door itself. So, but again, look at your inspirational images and try to recreate those. You'll see how easy they are to recreate. It is
easy, and if by looking at that picture, it'll make your model look more authentic.
Exactly.
With a quick glance.
The hardest part, believe it or not, is actually getting little pieces of wood in there to act like window panes.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's pretty hard.
That's very fiddly.
So what do you do?
You want to measure the width of and height of your window, and you want to kind of make very, very, very thin pieces of balsa wood, and basically it all amounts to putting a little dab of white glue on either end, and with tweezers, usually I just kind of try to fit it in there. My first couple of buildings don't have those at all. Okay. And then later on, like the jail that I made actually has, I bought a bunch of really cheap dollar store zoo toys that had little cages, and I cut out the bars and I used.
See, mine, I'd have them all broken and just half sticking on. So it's like in a bar fight. And
well, that's what that's what all the Necromunda or the Mordheim terrain was.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so now, once you've done that, you're going to have a really cool looking building with no roof.
Right.
And a little dead area out front. So now you got to do the boardwalk, which is very, very simple. You want to, this is important. Remember when you're placing the door to allow for the height of the boardwalk.
Right. Don't put the door at the level of the ground.
That was a mistake I made early on, and a mistake that apparently I repeated when I made the bullet points. Okay. You want to keep in mind that you're going to have, and you basically, for me, again, because I'm lazy, all I did was use 2 of the small pieces of the corner posts, and I put one at either end pointing away from the building. Mm-hmm. Then I just put like a strip of the balsa wood material on top of them, sort of like a little bridge. And then I just put slats down on top of that to make it look like it was made out of slats.
There you go.
Okay. Very, very simple, very basic. And also because you're using the corner post, you know exactly how high to make the door.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Very, very easy. If you want to make an overhang, then what you want to do basically is do the same thing without the corner post. So you're basically just making the big flat using one piece of balsa wood where the overhang would be, and then making slightly wider the slats. And again, you're just placing the slats along that piece of balsa wood, and you're going to use some of the corner posts as posts to hold up the overhang.
All right.
I like the idea of doing the little angled support posts on either side of the major post that makes it look like a big Y.
Yep.
Those are really hard to do. I don't know the math. I use trial and error, so good luck to you. Okay. But it looks I mean, you can just eyeball it and measure it out and by hand and kind of do it the best you can. And if you screw up, you're wasting like maybe 1.5 inches of balsa wood. It's not that big a deal. But it really, really kicks it up a notch. And as for the roof, nothing could be easier than a roof for one of these smaller Wild West buildings. They were tin. Okay, and they were held down by scrap wood. So you're just going to use your cardboard. Basically, you're just going to put down your cardboard, and you want to put a couple pieces of scrap balsa wood on top of that, glue it in place, you're done.
Done.
You want to be a little more detail-oriented, you can take a piece of cardboard and then take a bunch of smaller sheets of cardboard and kind of glue them to the original cardboard in an irregular pattern so it looks like they just patched over and over and over
If you
again.
wanted to make the roof removable so you could work with the models
it's going to be
inside.
no, it's going to be because you're just going to place it on top
So you're just placing it on top, and then the wood scrap on top could actually function as a handle to take the roof off.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yes. Okay,
Yeah,
because you definitely want to be able to get inside there.
So I thought you said glue up. You don't actually glue
No,
the roof
you
to the
don't.
building.
No. You glue the wood, the little scraps of wood
to the roof.
But
the roof can take right off the building.
roof should be able to be taken right off.
That is pretty easy.
Exactly. It's very, very easy. Now, obviously,
The roof
is on fire. Okay. Or cat on a hot tin roof. All right. Anyway.
Or fiddler?
Fiddler on a hot tin roof. No, wait, that's something different. Okay, and that's basically it. Ideally, what you then want to do is go put, again, remember that your basing is a little bit wider than your building, so there's a little edge all the way around it.
Right.
You want to put white glue all around that and sand it.
Yep. We don't mean with a piece of paper. We mean
No.
sprinkle
Put sand
into
exactly.
the glue.
Thank you, Russ. That's I'm using my terraforming terminology.
Like, okay, I glued it, Craig, and then I took a power sander to it, and the whole building
And then it exploded. Okay.
I was working, and it took me 6 hours to build that building. It was awful.
You ruined my building.
Right.
Okay.
And I did, and I sanded my finger right down to the bone.
And Hollywood was wrong. You can't cut your finger off. Okay. Anyway. So once you've done that, that'll give some nice texture. It'll blend into everything else. And then you want to paint to taste. You can stain it, although if you're going to stain
Paint
it.
to taste? Really?
Yeah, shut up.
Hey, I thought you got to chastise him for that or something.
I was on it.
If you're gonna stain it, you've got to keep in mind that stain will not actually adhere or stain white glue.
I think it's also toxic, so don't taste stain.
Okay, yeah, don't taste. Oh, shut up. Okay. Come on, guys.
All right, I'm with you.
We've been going for a while now. I've been talking almost nonstop.
Now wait, the base is just regular cardboard.
Stop you.
Shut up.
No, it's foam board. No, it's
is that
fiberboard,
serious?
right?
Are you
Wait, was he saying
trying to
that?
confuse everybody?
What are you saying, Craig?
He just said all of the wrong things for the base. No, the base is going to be either MDF or it's
Right.
going to be
We talked
particle
about that.
board or
It's not
something
cardboard.
Like
It's
that.
hardwood because you don't want it to warp.
It has to be
warp,
wood.
right?
So all we're doing
I
now
was
is
getting that part wrong.
yeah, we're not really saying we're putting glue on it. We're texturing.
And you're going to put sand on it or
we're
dirt.
basing it like we base our models. We're basing
Exactly.
the edge of the building.
Yeah. And then you paint to your own taste.
Desires, whims,
fine.
artwork.
Stain will not stain
Preference.
white glue. So if you're sloppy like I am, and then you try to stain it,
Yeah.
it looks bad. You can see where all the white glue is.
That's what
It
paint
points
is
it out
for.
as a model. I would recommend paint.
Right.
A great way to do it is spray paint it black and dry brush it with a
brown
series
and
of
bam.
slightly lighter brown colors.
Bam.
Okay, and bam said the Russie.
Right.
Now,
And
do you ink over that?
no, you
dry
don't.
brush it.
No, I
It's
would
supposed to
just
look-
dry brush
it's
it.
supposed to look-
It's supposed to look
Usually
worn
it's in a
and
desert.
weathered.
If you win worn and weathered, so
Yeah.
dry brushing is a perfect technique on this one.
Exactly. And again, you can go to your period images, and that website that I outlined at the beginning is awesome for that because they show multiple different color schemes for each building
In
from
fact,
different movies and TV
I
shows
would
they've
think a
been
good
in.
technique is if you wanted a red building that looked like it was worn, base coat it red, then
Yep.
dry brush with a light brown.
That's exactly
and what
you'll
I get
did.
is a dusty look.
It's
Dusty
exact.
red
It
look.
looks like it's been sanded down, not to add a third meaning of sand to it.
But actually, no sanding has been
No
done at all.
sanding has been done to the actual building
which is
itself.
great because I'm not a carpenter because I hate sanding.
There you go. Okay. And then once you've got it all nice and painted, I would paint the roof, especially if you're doing the tin kind of roof. I would paint it black, and then I would dry brush it with a metallic color, and then go back over and touch up the wood so that it looks like wood that matches the rest of the wood in the building. And then the last little piece is the stuff that really brings it to life because God is in the details.
Pièce de résistance.
Okay. You can make these cool little detail pieces like posters and artwork and signage with your computer. That's
Right.
all I did. Okay. I went online. I found a bunch of old wanted posters. I found a bunch of burlesque posters. I just put them into paint.
them down and
I
print 'em.
put them into Word. I shrunk them down. I have a document that literally has 2 pages of nothing but wanted posters and
Cut 'em all out?
and you just cut them out
Now,
and
do you-
white glue them down.
I was going to say, do you paint the outside of them with white glue too to give them so they're not going to get stained? Or
No, I mean you might, but I didn't,
Just- okay.
and it works great.
Because the yellow, so what? It's
Exactly,
look,
yeah.
right. Okay.
And you can make a big sign for your buildings. Try to match using paint. Again, you can almost perfectly match whatever color you've painted the building, so you can actually make it look like it's white paint on whatever the color is, and then you just want to frame it up because the color is going to be slightly different. You want to set it off from the rest of the building,
Right.
so you frame it up with another color that you're going to paint.
Wow, so that sounds pretty awesome.
It's really, really easy. Once you've done one or two, you're really going to see you can get really creative with some of these buildings. And probably by the time you hear this, I would imagine Russ has probably tweeted a whole bunch of pictures
From
TempleCon of these
Oh,
buildings.
There's already some brimstone pictures out there in our TempleCon in our TwitPic file. But also, what I'm going to do is, I think if anybody, I think Craig did an excellent job in an audio medium to try to understand how to build a building. So here's what my DACA challenge. We should give away some Black Library books to anybody who sends us pictures of the successfully built Craig building.
There you go. I like it.
that.
So send us some. If you try this project out and it works out for you, or even if it doesn't work out for you, send us your
the results.
We'd love to see them. We'll put them on our page, and we'll.
That's a great
We'll send you out
idea.
some Black Library books if you get a reasonably good looking picture.
There you go.
So there you go.
Sounds good.
So yeah, so that sounds like fun. And Craig, thanks a lot. I can't wait to see some.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you for giving me the floor. This Jever Notice is brought to you with the following message. Hi to all the guys at the newly reformed Dark Knights Gaming Group in Melbourne, Australia. G'day, mates. Well, this one's going to be very short for a variety of reasons. I don't want to give the Dark Knights short shrift, however, so let me give a little rant right off the bat. Did you ever notice that the corset seems to be the female gamer version of the kilt? Seriously. When was it decided that in the absence of any other costume element, a corset was acceptable as an indication of costume for any time period, genre, or archetype? Now, you might think you know where this is going. I mean, some people can wear corsets every day, and you wouldn't hear a single heterosexual male complaining. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, of course, there are the women who are not in the preceding group. But you know what? This isn't a weight thing. In fact, corsets were designed so it wouldn't be a weight thing. If your corset fits, ladies, feel free to wear it from the breakfast bar all the way to the late-night werewolf game. It doesn't matter what size you're wearing. As long as it's the size that fits, you're good to go. But therein lies the problem, you see. It doesn't matter if you're a size 12 wearing a size 8 or a size 4 wearing a size 0. As soon as you're wearing a corset that's too small, it does, well, as Weird Miniatures would say, bad things happen. So basically, the long and the short of it, if you're going to wear a corset, for whatever reason, for the love of all that is holy, make sure it fits, okay? No, and be careful what else you wear with it, because yes, you do need to wear something else with it. And wearing your bra over a t-shirt doesn't count as a corset, and doesn't look like a corset, and doesn't matter who you are or what you look like. In the mind of the folks that are looking at you, again, bad things are going to happen. But the corset issue was really only background noise in my experience at TempleCon this year, because, you see, Karen and I were together. Karen was having a lot of fun playing games. I was doing other things, running games and such. But we were hanging out with our gamer friends, and of course we decided that PattyCon was on again for sure, which was good because I didn't know that. Okay, but beyond that, we had a secret. See, we've had a secret for a while now. It's been the movement of the tectonic plates beneath a lot of what you guys have been hearing for months now. I'd like to thank all the listeners that shared the special unveiling of the bump that rocked, well, my world. Anyway, that's right. Karen and I are going to be adding a member to the D6 generation. At large, not like the D6 gen. I mean, the kid's not going to be podcasting for any time in the near future. You know what I mean. Anyway, well, I had to promise Karen that we would let the little blighter choose its own path, so I can't just bring it up to be a gamer, but we'll see. Whatever happens. So, yeah. I'm going to join Russ and Rafe and pretty much all of my friends in the ranks of the daddies, and I can only hope I'll be as good a daddy as, well, most of them are. And I'd like to pass on a little thanks. Well, first to Karen. But then I would like to thank Min and Greg and Adam and Norbert and all the other listeners whose names obviously I've forgotten since then. Everybody who passed on their congratulations over the weekend. It was really neat to be able to share that with a whole bunch of people, because that's basically why I didn't really want to say anything. I kind of wanted it to be Karen's little moment at TempleCon with the people that knew her back, have known her since when she was doing When Wives Attack. And obviously, that getting ready for this was part of, having to make choices, tough scheduling choices and whatnot. And so we really did enjoy it. And I wanted to thank everybody. It's an exciting time, I've got to admit. We're setting up the pieces on a whole new game board. And all I can hope, I guess, is that it's going to be a co-op game. Well, that's it for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
Achievement unlocked! You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@the d6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, You can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
Can you say something witty and short?
Witty and short, like an angry Irishman.
There you go. Perfect.